Chapter 12 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 12. Once more the aging Wilbur Cowan stood alone by night, thrillingly to watch the arched splendor of stars above and muse upon the fleeting years that carried off his youth. The moment marked another tremendous epoch, for he was done with school. Now, for all the years to come, he could hear the bells sound its warning and feel no qualm. Never again need sit confined in a stuffy room, breathing chalk dust, and compel his errant mind to bookish abstractions. He'd graduated from Newbern High School, respectably, if not with distinguished honor, and the superintendent had said, in conferring his rolled and neatly tied diploma, that he was facing the battle of life and must acquit himself with credit to Newbern. The superintendent had seemed to believe it was a great moment. There had been a tremor in his voice as he addressed the class, each in turn. He was a small, nervous, intent man whose daily worries showed plainly enough the uplift of the moment, and Wilbur had wondered what he found to be so thrilled about. His own battle with life, he must have gone out to the fight years ago under much the same circumstances, had apparently brought him none of the glory he was now urging his young charges to strive for. He had to stay in a schoolroom and breathe chalk dust. Whatever the battle of life might be, he was going to fight it out of doors, not like imprisoned school teachers and clerks and bookkeepers in First National banks. Only when alone under that splatter of stars did he feel the moment big with more than a mere release from textbooks. Then at last he knew that he'd become a man and must put away childish things, and his mind floated on the thought, off to those distant stars where other boys had that night, perhaps unwittingly, become men. He wished that people would not pester him with solemn questions about what he now meant to make of himself. They seemed to believe that he should be concerned about this. Winona was especially insistent. She said he stood at the parting of the ways, that all his future hung upon his making a seemly choice. And she said it gloomily, with frank foreboding, as one more than half expecting him to choose amiss. Judge Penniman was another who warned him heavily that it was a time to quit being a jack of all trades. The judge spoke as from a topless tower of achievement, relating anecdotes of his own persistence under difficulties at the beginning of a career which he allowed his hearers to infer had been of shining merit, hampered, it is true, by the most trying ill health. Even Mrs. Penniman said that they were expecting great things of him now that he had become a man. The boy dimly felt that there was something false in all this urgency. The superintendent of schools, and Winona, and the judge, and Mrs. Penniman seemed to be tightly wound up with expectancy about him, yet lived their own lives not too tensely. The superintendent of schools was not inspiring as a model. The judge, for all his talk, lived a life of fat idleness, with convenient maladies when the Penniman lawn needed mowing. Mrs. Penniman, it is true, fought the battle of life steadily with her plain and fancy dressmaking, but with no visible glory. And Winona herself was becoming a drab, sedate spinster, troubled about many things. He wondered why they should all conceive him to be meant for so much more than they had achieved. Why couldn't he relax into a life such as they led, without all this talk of effort and planning? It seemed to him that people pretty much allowed life to make itself for them and lived it as it came. He was not going to bother about it. Let it come. He would find a way to live it. People managed. Judge Penniman was never so ailing that he couldn't reach the harness shop for his game of checkers. The only person he knew who had really worked hard to make something of himself was Spike Brennan. So he resorted to the golf links that summer, heedless and happy. "Without ideals so far as one can read him," wrote Winona in her journal, underlining the indictment and closing it with 3 bold exclamation points. He was welcomed effusively to the golf course by John Knox McTavish. "Good," said John on the morning of his appearance, which was effusive for any McTavish. He liked the boy, not only because he drove a sweet ball, but because you could talk to him in a way you couldn't to parties you was talking to hold the club proper and to quit calling it a stick. He caddied that summer only for golfers of the better sort, and for Sharon Whipple, choosing his employ with nice discrimination. John had said golf was a grand game because more than any other game it showed how many kinds of fool a man could be betwixt his mind and his muscles. His apprentice was already sensitive to the grosser kinds. In addition to caddying, he taught the secrets of the game when pupils came too plenteously for John. But he lacked John's tried patience, and for the ideal teacher was too likely to utter brutal truths instead of polite and meandering diplomacies. He'd caught perhaps a bit too much of Spike Brennan's manner of instruction, a certain strained brusquerie, out of pace with people who are willing to pay largely for instruction which they ignore in spite of its monotonous repetition. John warned him that he must soften his clients, butter them up with nice words, or they wouldn't come back. He must say that they was doing grand. He did say it now and then, but with no ring of conviction. Still, it was a good summer, especially good because all the time he knew he was waiting for that morning in early September when the school bell would ring and he would laugh carelessly at what had once been the imperious summons. He thought that after this high moment he might be able to plan his life at least a little, not too minutely. Late that summer, Merle and Patricia Whipple came by appointment to play the course with him. Merle, too, had become a man. He would enter college that fall. Apparently no one was bothering about the plan of his life. And Patricia had become, if not a woman, at least less of a girl, though she was still bony and utterly freckled. They drove off, Patricia not far but straight, and Merle, after impressive preliminaries that should have intimidated any golf ball, far but not straight. After his shot he lectured instructively upon its faults. When he'd done, they knew why he'd sliced into the miry fen on the right. Then, with an expert eye, he studied his brother's stance and swing. The ball of Wilbur went low and straight and far, but the shot was prefaced, apparently, by no nice adjustment of the feet or by any preliminary waggles of the club. "No form," said Merle. "You ought to have form by this time, but you don't show any, and you put no force into your swing. Now, let me show you just one little thing about your stance." With generous enthusiasm, he showed his brother not only one little thing, but 2 or 3 that should be a buckler to him in time of need. And his brother thanked him, and so authoritative was the platform manner of Merle that he nearly said, "Yes, sir." After which Patricia played a brassy shot, and they all went to find Merle's ball among the oaks. After that they went on to Wilbur's ball, which, still without a trace of form, he dropped on the green with a mashie, in spite of Merle's warning that he would need a mid-iron to reach it. They drove, and again Merle lectured upon the 3 reasons why his ball came to rest in a sand trap that flanked the fairway. He seemed to feel this information was expected from him, nor did he neglect a generous exposition of his brother's failure to exhibit form commensurate with his far straight drive. His brother was this time less effusive in his thanks, and no danger whatever of replying, "Yes, sir." He merely retorted, "Don't lunge. Keep down," advice which the lecturer received with a frowning, I know, as if he'd lunged intentionally, with a secret purpose that would someday become known, to the confusion of so-called golf experts. Wilbur and Patricia waited while Merle went to retrieve his ball. They saw repeated sand showers rise over the top of a bunker. From where they stood, the players seemed to be inventing a new kind of golf, to be played without a ball. A pale mist hung over the scene. "I know just what he's saying," Patricia told Wilbur. "Shame on you," said he, and they both laughed, after which Patricia glanced at him oftener. It should be said that he was now arrayed as Winona would have him, in summer sports attire of careless but expensive appearance, including a silk shirt alleged by the maker to be snappy and a cap of real character. The instinct of the male for noticeable plumage had at last worked the reform that not all of Winona's pleading had sufficed for. Wilbur Cowan at the moment might, but for his excellent golf, have been mistaken for a genuine Whipple. Merle's homilies continued after each shot. He subjected his own drives to a masterly analysis and strove to incite his brother to correct form, illustrating this for his instruction with practiced swings that were marvels of nicety and learnedly quoting Braid and Varden. It was after one of these informative intervals, succeeding a brilliantly topped drive by the lecturer, that Patricia Whipple, full in the flooding current of Merle's discourse, turned her speckled face aside and flagrantly winked a greenish eye at Wilbur Cowan. Whereupon Wilbur Cowan winked his own left eye, that one being farthest from the speaker. The latter, having concluded his remarks for the moment, went to find his ball, and the two walked on. "He just ought to be taken down," suggested Patricia malevolently. "Think so?" demanded Wilbur. "Know so," declared the girl. "'Tisn't only golf. He's that way about everything, telling people things, how to do it and everything. Only no one at our house dares come down on him. Harvey D. and Ella, and even grandfather, they all jump through hoops for him, the cowards. I give him a jolt now and then, but I get talked to for it." "The boy needs some golf talk. He certainly does," conceded the other. "Too bad you're afraid to do it," Patricia said resignedly. She looked sadly away, then quickly back at him to see if it had taken. She thought it hadn't. He was merely looking as if he also considered it too bad. But on the next tee he astonishingly asserted himself as, comparatively, a golfing expert. He wasn't going to have this splendid brother, truly his brother for all the change of name, making a fool of himself before a girl. Full in the tide of Merle's jaunty discourse, he blazed out with an authority of his own, and in tones so arrogant that the importance of the other oozed almost pitiably from him. "Quit that. Listen, we've played 10 holes, and you haven't made one clean drive, and I've got off every one clean. I make this course in 73, and you'd never make it in 120 the way you're going. But every time you stand there and tell me things about your drive and about mine, as if you could really play golf." "Well, but my dear chap," Merle paused, trying to regain some lost spiritual value, "I'm merely telling you some little things about form." "Forget it," commanded the other. "You haven't any form yourself. You don't have form until you can play the game, and then you don't think about it. Maybe my form doesn't stick out, but you bet it must be tucked in there somewhere, or I couldn't hit the ball. You don't want to think I haven't any just because I don't stand there and make a long speech to the ball before swatting it." "Well, I was only saying," Merle began again, but in meekness such as Patricia had never observed in him. Hearing a sound in the background, Wilbur turned. She was staging a pantomime of excessive delight, noiselessly clapping her thin brown hands. He frowned at her. He was not going to have any girl laughing at his brother, and returned his attention to the late exponent of Braid and Varden. "Here," he teed a ball. "You do about every wrong thing you could. You don't overlook a single one. Now I'll show you. Take your stance. Address the ball." He had forgotten, in the heat of his real affection, all the difference in their stations. He was talking crisply to this Whipple as if he were merely a Cowan twin. Merle, silent, dazed, meek, did as he was directed. "Now take your back swing slower. You've been going up too quick. Go up slow. Stay there. Wait. Bend that left wrist under your club. Not out, but under. Here." He adjusted the limp wrist. "Now keep your weight on the left foot and come down easy. Don't try to knock the ball a mile. It can't be done. Now up again and swing. Easy." Merle swung, and the top ball went a dozen feet. "There, now I suppose you're satisfied," he said sulkily. But his instructor was not, it seemed, satisfied. "Don't be silly. You lifted your head. You have to do more than one thing right to hit that ball. You have to stay down to it. Here." He teed another ball. "Take your stance and see if you can't keep down. I'll hold you down." In front of the player, he grasped his own driver and rested it lightly upon the other's head. "Just think, that club weighs 100 pounds, and you couldn't lift your head if you wanted to. Now swing again. Turn the left wrist under. Swing. Easy. There." They watched the ball go high and straight, even if not far. "The Texas Leaguer," said Wilbur, "but it's all right. It's the first time this afternoon you've stayed in the fairway. Now again." He teed another ball, and the threesomes had become a mere golf lesson, plus a clash of personalities. Wilbur Cowan did all the talking. He was grim, steely-eyed, imperious. His splendid brother was mute and submissive, after a few feeble essays at assertion that were brutally stifled. Patricia danced disrespectfully in the background when neither brother observed her. She had no wish to incur again the tightly drawn scowl of Wilbur. The venom of that had made her uncomfortable. "See now how you hit 'em out when you do what I tell you," said the instructor at last, when Merle had a dozen clean drives to his credit. But the sun had fallen low and the lesson must end. "Awfully obliged, old chap." "Thanks a heap," said Merle, recovering slightly from his abjectness. "I dare say I shall be able to smack the little pill after this." The old chap hurled a last grenade. "You won't if you keep thinking about form," he warned. "Best way to forget that. Quit talking so much about it. After you make a shot, keep still or talk to yourself." "Awfully good of you," Merle responded graciously, for he was no longer swinging at a ball, but merely walking back to the clubhouse, where one man was as good as another. "There may be something in what you say." "There is," said Wilbur. He waved them a curt farewell as they entered the latest Whipple car. "But you know, the poor kid, after all, hasn't any form," the convalescent Merle announced to Patricia when they were seated. "He has nice hair and teeth," said the girl, looking far ahead as the car moved off. "Oh, hair. Teeth," murmured Merle, loftily careless, as one possessing hair and teeth of his own. "I'm talking about golf." "He lines them out," said Patricia caddishly. "Too much like a professional." Merle lifted a hand from the wheel to wave deprecation. "That's what the poor kid gets for hanging about that clubhouse all the time." "The poor kid," murmured Patricia. "I never noticed him much before." "Beastly overbearing sort of chap," said Merle. "Isn't he?" said Patricia. "I couldn't help but notice that." She shifted her eyes sidewise at Merle. "I do wish some of the folks could have been there," she added listlessly. "Is that so?" he demanded, remembering then that this girl was never to be trusted, even in moods seemingly honeyed. He spurted the new roadster in rank defiance of Newburn's lately enacted ordinance regulating the speed of motor vehicles. Yet the night must have brought him counsel, for he appeared the next afternoon, though without Patricia, to beseech further instruction from the competent brother. He did this rather humbly for one of his station. "I know my game must be pretty rotten," he said. "Maybe you can show me one or two more little things." "I'll show you the same old things over again," said Wilbur, overjoyed at this friendly advance, and forthwith he did. For a week they played the course together, not only to the betterment of Merle's technique, but to the promotion of a real friendliness between this Whipple and a mere Cowan. They became as brothers again, seemingly to have leaped the span of years during which they'd been alien. During those years, Wilbur had kept secret his pride in his brother, his exultation that Merle should have been called for this high eminence and not found wanting. There had been no one to whom he could reveal it, except to Winona, perhaps in little flashes. Now that they were alone in a curious renewal of their old intimacy, he permitted it to shine forth in all its fullness, and Merle became pleasantly aware that this sharp-speaking brother, where golf was concerned, felt for him something much like worship. The glow warmed them both as they loitered over the course, stopping at leisure to recall ancient happenings of their boyhood together. Far apart now in their points of view, the expensively nurtured Merle and Wilbur, who had grown as he would, whose education was of the street and the open, they found the common ground and rejoiced in their contact. "I don't understand why we haven't seen more of each other all these years," said Merle, on a late day of this renewed companionship. "Of course, I've been away a lot, school and trips and all that." "And I'm still a small towner," said Wilbur, though delightedly. It was worth being a small towner to have a brother so splendid. "We must see a lot of each other from now on," insisted Merle. "We must get together this way every time I come back." "We must," said Wilbur. "I hope we do, anyway," he added, reflecting that this would be one of those things too good to come true. "What I don't understand," went on Merle, "you haven't had the advantages I have, not gone off to school or met lots of people as I'm always doing, not seen the world, you know. But you seem so much older than I am. I guess you seem at least 10 years older." "Well, I don't know." Wilbur pondered this. "You do seem younger some way. Maybe a small town makes people old quicker, knocking around one the way I have, bumping up against things here and there. I don't know at all. Sharon Whipples says the whole world is made up mostly of small towns. If you know one through and through, you come pretty near knowing the world. Maybe that's just his talk. Surly old beggar. Somehow I never hit it off well with him. Too sarcastic, thinking he's funny all the time, uncouth too." Well, perhaps so. Wilbur was willing to let this go. He did not consider Sharon Whipples surly, or uncouth, or sarcastic, but he was not going to dispute with his curiously restored brother. "Try a brassy on that," he suggested, to drop the character of Sharon Whipple. Merle tried the brassy, and they played out the hole. Merle made an 8. "I should have had a 6 at most," he protested, "after that lovely long brassy shot." Wilbur grinned. "John McTavish says that the should-have-had score for this course is a marvel. He says if these people could count their should-have-hads, they'd all be playing under par. He's got a wicked tongue, that John." "Well, anyway," insisted Merle, "you should have had a 4, because you were talking to me when you flubbed that approach shot that cost you a couple. John says the card should have another column added to write in excuses. After each hole you could put down just why you didn't get it in 2 less. He says that would be grand for the Dubs." "The hole's 480 yards, and you were 30 yards from the green in 2, said Merle. "You should have had—" "I guess I should have had what I got." Sharon Whipple says that's the way with a lot of people in this life. Make fine starts and then flub their short game, fall down on easy putts and all that after they get on the lawn. He calls the fair greens lawns. Awful old liar when he counts his own score, said Merle. I played with him just once. Wilbur grinned again. He would cheerfully permit this one slander of his friend. You certainly can't trust him out of sight in the sand trap, he conceded. You'll say, how many, Mr. Whipple? And he'll say, well, let me see. 8 and a short tote. That's it, 8 and a tote. He means that he made 8 or about 8 by lifting it from the rough about 10 feet onto the fairway. Rotten sportsmanship, declared Merle. No, he's a good sport all right. He'd expect you to do the same. Or tee up a little bit for a mid-iron shot. He says he won't read the rules because they're too fine print. I like the old boy a lot, he concluded firmly. He wanted no misunderstanding about that, even if Merle should esteem him less for it. They drove from the next tee. 150 yards ahead, the fairway was intersected by a ditch. It was deep, and its cruel maw yawned hungrily for golf balls. These it was fed in abundance daily. Rottenly placed, that ditch, complained Merle as he prepared to drive. Only because you think so, replied his brother. Forget it's there, and you'll carry it every time. That's what Sharon Whipple does. It's what they call psychology. It's a mental hazard. Sharon Whipple says that's another thing about golf that's like real life. He says most all things that scare us are just mental hazards. Stuff, said Merle. Stuffy stuffness. The ditch is there, isn't it? Psychology or no psychology? You might ignore a hungry tiger, but calling him a mental hazard wouldn't stop him from eating you, would it? Sharon Whipple makes me tired. He placed the drive neatly in the ditch. There, he exploded triumphantly. I guess that shows you what the old gas bag knows about. Oh, you'll soon learn to carry that hole, his brother soothed. Now let's see what you can do with that niblick. He grinned again as they went on to the ditch. Sharon Whipple calls his niblick his gitter. Merle, however, would not join in the grin. Sharon Whipple still made him tired. In the course of their desultory playing, they discussed the other Whipples. Of course they're awfully fond of me, said Merle. Of course, said Wilbur. I guess Harvey D., father, would give me anything in the world if I asked for, ever since I was a kid. Horses, dogs, guns, motor cars. Notice the swell little roadster I'm driving? Birthday. You'd almost think he looks up to me. Says he expects great things of me. Why wouldn't he? Demanded the other. Oh, of course, Merle waved this aside. And Grandfather Gideon, he's an old brick. College man himself, class of '65. Think of that, way back in the last century. Sharon Whipple never got to college. Ran off to fight in the Civil War or something. That's why he's so countrified, I suppose. You take Gideon now, he's a gentleman. Anyone could see that. Not like Sharon. Polished old boy you'd meet in the club. And Mrs. Harvey D., mother, say, she can't do enough for me. Bores me stiff lots of times about whether I'm not going to be sick or something. And money. Lord, I'm supposed to have an allowance, but they all hand me money and tell me not to say anything about it to the others. Of course I don't. And Harvey D. himself, he tries to let on he's very strict about the allowance. Then he'll pretend he didn't pay me the last quarter and hand me 2 quarters at once. He knows he's a liar, and he knows I know it, too. I guess I couldn't have fallen in with a nicer bunch. Even that funny daughter of Sharon's, Cousin Juliana, she warms up now and then, slips me a couple of 20s or so. You should have seen the hit I made at prep. Fellows there owe me money now that I bet I never do get paid back. But no matter, of course. That Juliana always makes me kind of shiver, admitted Wilbur. She looks so kind of lemonish. She's all of that old girl. She's the only one I never do get close to. Soured old maid, I guess. Looks at you a lot, but doesn't say much, like she was sizing you up. That nose of hers certainly does stand out like a peak or something. You wouldn't think it either, but she reads poetry. Mushiest kind. Awful stuff. Say, I looked into a book of hers one day over at the old place. Something or other love lyrics was the title. Murder. I caught 2 or 3 things. Talk about raw stuff. You know, fellows and girls and all that. What she gets out of it beats me with that frozen face of hers. A little later he portrayed the character of Patricia Whipple in terms that would have incensed her, but that moved Wilbur to little but mild interest. You never know when you got your thumb on that kid, he said. She's the shifty one, all right. Talk along to you sweet as honey, but all the time she's watching for some chance to throw the harpoon into you. Venomous. Regular vixen. No sense of humor. Laughs at almost anything a fellow says or does. Trim you in a minute with that tongue of hers. And mushy. Reads stories about a young girl falling in love with strange men that come along when her car busts down on a lonely road. Got that bug now. Drives round a whole lot all alone looking for the car to go bluey and a lovely stranger to happen along and fix it for her that turns out to be a duke or something in disguise. Sickening. 2 years ago, she got confidential one night and told me she was going to Italy someday and get carried off to a cave by a handsome bandit in spite of her struggles. Yes, she would struggle. Not. Talk about mental hazards. She's one, all right. She'll make it lively for that family someday. With Harvey D depending on me a lot, I'm expecting to have no end of trouble with her when she gets to going good. Of course, she's only a kid now, but you can plot her curve easy. One of these kind that'll say one thing and mean another. And wild, like that time when she started to run off and found us in the graveyard. Remember? They laughed about this, rehearsing that far-off day with its vicissitudes and sudden fall of wealth. That was the first day the Whipples noticed me, said Merle. I made such a good impression on them that they decided to take me. At another time, they talked of their future. Wilbur was hazy about his own. He was going to wait and see. Merle was happily definite. I'll tell you, said he when they had played out the last hole one day. It's like this. I feel the need to express my best thoughts in writing, so I've decided to become a great writer. You know, take up literature. I don't mean poetry or muck of that sort. Serious literature. Of course, Harvey D talks about my taking charge of the Whipple interests, but I'll work him round. Big writers are somebody. Not bankers and things like that. You could be the biggest kind of a banker and people would never know it or think much about it. Writers are different. They get all kinds of notice. I don't know just what branch of writing I'll take up first, but I'll find out at college. Anyway, not mucky stories about a handsome stranger coming along just because a girl's car busts down. I'll pick out something dignified, you bet. I bet you will, said his admiring brother. I bet you'll get a lot of notice. Oh, Merle waved an assenting hand. Naturally, after I get started good. This ends Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 13. On a certain morning in early September, Wilbur Cowan idled on River Street, awaiting a summons. The day was sunny and spacious, yet hardly, he thought, could it contain his new freedom. Despairing groups of half-grown humans, still in slavery, hastened by him to their hateful tasks. He watched them pityingly, and when the dread bell rang, causing stragglers to bound forward in a saving burst of speed, he halted leisurely in sheer exultation. The ecstasy endured a full 5 minutes until a last tap of the bell tolled the knell of a tardy. It had been worth waiting for. This much of his future he'd found worth planning. He pictured the unfortunates back in the old room, breathing chalk dust, vexed with foolish problems, tormented by discipline. He was never again to pass a public school save with a sensation of shuddering relief. He had escaped into his future and felt no concern about what it should offer him. It was enough to have escaped. Having savored freedom another 10 minutes, he sauntered over to the advance office as a favor to Sam Pickering. A wastrel printer had the night before been stricken with the wanderlust, deciding at 5:30 to take the 658 for other fields of endeavor, and Wilbur Cowan had graciously consented to bridge a possible gap. He strolled into the dusty, disordered office and eased the worry from Sam Pickering's furrowed brow by attacking the linotype in spirited fashion. That week he ran off for 2 editions of the paper. A spotted small boy sat across the press bed from him to ink the forms. He confided impressively to this boy that when the last paper was printed, the bronze eagle would flap its wings 3 times and scream as a signal for beer to be brought from Fehlhaber's. The boy widened eyes of utter belief upon him, and Wilbur Cowan once more felt all his years. But he was still lamentably indecisive about his future, and when a new printer looked in upon the advance, he stepped aside. Whatever he was going to make of himself, it wouldn't be someone who had to sit down indoors. He would be slave to no linotype until they were kept in the open. He told Sam Pickering this in so many words. The former mansion's stable at length engaged his wandering fancy. The stable's old swinging sign, a carefully painted fop with flowing side whiskers and yellow topcoat, swiftly driving a spirited horse to a neat red-wheeled runabout, had been replaced by first-class garage. Of its former activities remained only 3 or 4 sedate horses to be driven by conservatives, and Starling Tucker, who lived in the past, dazed and unbelieving, becoming vivacious only in speech, beginning, "I remember when." These memories dealt with a remote time when a hoss was a hoss, and you couldn't have it put all over you by a lot of slick young smarties that could do a few things with a monkey wrench. Starling, when he thus discoursed, sat chiefly in the little office before the rusty stove, idly flicking his memory with a buggy whip from the rack above his head, where reposed a dozen choice whips soon to become mere museum pieces. Wilbur's connection with this thriving establishment was both profitable and entertaining. Judge Penniman divined the truth of it. "He don't work, he just plays." He played with disordered motors and unerringly put them right. But he seemed to lack steadiness of purpose. He would leave an ailing car to help out Sam Pickering, or he would leave for a round of golf with Sharon Whipple, Sharon complaining that other people were nothing but doggone golf lawyers, and he would insist upon time off at 3 o'clock each afternoon to give Spike Brennan his workout. Spike had labored to develop other talent in Newbern, but with ill success. When you got 'em learned a little about the game, they acted like a lot of sissies over a broken nose or a couple of front teeth out or something. What he wanted was lads that would get the beak straightened, pretty near as good as new, or proper gold ones put in, and come back looking for more trouble. Wilbur Cowan alone he had found dependable. Even so, the monotony of mere car repairing began to irk him. It was then he formed a pleasant alliance with old Porter Howgill, whose repair shop was across the street from the first-class garage. Porter's swinging sign, weathered and ancient like that of the mansion's stable, said in a bold challenge, "Ask me, I do everything." And once Porter had done everything. Now there were a number of things he couldn't do even when asked. He was aging and knotted with rheumatism, and his failing eyes did not now suffice for many of the nicer jobs. Wilbur Cowan came to him, and even as had Porter in the days when the sign was bright, did everything. It was a distinct relief to puzzle over a sewing machine after laboring with too easily diagnosed motor troubles, or to restore a bit of marquetry in a table, or play at a feat of locksmithing. The first-class garage urged him to quit fiddling around and become its foreman, but this glittering offer he refused. It was too much like settling down to your future. "Got his father's vagabond blood in his veins," declared Judge Penniman. "Crazy, too, like his father. You can't tell me Dave Cowan was in his right mind when the Whipples offered, in so many words, to set him up in any business he wanted to name and pay all expenses, and he spurned him like so much dirt beneath his heel. Acted like a crazy loon is what I say, and this jack of all trades is showing the strain. Mark my words, they'll both end their days in a madhouse." No one did mark his words. Not even Winona, to whom they were uttered with the air of owlish, head-snapping wisdom which marked so many of the invalid's best things. She was concerned only with the failure of Wilbur to select a seemly occupation. His working dress was again careless. He reeked with oil, and his hands, hard, knotty hands, seemed to be permanently grimed. Even Lyman Teaford managed his thriving flour and feed business, with a butter and eggs and farm produce department, in the garments of a gentleman. True, he often worked with his coat off, but he removed his cuffs and carefully protected the sleeves of his white shirt with calico oversleeves held in place by neat elastics. Once away from the store, he might have been anybody, even a banker. Winona sought to enlist Lyman's help in the matter of Wilbur's future. Lyman was flaccid in the matter. The boy had once stolen into the Penniman parlor while Lyman and Winona were out rifling the icebox of delicacies, and enticed by the glitter of Lyman's flute, had thrillingly taken it into his hands to see what made it go, dropping it in his panic from the center table to the floor when he heard the returning steps. Lyman had never felt the same toward Wilbur after that. Now, even under the blandishments of Winona, he was none too certain that he would make a capable flour and feed merchant. Wilbur himself, to whom the possibility was broached, proved all too certain that he would engage in no mercantile pursuit whatever, surely none in which he might be associated ever so remotely with Lyman Teaford, whom for no reason he'd always viewed with profound dislike. This incident closed almost before it opened. Winona again approached Sharon Whipple in Wilbur's behalf, but Sharon was not enough depressed by the circumstance that Wilbur's work was hard on clothes, or that tasks were chosen at random and irregularly toiled at. "Let him alone," advised Sharon. "Pretty soon he'll harden and settle. Besides, he's getting his education. He ain't educated yet." "Education?" demanded Winona, incredulous. "But he's left school." "He'll get it out of school. Only kind ever I got. He's educating himself every day. Never mind his clothes. Right clothes are only right when they fit your job. Give the boy a chance to find himself. He's still young. Buck is still in the gristle." Winona winced at gristle. It seemed so physiological, almost coarse. A year went by in which Wilbur was perforce left to his self-education, working for Porter Howgill or at the garage or for Sam Pickering as he listed. "I'm making good money," was his steady rejoinder to Winona's hectoring. As if money were everything, wrote Winona in her journal, where she put the case against him. Then, when she'd ceased to hope better things for him, Wilbur Cowan seemed to waken. There were signs and symptoms Winona thus construed. He became careful in his attire, bought splendid new garments. His lean, bold jaw was almost daily smoothed by the razor of Don Paley, and Winona discovered a flask of perfume on his bureau in the little house. The label was Heart of Flowers. It was perhaps a more florid essence than Winona would have chosen, having a downright vigor of assertion that left one in no doubt of its presence. But it was infinitely superior to the scent of machine oil or printer's ink, which had far too often betrayed the boy's vicinity. Now, too, he wore his young years with a new seriousness, was more restrained of speech, with intervals of apparent lofty meditation. Winona rejoiced at these evidences of an awakening soul. The boy might, after all, some day become one of the better sort. She felt sure of this when he sought her of his own free will and awkwardly invited her to beautify his nails. He, who had aforetime submitted to the ordeal under protest, who'd sworn she should never again so torture him. Surely he was striving at last to be someone people would care to meet. Poor Winona did not dream that a great love had come into Wilbur Cowan's life. A deep and abiding love that bathed all his world in colorful radiance and moved him to those surface elegances for which all her own pleading had been in vain. Not even when he asked her one night, while she worked with buffer and orange woodstick, if she believed in love at first sight, did she suspect the underlying dynamics, the true inebriating factor of this reform. He put the query with elaborate and deceiving casualness, having cleared a road to it with remarks upon a circumspect historical romance that Winona had read to him, and she'd merely said that she supposed it often did happen that way, though it were far better that true love come gently into one's life, based upon a profound mutual respect and esteem which would endure through long years of wedded life. Wilbur had questioned this, but so cautiously and quite impersonally that Winona could not suspect his interest in the theme to be more than academic. She believed she'd convinced him that love at first sight, so called, is not the love one reads about in the better sort of literature. She was not alarmed, not even curious. In her very presence the boy had trifled with his great secret, and she had not known. So continuously had Winona dwelt in the loftier realms of social and spiritual endeavor. It's doubtful if she knew that an organization known as the Friday Night Social Club was doing a lot to make life brighter for those of New Bern citizens who were young and sportive, and yet not precisely people of the better sort. In the older days of the town, when Winona was 20, there was but one social set. Now she was 30, and there were two sets. She knew the town had grown. One nowadays saw strange people that one did not know, even many one would not care to know. If she had been told that the Friday Night Social Club met weekly in nights of Pythias Hall to dance those sinister new dances that the city papers were so outspoken about, she would have considered it an affair of the underworld, about which the less said the better. Had it been disclosed to her that Wilbur Cowan, under the chaperonage of Edward Spike Brennan, 133 pounds, ringside, had become an addict of these affairs, a determined and efficient exponent of the weird new steps, a good thing for your footwork, Spike had said, she would have considered he had plumbed the profoundest depths of social ignominy. Yet so it was. Each Friday night he danced. He liked it, and while he disported himself from the lightest of social motives, love came to him. The world was suddenly a place of fixed rainbows, and dancing, with her, no longer a gladsome capering, but a holy rite. On a certain Friday evening, unstarred by any portent, she'd burst upon his yielding eyes. Instantly, he could have told Winona more than she would ever know about love at first sight. a creature of rounded beauty, peerlessly blonde, her mass of hair elaborately coiffed and bound about her pale brow with a fillet of sable velvet. He saw her first in the dance, sumptuously gowned, regal yet blithe, yielding as might a goddess to the mortal embrace of Bill Barden as they fox-trotted to the viol's surge. He was stricken dumb until the dance ended. Then he gripped an arm of Spike Brennan, who'd stood by him against the wall, looking him over, as Spike had put it. "Look," he urged in tones hushed to the wonder of her. Spike had looked. "Gee," breathed the stricken one mechanically. He would not have chosen the word, but it formed a vent for his emotions. "Bleached blonde," said Spike, after a sharper scrutiny of the fair one, who now coquetted with a circle of gallants. "Isn't she?" exclaimed the new lover, admiringly. With so golden a result to dazzle him, was he to quarrel pettishly with the way it had been wrought? "Do you suppose I could be introduced to her?" demanded Wilbur timidly. This marked the depth of his passion. He was too good a dancer to talk such nonsense ordinarily. "Surest thing you know," said Spike. "Could you be introduced to her? In a split second. Come on." "But you don't know her yourself," Wilbur hung back. "Stop your kidding." Spike half dragged his fearful charge across the floor, not too subtly shouldered away between Bill Barden and Terry Stamper, bowed gracefully to the strange beauty, and said, "Hello, sister. Shake hands with my friend, Kid Cowan." "Pleased to meet you." She smiled graciously upon Wilbur and extended a richly jeweled hand, which he timidly pressed. Then she turned to Spike Brennan. "I know your name all right," she declared. "You're that Mr. Fresh we hear so much about, giving introductions to parties you ain't met yourself." Wilbur Cowan blushed for Spike's faux pas, looking to see him slink off abashed. But there were things he had yet to learn about his friend. "Just for that," said Spike, "I'll take this dance with you." And brazenly he encircled her waist as the music came anew. "It's hot tonight," said Wilbur, very simply to Terry Stamper and Bill Barden, as they moved off the floor to an open window. His dancing eyes followed Beauty in the dance, and he was at her side when the music ceased. Until it came again, he fanned by an open window her flushed and lovely face. Her name was Pearl. "I wish this night would last forever," he murmured to her. "Tut, tut," said Pearl in humorous dismay, "and me having to be at business at 7 a.m. Only then did he learn that she was not a mere social butterfly, but one of the proletariat, that, in truth, she waited on table at the mansion. Instantly he constructed their future together. He would free her from that life of toil. "You're too beautiful for work like that," he told her. Pearl eyed him with sudden approval. "You're all right, kid. I often said the same thing myself, but no one's fell for it up to date." They danced, and again they danced. "You're the nicest boy in the bunch," murmured Pearl. "I never saw anyone so beautiful," said Wilbur. Pearl smiled graciously. "I love the sound of your voice," she said. She was wrested from him by Bill Barden. When he would have retrieved her, Terry Stamper had secured her notice. So through another dance he stood aloof against the wall, moody now. It might be only social finesse in Pearl, but she was showing to others the same pleased vivacity she'd shown to him. Could it be she did not yet understand? Had she possibly not divined that they two were now forever apart from the trivial world? They danced again. "Don't you feel as if we'd always known each other?" he demanded. "Sure, kid," breathed Pearl. It was after still another dance. She'd meantime floated in the arms of a mere mill foreman. This time he led her into the dusky hallway, where open windows brought the cool night to other low-voiced couples. He led her to the farthest window where the shadow was deepest, and they looked out above the roof of Rapp Brothers jewelry to a sky of pale stars and a blonde moon. "Ain't it great?" said Pearl. He stood close to her, trembling from the faintest contact with her loveliness. He wished to kiss her. He must kiss her. But he was afraid. Pearl was sympathetic. She divined his trouble, and in the deep shadow she adroitly did it herself. Then she rebuked his boldness. "Say, but you're the quick little worker, seems to me." For a moment he was incapable of speech, standing mute, her warm hand in his. "It's been a dream," he managed at last, "just like a dream. Now you belong to me, don't you?" "Sure, if you want to put it that way," said Pearl. "Come on, there's the music again." At the door she was taken from him by the audacious mill foreman. Wilbur was chilled. Pearl had instantly recovered her public or ballroom manner. Could it be that she'd not been rightly uplifted by the greatness of their moment? Did she realize all it would mean to them? But she was meltingly tender when at last they swayed in the waltz to Home, Sweet Home, and it was he who bore her off under the witching moon to the side entrance of the mansion. They lingered a moment in the protecting shadows. Pearl was chatty, not sufficiently impressed, it seemed to him, with the sweet gravity of this crisis. "We're engaged now," he reminded her. Pearl laughed lightly. "Have it your own way, kid. What do you say your name was?" She kissed him again. Then he wandered off in the mystic night, far over a world reeling through golden moonshine, to reach his dark but glowing little room at an hour that would have disquieted Winona. It was the following day that he cheered her by displaying a new attention to his apparel, and it was before the ensuing Friday night dance that he had submitted his hands to her for embellishment, talking casually of love at first sight. There followed for him a time of fearful delight, not unmarred by spells of troubled wonder. Pearl was not exclusively enough his. She danced with other men. She chatted with them as with her peers. She seemed even to encourage their advances. He would have preferred that she found these repulsive, but she continued gay, even hard under his chiding. "Tut, tut, I've been told I got an awfully feminine nature. A girl of my type is bound to have gentlemen friends," she protested. He aged under this strain. He saw now that he must abandon his easy view about his future. He must indeed plan his life. He must choose his vocation, follow it grimly, with one end in view. Pearl must become his in the sight of God and man, especially man, with the least delay. He delighted Sam Pickering by continuing steadily at the linotype for 5 consecutive weeks, while business piled up at the first-class garage, and old Porter Howgill was asked vainly to do everything. Then, on a fateful night, Lyman Teaford assumed a new and disquieting value in his life. Lyman Teaford, who for a dozen years had gone with Winona Penniman faithfully, if not spectacularly. Lyman Teaford, dignified and genteel, who belonged to Newburn's better set, had one night appeared at an affair of the Friday Night Social Club. Perhaps because he'd reached the perilous 40s, he'd suddenly determined to abandon the safe highway and seek adventure in miry bypaths. Perhaps he felt that he'd austerely played the flute too long. At any rate, he came and danced with the lower element of Newburn, not oftener with Pearl than with others that first night. But he came again and danced much oftener with Pearl. There was no quick, hot alarm in the breast of Wilbur Cowan. Lyman Teaford was an old man, chiefly notable in Wilbur's opinion for the remarkable fluency of his Adam's apple, while, with chin aloft, he played high notes on his silver flute. Yet dimly at last he felt discomfort at Lyman's crude persistence with Pearl. He danced with others now, only when Pearl was firm in refusals. Wilbur to her jested with venomous sarcasm at the expense of Lyman. Women were difficult to understand, he thought. What could her motive be? The drama, Greek in its severity, culminated with a sickening velocity. On a Monday morning, in but moderate torment at Pearl's inconsistency, Wilbur Cowan sat at the linotype in the advance office, swiftly causing type metal to become communicative about the week's doings in Newbern. He hung a finished sheet of Sam Pickering's penciled copy on a hook and casually surveyed the sheet beneath. It was a social item, he saw, the notice of a marriage. Then names amazingly leaped from it to sear his defenseless eyes. Lyman Teaford, Miss Pearl King. He gasped and looked about him. The familiar routine of the office was underway. In his little room beyond, he could see Sam Pickering scribbling other items. He constrained himself to read the monstrous slander before him. Lyman N. Teaford, one of our best-known businessmen, was last evening united in the bonds of holy wedlock to Miss Pearl King, for some months employed at the Mansion House. The marriage service was performed by the Reverend Mallet at the parsonage, and was attended by only a few chosen friends. The happy pair left on the 6:58 for a brief honeymoon at Niagara Falls, and on their return will occupy the Latimer mansion on North Oak Street, recently purchased by the groom in view of his approaching nuptials. A wide circle of friends wished them all happiness. Wilbur Cowan again surveyed the office, and again peered sharply in at Sam Pickering. His first wild thought was that Sam had descended to a practical joke. If so, it was a tasteless proceeding. But he must be game. It was surely a joke, and Sam and the others in the office would be watching him for signs of anguish. His machine steadily clicked off the item. He struck not one wrong letter. He hung the sheet of paper on its hook and waited for the explosion of crude humor. He felt that his impassive demeanor had foiled the mean intention. But no one regarded him. Sam Pickering wrote on. Terry Stamper stolidly ran off cards on the job press. They were all indifferent. Something told him it was not a joke. He finished the next sheet of copy. Then, when he was certain he'd not been jested with, he rose from the torturing machine, put on his coat, and told Sam Pickering he had an engagement. Sam hoped it wouldn't keep him from work that afternoon. Wilbur said, possibly not, though he knew he would now loathe the linotype forever. By the way, he managed it jauntily, as Sam bent again over his pad of yellow copy paper, I see Lyman Teaford's name is going to be in print this week. Sam paused in his labor and chuckled. Yes, the old hard shell has landed. That blonde hasn't been bringing him his 3 meals a day all this time for nothing. She must have married him for his money, Wilbur heard himself saying in cold, cynical tones. The illumining thought had just come. That explained it. Sure, agreed Sam. Why wouldn't she? Late that afternoon, in the humble gymnasium at the rear of Pegleg McCarran's, Spike Brennan emerged from a rally in which Wilbur Cowan had displayed unaccustomed spirit. Spike tenderly caressed his nose with a glove and tried to look down upon it. The swelling already showed to his oblique gaze. Say, kid, he demanded irritably, what's the big idea? Is this murder or just a friendly bout? You better behave or I'll stop pulling my punches. It could not be explained to the aggrieved Spike that his opponent had for the moment convinced himself that he faced one of Newbern's best-known businessmen. Later he contented himself with observing Lyman Teaford at Niagara Falls. The fatuous groom stood heedlessly at the cataract's verge. There was a simple push, and the world was suddenly a better place to live in. As for his bereaved mate, he meditated her destruction also, but this was too summary. It came to him that she'd been a lovely and helpless victim of circumstances, for he'd stayed on with Spike through the evening, and in a dearth of custom, Spike, back of the bar, had sung in a whining tenor, "For she's only a bird in a gilded cage." That was it. She had discarded him because he was penniless, had sold herself to be a rich man's toy. She would pay for it in bitter anguish. "Only a bird in a gilded cage," sang Spike again. An encore had been urged. At noon the following day, Winona Penniman, a copy of the Advance before her, sat at the Penniman luncheon table staring dully into a dish of cold rice pudding. She'd read again and again the unbelievable item. At length she snapped her head, as Spike Brennan would when now and again a clean blow reached his jaw, pushed the untouched dessert from her with a gesture of repugnance, and went aloft to her own little room. Here she sat at her neat desk of bird's-eye maple, opened her journal, and across a blank page wrote in her fine, firm hand, "What life means to me." It had seemed to her that it meant much. She would fill many pages. The name of Lyman Teaford would not there appear, yet his influence would be continuously present. She was not stricken, as had been another reader of that fateful bit of news. But she was startled, feeling herself perilously cast afloat from old moorings. She began bravely and easily, with a choice literary flavor. "My sensations may be more readily imagined than described." This she found true. She could imagine them readily, but could not, in truth, describe them. She was shocked to discern that for the first time in her correct life there were distinctly imagined sensations which she could not bring herself to word, even in a volume forever sacred to her own eyes. A long time she sat imagining. At last she wrote, but the words seemed so petty. All apparently that life meant to her was, how did she do it? She stared long at this. Then followed, as if the fruit of her further meditation, "There is a horrid bit of slang I hear from time to time. Can it be that I need more pepper?" After this, she took from the bottom drawer of her bureau that long-forgotten gift from the facetious Dave Cowan. She held the stockings of tan silk before her, testing their fineness, their sheerness. She was still meditating. She snapped her dark head, perked it as might a puzzled wren. "Certainly. More pepper," she murmured. This ends chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 14. A world once considered of enduring stability had crashed fearsomely about the ears of Winona Penniman and Wilbur Cowan. After this, no support was to be trusted, however seemingly stout. Old foundations had crumbled, old institutions perished, the walls of time itself lay wrecked. They stared across the appalling desolation with frightened eyes. What next? In a world to be ruined at a touch, like a house of cards, what vaster ruin would ensue? It did not shock Wilbur Cowan that nations should plunge into another madness the very day after a certain fair one, mentioned in his meditations as my pearl of great price, and ache, from the perfume label, my heart of flowers, had revealed herself but a mortal woman with an eye for the good provider. It occasioned Winona not even mild surprise that the world should abandon itself to hideous war on the very day after Lyman Teaford had wed beyond the purple. It was awful, yet somehow fitting. Anything less than a world war would have appeared inconsequent, anticlimactic to these two so closely concerned in the preliminary catastrophe, and yet so reticent that neither ever knew the other's wound. Wilbur Cowan may have supposed that the entire Penniman family, Winona included, would rejoice that no more forever were they to hear the flute of Lyman Teaford. Certainly Winona never suspected that a mere boy had been desolated by woman's perfidy, and Lyman's mad abandonment of all that people of the better sort most prize. Other people, close observers of world events, declared that no real war would ensue. It would be done in a few days, a few weeks at most. But Winona and Wilbur knew better. Now anything could happen, and would. Of all Newburn's wise folk, these two alone foresaw the malign dimensions of the inevitably approaching cataclysm. They would fall grimly silent in the presence of conventional optimists. They knew the war was to be unparalleled for blood and tears, but they allowed themselves no more than sinister, vague prophecies, for they could not tell how they knew. And they saw themselves active in war. They lost no time in doing that. The drama of each drew to a splendid climax with the arrival in Newbern of a French officer, probably a general, bound upon a grave mission. Wilbur's general came to seek out the wife of Lyman Teaford. To her he said in choice English, "Madame, I bring you sad news. This young man died gallantly on the field of battle. The flag of my country was about to be captured by the enemy when he leapt bravely forward, where no other would dare the storm of shot and shell, and brought the precious emblem safely back to our battle line. But even as the cheers of his comrades rang in his ears, an enemy bullet laid him low. I sprang to his side and raised his head. His voice was already weak, for the bullet had found rest in his noble heart. Tell her," he breathed, "that she sent me to my death so that she might become only a bird in a gilded cage. But tell her also that I wish her happiness in her new life." "Madame, he died there, while weeping soldiers clustered about with hats off and heads bowed. Died with your name on his pale lips. 'My pearl of great price,' he whispered, and all was over. I bring you this photograph, which to the last he wore above his heart. Observe the bullet hole and those dark stains that discolor your proud features." Whereupon Mrs. Lyman Teaford would fall fainting to the floor and never again be the same woman, bearing to her grave a look of unutterable sadness, even amid the splendors of a newly furnished Latimer residence on North Oak Street. Winona's drama was less depressing. Possibly Winona at 32 had developed a resilience not yet achieved by Wilbur at 20. She was not going to die upon a field of battle for any Lyman Teaford. She would brave dangers, however. She saw herself in a neat uniform, searching a battlefield strewn with the dead and wounded. To the latter she administered reviving cordial from a minute cask suspended at her trim waist by a cord. Shells burst about her, but to these she paid no heed. It was thus the French officer, a mere lieutenant, later promoted for gallantry under fire, first observed her. He called her an angel of mercy, and his soldiers, rough chaps but hardy and outspoken, cheered her as La Belle Américaine. So much for the war. But the French officer, a general now, perhaps with one arm off, came to Newbern to claim his bride. He'd been one of the impetuous sort that simply would not take no for an answer. The wedding was in the Methodist church and was a glittering public function. The groom was not only splendidly handsome in a French way, but wore a shining uniform, and upon his breast sparkled a profusion of medals. A vast crowd outside the church waited to cheer the happy couple, and slinking at the rear of this was a drab Lyman Teaford. Without medals, without uniform, dull, prosaic, enduring at this moment pangs of the keenest remorse for his hasty act of a year before. He too would never be the same man again. In truth, the beginning Teaford menage lay under the most unfavorable portents. Things looked dark for it. Yet, despite the forebodings of Wilbur and Winona, it began to be suspected, even by them, that the war would wear itself out, as old Dr. Purdy said, by first intention. And in spite of affecting individual dramas, they began to feel that it must wear itself out with no help from them. It seemed to have settled into a quarrel among foreign nations with which we could rightfully have no concern. Winona learned, too, that her picture of the nurse on a battlefield administering cordial to wounded combatants from the small keg at her waist was based upon an ancient and doubtless always fanciful print. Wilbur, too, gathered from the newspapers that, though he might die upon a battlefield, there was little chance that a French general would be commissioned to repeat his last words to Mrs. Lyman Teaford of New Bern Center. He almost decided that he would not become a soldier. Some years before, it is true, he'd been drawn to the life by a government poster, designed by one who must himself have been a capable dramatist. "Join the army and see the world," urged the large lettered legend above the picture. The latter revealed an entrancing tropical scene with graceful palms, adorning the marge of a pinkly sun-kissed sea. At a table in the background, 2 officers consulted with a private about an important-looking map, while another pleased-looking private stood at attention nearby. At the left foreground, a rather obsequious-looking old colonel seemed to be entreating a couple of spruce young privates to drop round for tea that afternoon and meet the ladies. Had Wilbur happened upon this poster in conjunction with the resolve of Miss Pearl King to be sensible, it is possible his history might have been different. But its promise had faded from his memory ere his life was wrecked. He felt now merely that he ought to settle down to something. Even Sharon Whipple plainly told him so. He said it was all right to knock about from one thing to another while you were still in the gristle. Up to 20, a boy's years were kind of yeasty and uncertain, and if he was anyway self-headed, he ought to be left to run. But after 20, he lost his pin feathers and should begin to think about things. So Wilbur began to think about things. He continued to do everything that old Porter Howgill was asked to do, to repair cars for the mansion garage, and to be a shield and buckler to Sam Pickering in time of need. The advance office became freshly attractive at this time because Sam had installed a wonderful new power press to print the paper daily. For the advance, as Sam put it, could be found ever in the van of progress. The new press had innermost secrets of structure that were presently best known to Wilbur Cowan. No smeared small boy was required to ink its forms, and no surmounting bronze eagle was reported to scream for beer when the last paper was run off. Even Dave Cowan, drifting in from out of the nowhere, in shoes properly describable as only memories of shoes, said she was a snappy little machine, and applauded his son's easy mastery of it. So the days of Wilbur were busy days, even if he had not settled far enough down to suit either Sam Pickering, Porter Howgill, who did everything if asked, or the first-class garage. And the blight put upon him by a creature as false as she was beautiful proved not to be enduring. He was able indeed to behold her without a tremor, save of sympathy for one compelled to endure the daily proximity of Lyman Teaford. But the war prolonged itself as only he and Winona had felt it would, and presently it began to be hinted that a great nation, apparently unconcerned with its beginning, might eventually be compelled to a livelier interest in it. Herman Feilhaber was a publicly exposed barometer of this sentiment. At the beginning he beamed upon the world and predicted the fatherland's speedy triumph over all the treacherous foes. When the triumph was unaccountably delayed, he appeared mysterious but not less confident. The Prussian system might involve delay, but Prussian might was none the less invincible. Herman would explain the Prussian system freely to all who cared to listen, and many did attentively, from high diplomacy to actual fighting. He left many of his hearers with a grateful relief that neutrality had been officially enjoined upon them. Later, Herman beamed less brightly as he recounted tales of German prowess. He came to exhibit a sort of indignant pity for the fatherland, into whose way so many obstacles were being inopportunely thrown. He compared Germany to a wounded deer that ravenous dogs were seeking to bring down. But his predictions of her ultimate victory were not less confident. Mina Feilhaber wept back of the bar at Herman's affecting picture of the stricken deer with the arrow in her flank, and would be comforted only when he brought the war to a proper close. It was at this time that Winona wrote in her journal, "General Sherman said that war is the bad place. He knew." It was also at this time that a certain phrase from a high source briefly engaged the notice of Sharon Whipple. "Guinea pigs," said he, "are also too proud to fight, but they ain't ever won the public respect on that account. They get treated accordingly." It was after this that Sharon was heard ominously to wish that he were 30 or 40 years younger. And it was after this that Winona became active as a promoter of bazaars for ravaged Belgium and a pacifist whose watchword was "resist not evil." She wrote again in her journal, "If only someone would reason calmly with them." She presently became radiant with hope, for a whole boatload of earnest souls went over to reason calmly with the combatants. But the light she had seen proved deceiving. The earnest souls went forward, but for some reason never fully revealed to Winona, they'd been unable to reason calmly with those whose mad behavior they had meant to correct. It was said that they had been unable to reason calmly even among themselves. It was merely a mark of Winona's earnestness that she felt things might have gone differently had the personnel of this valiant embassy been enlarged to include herself. Meantime, war was becoming more and more the bad place, just as General Sherman had said. She little thought now for silk stockings or other abominations of the frivolous, for her own country seemed on the very verge of committing a frightful error. Some time had elapsed since Wilbur Cowan definitely knew that he would never go to war because of the mother of Lyman Teaford's infant son. He began to believe, however, that he would relish a bit of fighting for its own sake. Winona reasoned with him as she would have reasoned with certain high personages on the other side of the water, and perhaps with as little success. He replied cryptically that he was an out-and-out phagocyte, and getting more so every time he read a newspaper. Winona winced at the term. It seemed to carry sinister implications. Where did the boy hear such words? This one he had heard on a late Sunday afternoon when he sat, contrary to a municipal ordinance of Newbern, in the back room of Herman Feilhaber, with certain officials sworn to uphold that ordinance, who drank beer and talked largely about what we should do. For it had then become shockingly apparent that the phrase about our being too proud to fight had been, in its essential meaning, misleading. Dave Cowan, citizen of the world and student of its structure, physical and social, had proved that war, however regrettable, was perhaps never to be avoided, that in any event one of the best means to avoid it was to be known for your fighting ways. Anyway, war was but an incident in human progress. Dave's hair had thinned in the years of his wandering to see a man at Seattle or New Orleans, and he now wore spectacles, without which he could no longer have enlarged his comprehension of cosmic values, for his latest library of universal knowledge was printed in very small type. Dave said that since the chemicals had got together to form life, everything had lived on something else, and the best livers had always been the best killers. He did not pretend to justify the plan, but there it was, and it worked the same whether it was one microscopic organism preying on another, or a bird devouring a beetle, or Germany trying to swallow the world. Rapp Sr. said that was all very well, but that these pacifists would keep us out of war yet. Dr. Purdy, with whom he had finished a game of pinochle — Herman Feilhaber had lately been unable to keep his mind on the game — set down his beer stein in an authoritative manner, having exploded with rage even while he swallowed some of the last decent beer to come to New Bern Center. He wiped froth from his waistcoat. "Pacifists," he stormed. "Why don't they ever look into their own bodies? They couldn't live a day on non-resistance to evil. Every one of their bodies is thronged with fighting soldiers. Every pacifist is a living lie. Phagocytes, that's what they are, white corpuscles, and it's all they're there for. They believe in preparedness hard enough. See 'em march up to fight when there's an invasion. And how they do fight. These pacifists belie their own construction. They're built on a fight from the cradle and before that. I wish more of their own phagocytes would begin to preach non-resistance and try to teach great moral lessons to invading germs. We wouldn't have to listen to so many of them. But phagocytes don't act that way. They keep in training. They don't say, like that poor old Maunderer I read this morning, that there's no use preparing, that 1,000,000 phagocytes will spring to arms overnight if their country's invaded. They keep in trim. They fight quick. If they didn't, we wouldn't be here." "These phagocytes is infantry, yes?" demanded Herman Feilhaber. "I never heard 'em named before like that." "Infantry and all the other branches in a healthy body, and our body is healthy. Watch our phagocytes come forward now, just as those tiny white corpuscles rush through the blood to an invaded spot. You'll see 'em come quick. Herman, your country has licked Belgium and Serbia. You can rightly claim that much. But you'll never get another decision. Too many phagocytes." Dave Cowan, who always listened attentively to Dr. Purdy for new words, was thus enabled to enlighten Winona about her own and other people's phagocytes. And Winona, overwhelmed by his massive detail, for Dave had supplemented Purdy's lecture with fuller information from his encyclopedia, had sighed and said, "Oh dear, we seem to be living over a volcano." This had caused Dave to become more volubly instructive. "Of course. Didn't you know that? How thick do you suppose the crust of the earth is, anyway? All we humans are, we're plants that have grown out of the cooled crust of a floating volcano. Plants that can walk and talk, but plants just the same. We float round the sun, which is only another big volcano that hasn't cooled yet. Good thing for us, it hasn't. And the sun and us are floating around some other volcano that no one has discovered yet because the circle is too big. And that one is probably circling around another one. And there you are. That's plain, isn't it?" "Not very," said Winona. "Well, I admit there's a catch in it I haven't figured out yet, but the facts are right as far as I've gone. Anyway, here we are, and we got here by fighting, and we'll have to keep on fighting one way or another if we're going to get any place else." "I don't know anything about all that," said Winona, "but sometimes I almost think the Germans deserve a good beating." This was extreme for Winona, the arch pacifist. "You almost think so, eh? Well, that's a good specimen of almost thinking, because the Germans don't deserve any such thing unless someone can give it to them. If the bird can swallow the worm, the bird deserves the worm. The most of us merely almost think." It was much later, an age later it seemed to Winona, for her country, as she wrote in her journal, had crossed the Rubicon, that she went to attend a meeting of protest in a larger city than Newbern, a meeting of mothers and potential mothers who were persuaded that war was never excusable. She'd listened to much impassioned oratory with a sickening surprise that it should leave her half-hearted in the cause of peace at any price, and she'd gone to take her train for home, troubled with a monstrous indecision. Never before had she suffered an instant's bewilderment in detecting right from wrong. As she waited, she'd observed on a siding a long dingy train, from the windows of which looked the faces of boys. She was smitten with a quick curiosity. There were tall boys and short boys, and a few of them were plump, but mostly they were lean, with thin brown faces, and they were all ominously uniformed. Their keen young faces crowded the open windows of the cars, and they thronged upon the platforms to make noisy purchases from younger boys who offered them pitiful confections from baskets and trays. Winona stared at them with a sickened wonder. They were all so alive, so alert, so smiling, so eager to be on with the great adventure. In one of the cars, a band of them roared a stirring chorus. It stirred Winona beyond the calm that should mark people of the better sort. She forgot that a gentleman should make no noise and that a lady is serene. Forgot utterly. She waved a hand, timidly at first, to a cluster of young heads at a car window, and was a little dismayed when they waved heartily in return. She recovered and waved at another group, less timidly this time. Again the response was instant, and a malign power against which she strove in vain carried Winona to the train's side. Heads were thrust forth and greetings followed, some shy and low-toned, some with feigned man-of-the-world jauntiness. Winona was no longer Winona. A freckled young vendor with a basket halted beside her. Winona searched for her purse and emptied its hoard into one gloved hand. Coins spilled from this and ran about the platform. Hands sprang from the window above her to point out their resting places, and half a dozen of the creatures issued from the car to recover them for her. Flustered, eager, pleasantly shocked at her own daring, Winona distributed gifts from the basket, seeing only the hands that came forth to receive them. Chewing gum, candy, popcorn, figs, even cigarettes, and Winona, the first vice president and recording secretary of Newbern's Anti-Tobacco League. War was assuredly what Sherman had so pithily described it, for she now sent the vendor back to replenish his stock of cigarettes, and bought and bestowed them upon immature boys so long as her coin lasted. Their laughter was noisy, their banter of one another and of Winona was continuous, and Winona laughed, even bantered. That she should banter strangers in a public place. She felt rowdy, but liked it. There was a call from the front of the train, and the group about her sprang to the platform as the cars began to move, waving her gracious, almost condescending adieus, as happy people who go upon a wondrous journey will wave to poor stay-at-homes. Winona waved wildly now, being lost to all decorum, waved to the crowded platform, and then to the cloud of heads at the window above her. From this window a hand reached down to her, a lean, hard, brown hand, and the shy, smiling eyes of the boy who reached it sought hers in something like appeal. Winona clutched the hand and gripped it as she had never gripped a human hand before. "Goodbye, sister," said the boy, and Winona went a dozen steps with the train, still grasping the hand. "Goodbye! Goodbye! Goodbye, all of you," she called, and was holding the hand with both her own when the train gathered speed and took it from her grasp. She stood then watching other windows thronged with young heads as the train bore them on. She still waved and was waved at. Faint strains of the resumed chorus drifted back to her. Her face was hurting with a set smile. She stumbled back across the platform, avoiding other groups who cheered the passing train, and found sanctuary by a baggage truck loaded with crates of live chickens. Here she wept unnoticed, and wondered why she was weeping. Later, in her own train, she looked down and observed the white-ribboned badge which she had valiantly pinned above her heart that very morning. She had forgotten the badge, and those boys must have seen it. Savagely she tore it from its mooring to the detriment of a new georgette waist, and dropped it from the open window. That night she turned back in her journal to an early entry. If only someone would reason calmly with them. Resist not evil. She stared at this a long time. Then she dipped a new pen in red ink, and full across it she wrote, "What rotten piffle!" That is, she nearly wrote those words. What she actually put down was, "What R-TT-N piffle." To Wilbur Cowan, in recounting her fall from the serene heights of pacifism, she brazenly said, "Do you know, when that poor boy reached down to shake hands with me, if I could have got at him, I just know I should have kissed him." "Gee whiz," said Wilbur in amazed tribute. "I don't care," persisted Winona. "That's the way I felt. He was such a nice boy. He looked like you, as if he'd come from a good home and had good habits, and I did want to kiss him, and I would have if I could have reached him. And I'm not going to tell a falsehood about it for anyone, and I'm hostile." "Well, I guess pretty soon I'll be going," said Wilbur. Winona gazed at him with strangely shining eyes. "You wouldn't be any good if you didn't," she said suddenly. It was perhaps the least ornate sentence she'd ever spoken. "Gee whiz," said Wilbur again. "You've changed." "Something came over me," said Winona. This ends chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 15. Wilbur Cowan had hesitated in the matter of war. He wanted to be in a battle, had glowed at the thought of fighting. But if the war was going to be stopped in its beginning, what would be the use of starting? And he was assured, and more than half believed, that it would be stopped. Merle Whipple was his informant. Merle had found himself. The war was to be stopped by The New Dawn, a magazine of which Merle had been associate editor since shortly after his release from college. Merle, on that afternoon of golf with Wilbur, had accurately forecast his own future. Confessing then that he meant to become a great writer, he was now not only a great writer, but a thinker, in the true sense of the word. He had taken up literature. Not muck like poetry, but serious literature. And Whipple money had lavishly provided a smart little craft in which to embark. The money had not come without some bewildered questioning on the part of those supplying it. As old Sharon said, the Whipple chicken coop had hatched a gosling that wanted to swim in strange waters, but it was eventually decided that goslings were meant to swim and would one way or another find a pond. Indeed, Harvey Whipple was prouder of his son by adoption than he cared to have known, and listened to him with secret respect, covered with perfunctory business hints. He felt that Merle was above and beyond him. The youth indeed made him feel that he was a mere country banker. In the city of New York, after his graduation, Merle had come into his own, forming a staunch alliance with a small circle of intellectuals. Intelligentsia, Merle said, consecrated to the cause of American culture. He'd brought to New Bern and to the amazed Harvey Whipple the strange news that America had no native culture, that it was raw, spiritually impoverished, without national self-consciousness, with but the faintest traces of art in any true sense of the word. Harvey Whipple would have been less shocked by this disclosure, momentous though it was, had not Merle betrayed a conviction that his life work would now be to uphold the wavering touch of civilization. This brought the thing home to Harvey D. Merle, heading his valiant little band of thinkers, would light a pure white flame to flush America's spiritual darkness. He would be a vital influence, teaching men and women to cultivate life for its own sake. For the cheap and tawdry extravagance of our national boasting, he would substitute a chastening knowledge of our spiritual inferiority to the older nations. America was uncreative. He would release and nurse its raw creative intelligence till it should be free to function, breaking new intellectual paths, setting up lofty ideals, enriching our common life with a new self-conscious art. Much of this puzzled Harvey D. and his father, old Gideon. It was new talk in their world, but it impressed them. Their boy was earnest, with a fine intelligence. He left them stirred. Sharon Whipple was a silent, uneasy listener at many of these talks. He declared later, and to others, for Merle was not his son, that the young man was highly languageous and highly crazy, that his talk was the crackling of thorns under a pot, that he was a vain canter. "Forever canting," said Sharon, "a buffle-headed fellow, talking, bragging." He was equally intolerant of certain of Merle's little band of forward-looking intellectuals who came to stay weekends at the Whipple New Place. There was Emanuel Shilsky, who talked more pithily than Merle and would be the editor-in-chief of the projected New Dawn. Emanuel, too, had come from his far-off home to flush America's spiritual darkness with a new light. He'd written much about our shortage of genuine spiritual values, about the continual frustrations and aridities of American life. He was a member of various groups, the Imagist group, the Egoist group, the Sphericists, other groups piquantly named, versed in the new psychology, playing upon the word pragmatism as upon a violin. Sharon Whipple, the Philistine, never quite knew whether pragmatism was approved or condemned by Shilsky, and once he asked the dark-faced young man what it meant. He was told that pragmatism was a method and felt obliged to pretend that this enlightened him. He felt a reluctant respect for Shilsky, who could make him feel uncomfortable. And there was the colorful youngish widow, Mrs. Truesdale, who wrote free verse about the larger intimacies of life and dressed noticeably. She would be a contributing editor of the New Dawn, having as her special department the release of woman from her age-long slavery to certain restraints that now made her talk unpleasantly about if she dared give her soul free rein. This lady caused Sharon to wonder about the departed Truesdale. Was he carried away by sorrowing friends, asked Sharon, Or did he get tired one day and move off under his own power? No one ever enlightened him. Others of the younger intelligentsia came under his biased notice. He spoke of them as a rabble-rout who lived in a mad world, and God bless us out of it. But Sharon timed his criticism discreetly, and the New Dawn lit its pure white flame, a magazine to refresh the elect. Placed superbly beyond the need of catering to advertisers, it would adhere to rigorous standards of the true, the beautiful. It would tell the truth as no other magazine founded on gross commercialism would dare to do. It said so in well-arranged words. The commercial magazines full well knew the hideous truth, but stifled it for hire. The New Dawn would be honest. The sinister truth about America, as revealed in the initial number of the brave new venture, was that America was crude, blatant, boastful, vulgar, and money-grubbing. We were without ideals beyond the dollar, without desires save those to be glutted by material wealth. It was the high aim of the New Dawn, said the associate editor, Merle Whipple, to dethrone the dollar, to hasten and to celebrate the passing of American greed. Not until the second number was it revealed that the arch-criminals were to be found in the exploiting class, a sinister combination, all-powerful, working to the detriment of the common people, an industrial oligarchy under whose rule the cowed wage slave toiled for his crust of bread. This number unflinchingly indicted the capitalistic ruling class, fearlessly called upon the exploited masses to rise and throw off the yoke put upon them by this nefarious plunderbund. The workers' plight was depicted with no sparing of detail. The slaves groaning and wailing in the dark the song of mastered men, the sullen satanic music of lost and despairing humanity. Succeeding numbers made it plain that the very Republic itself had been founded upon this infamy. Our Revolutionary War had marked the triumph of the capitalistic state, the state that made property sovereign. The Revolutionary Fathers had first freed themselves from English creditors, then bound down as their own debtors an increasing mass of the American population. The document known as the Constitution of the United States had been cunningly and knowingly contrived to that end, thus thrusting upon us the commercial oligarchy which persisted to this day. It had placed the moneyed class securely in the saddle, though with fine phrases that seemed not to mean this. A conscious minority of wealthy men and lawyers, guided by the genius of Washington, Franklin, Hamilton, and Madison, had worked their full design upon the small farmer and the nascent proletariat. We had since been under the cult and control of wealth. After this ringing indictment, it surprised no Whipple to read that we'd become intolerant, materialistic, unesthetic. Nor was it any wonder that we were in no mood to brook religious or social dissension. With such a constitution fraudulently foisted upon us by the money-loving fathers of the Revolution, it was presumably not to be expected that we should exhibit the religious tolerance of contemporary Spain or Italy or France. Immersed in a life of crass material endeavor, small wonder that the American had remained in spiritual poverty of the most debasing sort until the New Dawn should come to enrich him, to topple in ruins an exploiting social system. Now the keen eyes of young America, by aid of the magnifying lens supplied by Emanuel Shulsky, would detect the land of the free to be in fact a land of greedy and unscrupulous tyrants, the home of the brave, a home of economic serfs. Young America, which fights for the sanctity of life, solid and alive with virile beauty, would revolt and destroy the walls of the capitalistic state, sweeping away the foul laws that held private property sacred. They would seek a cure for the falsehood of modern life in a return to nature, a return to the self where truth ever is. They would war with the privilege and ascendancy of the group over the individual conscience. Already the exploiting class, as it neared the term of its depleted life, was but a mass of purulence. Society was rotten, the state a pious criminal, the old truths tawdry lies. Everywhere the impotence of senility, except in young America. We faced the imminence of a vast breaking up. The subtlest oligarchy of modern time was about to crumble. The revolution was at hand. A succeeding number of the New Dawn let out the horrid truth about the war, telling it in simple words that even Wilbur Cowan could understand. Having sold munitions to the warring nations, we must go in to save our money. In short, as the New Dawn put it, the capitalistic ruling classes tricked the people into war. It was to be a war waged for greed. Young America, not yet perusing in large enough numbers the New Dawn, was to be sent to its death that capital might survive, the dollar be still enthroned. But the New Dawn was going to see about that. Young America would be told the truth. Two of the Whipples were vastly puzzled by these pronouncements and not a little disquieted. Old Gideon and Harvey D. began to wonder if by any chance their boy, with his fine intellect, had not been misled. Sharon was enraged by the scandalous assertions about George Washington, whom he had always considered a high-minded patriot. He had never suspected and could not now be persuaded that Washington had basely tricked the soldiers of the Revolution into war so that the capitalistic class might prevail in the new states. Nor would he believe that the framers of the Constitution had consciously worded that document with a view to enslaving the common people. He was a stubborn old man and not aware of his country's darkness. Perhaps it was too much to expect that one of his years and mental habit should be hospitable to these newly found truths. He was not young America. He'd thought too long the other way. Being of a choleric cast, he would at times be warmed into regrettable outbursts of opinion that were reactionary in the extreme. Thus, when he discussed with Gideon and Harvey D. the latest number of the magazine, containing the fearless exposure of Washington's chicanery, he spoke in terms most slighting of Emanuel Shilsky. He meant his words to lap over to Merle Whipple, but as the others were still proud, if in a troubled way, of the boy's new eminence, he did not distinguish him too pointedly. He pretended to take it all out on Emanuel, whom he declared to be no fair judge of American history. The other Whipples were beginning to suspect this, but were not prepared to admit it either to Sharon or to each other. For the present, they would defend Emanuel against the hot-headed aspersions of the other. "You said yourself, not a month ago," expostulated Harvey D., "that he was a smart little Jew." Sharon considered briefly. "Well," he replied, "I don't know as I'd change that. At least not much. I'd still say the same thing, or words to that effect." "Just how would you put it now?" demanded Gideon suavely. Sharon brightened. He'd hoped to be asked that. "The way I'd put it now, having read a lot more of his new dawning, I'd say he was a little Jew smarty." The other Whipples had winced at this. The New Dawn was assuredly not the simple light-bringer to America's spiritual darkness that they had supposed it would be, but they were not yet prepared to believe the worst. "If only they wouldn't be so extreme," murmured the troubled Harvey D. "If only they wouldn't say the country had been tricked into war by capital." "As a short horse and soon curried," said Sharon. They can't say it if you quit paying for it." "There you are," said Harvey D. "Merle would say that's an example of capitalism suppressing the truth." "Of course, I don't know." "Maybe it is." "Sure. Anyway, it would be an example of capital suppressing something. Depends on what you call the truth. If you think the truth is that Germany ought to rule the earth, you got it right. That's what all these pacifists and anti-militaries are arguing, though they don't let on to that. Me, I don't think Germany ought to rule the earth. I think she ought to be soundly trounced, and my guess is she's going to be. Something tells me this new dawn ain't gonna save her from her comeuppance. I tell you both plain out, I ain't going to have a magazine under my roof that'll talk such stuff about George Washington, the father of his country. It's too scandalous." Thus, the New Dawn lost a subscriber, though not losing, it should be said, a reader. For Sharon Whipple, having irately stopped his subscription by a letter in which the editor was told he should be ashamed of himself for calling George Washington a crook that way, thereafter bought the magazine hurriedly at the cut-rate pharmacy and read every word of it in secret places not under his roof. Wilbur Cowan, though proud of the New Dawn because his brother's name adorned it, had nevertheless failed to profit by its teachings. He was prepared to admit that America groped in spiritual darkness which the New Dawn would flush with its pure white light. He could not have contended with any authority that it was not a land of dollar hunters, basely materialistic, without ideals, artistically impoverished, and devoid of national self-consciousness, whatever that meant. These things were choice words to him, nothing more, and he had no valid authority on which to deny that the country was being tricked into war by the interests, something heinous that the New Dawn spelled with a capital letter. In a way, he believed this because his brother said so. His brother had been educated. He even felt shamefaced and apologetic about his resolve to enter the fight. But this resolve was staunch. He wanted to fight, even if he'd been tricked by Wall Street into feeling that way. The New Dawn said he'd been tricked, and he supposed it was true, even if he couldn't clearly detect how Wall Street had made Germany pursue the course that made him want to fight. So far as his direct mental processes could inform him, the only trickery involved had been employed by Germany and Spike Brennan. Germany's behavior was more understandable than the New Dawn, and Spike Brennan was much simpler in his words. Spike said it was a dandy chance to get into a real scrap, and all husky lads should be there in a split second at the first call. Perhaps Wall Street had tricked Spike into tricking Wilbur Cowan. Anyway, Spike was determined. Their decision was made one day after a brisk 6 rounds of mimic battle. They soaped and bathed and dried their bodies. Then they rested, sitting upon upended beer kegs in the storeroom of Pegleg McCarran, and talked a little of life. Spike for a week had been laconic, even for him, and had taken little trouble to pull his punches. Today he revealed that the interests had triumphed over his simple mind. He was going, and going quick. He recovered a morsel of gum from beneath the room's one chair, put it again into commission, and spoke decisively. "I'm going quick," he said. "When do we leave?" demanded Wilbur. "I'm leaving in 2 days." "We're leaving in 2 days." They chewed gum for an interval. "Way it is," said Spike at length. "I'm nothing but a fourth-rater in my game. I wasn't never a first-rater. I used to kid myself I was, but handier guys took it out of me. Never was better than a third-rater, I guess. But maybe in this other game I could get to be a first-rater. You can't tell. I still got the use of myself, ain't I? And I wouldn't be so much afraid as a guy who never fought no fights at all. It looks good to me. Of course, I don't know much about this here talk you read, making the world safe for Democrats and so forth. But there's certain parts of it that ought to be made unsafe for Germans. I got that much straight." "Where do we go from here?" demanded Wilbur Cowan. "New York," said Spike. "Enlist there. I got a friend in Tammany who'll see we get treated right." "Treated right? How?" "Sent over quick, not kept here. This guy's high up. He can get us sent." "Good." "Only thing worries me," said Spike. "Sleeping out of doors. It ain't healthy. They tell me you sleep any old place, on the ground or in a chicken coop, makes no matter. I never did sleep out of doors, and I hate to begin now. But I suppose I got to. Maybe. Time will get there. They'll have decent beds. I admit I'm afraid of sleeping out on the ground. It ain't no way to keep your health." He ruminated busily with the gum. "Another thing, kid, you gotta remember. In the box fighting game, sometimes even second money is good. I pulled down a few nice purses in my time. But this here gunfighting stuff, it's winner take all every time. In a gunfight, second money is mud. Remember that. And we ain't got the education to be officers. We got to do plain fighting." "Plain fighting," echoed Wilbur. "And I'll tell you another thing. From what I hear, they might put me to driving a car. But you bet I ain't going to take that long trip and get seasick, probably, just to fool around with automobiles. I'm going to be out where you are, plain fighting. So remember this. I don't know a thing about cars or motors. Never saw one till I come into the Army." "You're on," said Spike. "Now, let's eat while we can. They tell me over in the war your meals is often late." They ate at T-Bone Tommy's, consuming a vast quantity of red meat with but a minor accompaniment of vegetables. They were already soldiers. They fought during the meal several sharp engagements, from which they emerged without a scratch. "We'll be taking a lot of long chances, kid," cautioned Spike. "First thing we know, they might be saying it to us with flowers." "Let 'em talk," said the buoyant Wilbur. "Of course we'll get into trouble sooner or later." "Sure," agreed Spike. "Way I look at it, I got about one good fight left in me. All I hope is it'll be a humdinger." Later they wandered along River Street, surveying the little town with new eyes. They were far off. Over where the war was taking place, as Spike neatly put it. Surveying at that long range the well-remembered scene, revisiting it from some remote spot where perhaps it had been said to them with flowers. "We ought to tell Herman Feelhaber," said Spike. "Herman's a heiny, but he's a good scout at that." "Sure," agreed Wilbur. They found Herman alone at one of his tables, staring morosely at an untouched glass of beer. The Feelhaber establishment was already suffering under the stigma of pro-Germanism put upon it by certain of the watchful townspeople. Judge Penniman, that hale old invalid, had even declared that Herman was a spy, and signaled each night to other spies by flapping a curtain of his lighted room above the saloon. The judge had found believers, though it was difficult to explain just what information Herman would be signaling, and why he didn't go out and tell it to his evil confederates by word of mouth. Herman often found trade dull of an evening now, since many of his old clients would patronize his rival, Pegleg McCarran, for Pegleg was a fervent patriot who declared that all Germans ought to be in hell. Herman greeted the newcomers with troubled cordiality. "Sit down, you boys. What you have? Sarsaparilla? All right. Mama, 2 sarsaparillas for these young men." Minna Feelhaber brought the drink from the bar. Minna had red eyes and performed her service in silence, after which she went moodily back to her post. They drank to Herman's health and to Minna's, and told of their decision. "Right," said Herman. "I give you right." He stared long at his beer. "I tell you, boys," he said at last, "Mama and me, we got in a hard place, yes? Me, I'm good American, true blue. I got my last papers 22 years ago. I been good American since before that. Mama too. Both good. Then war comes, and I remember the fatherland. We don't never forget that, mind you. Even so, we are good Americans. But I guess maybe I talk a lot of foolishness about Germany whipping everybody she fight with. I guess I was too proud of that country that used to be mine. You know how it is, you boys. You remember your home and your people kinda nice, maybe? Sure, said Spike. Me, I was raised down back at the tracks in Buffalo. One swell place for a kid to grow up. But honest, sometimes I get waked up in the night and find myself homesick for that rotten dump. Sure, I know how you feel, Herman. Herman, cheered by this sympathy, drank of his beer. Putting down the glass, he listened intently. Minna at the bar was heard to be weeping. Mama, he called gruffly, you keep still once. None of that. Minna audibly achieved the commanded silence. Herman listened until satisfied of this, then resumed. Well, so far, so good. Then Germany don't act right, so my own country got to fight her. She's got to fight her. I'd get me another country if she didn't. But now people don't understand how I feel so. They say, yes, he praised Germany to the sky. Now I guess he talked the other side of his mouth pretty good. They don't understand me. I want Germany should be punished good, and my country she's going to do it good. That is big in my heart. But shall I go out on the street and holler, to hell with Germany? Not. Because people would know I lied, and I would know. I want Germany should be well whipped till all them sheep's heads is out of high places. But I can't hate Germans. I could punish someone good and not hate 'em. I'm a German in my blood, but you bet I ain't a pro-German. Mama, again I tell you, keep still once. And now you boys going to fight. That's good. Me, I would go if I was not too old. Not a better German fighter would they have than me. I kill 'em all what come till I fall over myself. You boys remember and fight hard so we make the world nice again. I bet you fight good, strong, husky boys like you. And I hope you come back strong and hearty and live a long time in a world you helped to put it right. I hope someday you have children will be proud because you was good Americans, like mine would be if we had a little one. I hope you teach 'em to fight quick for their own good country. Now, proceed. They drank, and in the stillness Minna Feilhaber was again heard to be lamenting. Herman addressed her harshly. Mama, now again I beg you shall keep still once. Minna appeared from back of the bar and became coherent. I wasn't crying no tears for Germans. Was crying for them. She waved a damp towel at Herman's guests. Herman soothed her. Now, them boys take care of themselves. Likely they have a little trouble here and there or someplace, but they come back sound, I tell you that. Now you dry up. You make some other people feel that way. Hear me? Minna subsided. You bet, resumed Herman, we're Americans good. Maybe I can't tell people so now, like they believe me. It's hard to believe I want Germans whipped good if I don't hate 'em. But it's true. And lots others besides me. They come in my place. Dagos, Wops, Honiaks, Swedes, Jews, every breed. And what you think? They keep talking about what us Americans had ought to do to lick Germany. It's funny, yes? To hear 'em say us Americans? But when you know them foreigners mean it so hard, well, it ain't funny. It's good. And me, say, I tell you something. If anyone say I ain't good American, I tell you this. I stand by America like I was born here. I stand by her if she fight Germany just as if she fight France. I stand by her in war, and I do more than that. You listen. Now comes it they say the country's going to be dry and put me out of business. What do you think of that, eh? So they'll shut booze joints like that fella McCarran runs, and even a nice place like this. So you can't buy a glass beer over shopping Rhine wine. What do you think? Maybe it's all talk, maybe not. But listen, this is my country, no matter what she does. I stand by her if she fights Germany to death, and by God, I stand by her if she goes dry. Could I say more? Prosit. This ends chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 16. The next day, Wilbur Cowan sought Sharon Whipple with the news that he meant to do a bit of plane fighting overseas. He found the old man in the stable, in troubled controversy with the rebellious car. He sat stonily at the wheel, and at intervals pressed a determined heel upon a self-starter that would whir but an impotent protest. He glared up at Wilbur as the latter came to rest beside the car. "Well, what now?" he spoke impatiently. "I'm going to enlist. I thought I would tell you." Sharon pointed the heavy brows at him with a thumb and uttered a disparaging humph. Then he appeared to forget the announcement and pressed again on the self-starter, listening above its shrill song for the deeper rumble of the engine. This did not ensue, and he shifted his heel, turning a plaintive eye upon the young man. "She don't seem to excite," he said. "I've tried, and I can't excite her." It was an old story to Wilbur Cowan. "Press her again," he directed. Sharon pressed, and the other raptly listened. "Ignition," he said. He lifted the hood on one side and with a pair of pliers manipulated what Sharon was never to know as anything but her gizzard, though the surgeon, as he delicately wrought, murmured something about platinum points. "Try her." Sharon tried her. "Now she excites," he exploded gleefully, as the hum of the motor took up the shrill whir of the self-starter. He stopped the thing and bent a reproachful gaze upon Wilbur. "Everyone else leaving me, even that Elihu Titus. I never thought you would after the way we've stood together in this town. I had a right to expect something better from you. I'd like to know how I'm going to get along without you. You show a lot of gratitude, I must say." "Well, I thought—" "Oh, I knew you'd go. I expected that." "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. "You wouldn't been any good if you hadn't. Even that Elihu Titus went." "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. He'd been waiting to ask Sharon's opinion about the only troubling element in his decision. This seemed the moment. "You don't think perhaps the war will be stopped or anything just as I get over there?" Sharon labored with a choice bit of sarcasm. "No, I guess it'll take more'n you to stop it, even with that Elihu Titus going along. Of course, some spy may get the news to him that you've started, and they may say, 'Why keep up the struggle if this Cowan boy's going in against us?' But my guess is they'll brazen it out for a month or so longer. Of course, they'll be scared stiff." Wilbur grinned at him, then spoke gravely. "You know what I mean. Merle. He says the plain people will never allow this war to go on because they've been tricked into it by Wall Street or something. I read it in his magazine. They're working against the war night and day, he says. Well, all I mean, I'd hate to go over there and be seasick and everything, and then find they'd stopped it. Intently, grimly, Sharon climbed from his car. His short, fat leg went back, and he accurately kicked an empty sprinkling can across the floor. It was a satisfying object to kick. It made a good noise and came to a clattering rest on its dented side. It was so satisfying that with another kick he sent the can bounding through an open door. "Gave it the second barrel, didn't you?" said Wilbur. Sharon grinned now. "Just a letter to your brother," he explained. Then he became profanely impassioned. "Fudge! Fudge and double fudge! Scissors and white aprons! Prunes and apricots! No, that war won't be stopped by any magazine. Go on, fight your fool head off. Don't let any magazine keep you back." "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. "They can't stop the war because there are too many boys like you all over this land. Trick or no trick, that's what they're up against. You're all fight while they're writing their magazines. Your reactions are different. That's a word I got from the dirty thing, and from that brother of yours. He gets a lot of use out of that word, always talking about his reactions. Just yesterday I said to him, 'Take care of your actions and your reactions will take care of themselves.' He don't cotton to me. I guess I never buttered him up with praise any too much. His languaciousness gets on me. He's got Gideon and Harvey D on a hot griddle too, though they ain't letting on. Here the Whipples have always gone to war for their country. Revolutionary War and 1812, Mexican War, Civil War, Spanish-American. Harvey D was in that. Didn't do much fighting, but he was belligerent enough. And now this son of his sets back and talks about his reactions. What I say, he's a Whipple in name only." "He's educated," protested Wilbur, quick to defend this brother, even should he cheat him out of the good plain fighting he meant to do. "Educated?" Sharon imitated a porpoise without knowing it. "Educated out of books. All any of that rabble out of his nose is what they read second-hand. They don't know people, don't know capitalists, don't even know these wage slaves they write about. That's why they can't stop the war. They may be educated, but you're enlightened. They know more books, but you know more life in a minute than they'll ever know. You got a better idea of the what for in this world. Let 'em write. You fight. If it rests on that hairy bunch to stop the war, you'll get a bellyful of fighting. They're just a noisy fringe of buzzers around the real folks of this country." "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. "I thought I'd ask." "Well, now you know. Shove off." "Yes, sir." Sharon's tone changed to petulance. "That's right. Leave me here to farm 2,500 acres all by myself, just when I was going to put in tractors. That's the kind you are. Just a fool country town boy with a head full of grand notions. Well, somebody's got to raise food for the world. She's going short pretty soon or I miss my guess. Somebody's got to raise bread and meat. All right. Leave me here to do the dirty work while you flourish round over there seeing the world and having a good time. I'm sick of the sight of you and your airs. Get out." "Yes, sir." "When you leaving?" "Tomorrow night, 6:58. "Sooner the better." "Yes, sir." Sharon turned back to the car, grumbling incoherent phrases. He affected to busy himself with the mechanism that had just been readjusted, looking at it wisely, thumbing a valve, though with a care to leave things precisely as they were. That afternoon, as Sharon made an absorbed progress along River Street, he jostled Winona Penniman, who with even a surpassing absorption had been staring into the window of one of those smart shops marking Newbern's later growth. Whereas boots and shoes had been purchased from an establishment advertising simple boots and shoes, they were now sought by people of the right sort from this new shop, which was labeled the Elite Bootery. Winona had halted with assumed carelessness before its attractively dressed window, displaying a colorful array of satin dancing slippers with high heels and bejeweled toes. Winona's assumption of carelessness had been meant to deceive passers-by into believing that she looked upon these gauds with a censorious eye, and not as one meaning flagrantly to purchase of them. Her actual dire intention was nothing to flaunt in the public gaze, nor did she mean to voice her wishes before a shop full of people who might consider them ambiguous. 4 times she had passed the door of the shop, waiting for a dull moment in its traffic. Now but 2 women were left, and they seemed to be waiting only for change. Her resolution did not falter. She was merely practicing a trained discretion. She was going to buy a pair of satin dancing slippers, though the whole world should look upon her as lost. Too long, she felt, had she dwelt among the untrodden ways. As she had confided to her journal, the placid serenity of her life had become a sea of mad unrest. Old moorings had been wrenched loose. She floated with strange tides. And Wilbur Cowan, who was going to war, had invited her to be present that evening at the opening of Newbern's new and gorgeous restaurant, where the diners, between courses and until late after dinner, would dance to the strains of exotic and jerky music, precisely as they did in the awful city. Winona had not even debated a refusal. The boy should be gratified. Nor did she try to convince herself that her motive was wholly altruistic. She had suddenly wished to mingle in what she was persuaded would be a scene of mad revelry. She definitely abandoned the untrodden ways. She thought that reading about war might have unsettled her ideals. Anyway, they were unsettled. She was going to this place of the gay nightlife, and she was going right. It was while she still waited, perturbed but outwardly cool, that the absorbed Sharon Whipple brushed her shoulder. She wondered if her secret purpose had been divined. But Sharon apparently was engrossed by other matters than the descent into frivolity of one who had long been austere. "Well," he said, beaming on her, "our boy is going over." Winona was relieved. "Yes, he's off, but he'll come back safe." "Oh, I know that. Nothing could hurt him, but I'll miss the skeezicks." He ruminated, then said pridefully, "That boy is what my son would have been if I'd had one. You can't tell me any son of my getting raising would have talked about his reactions when this time come." Winona winced ever so slightly at this way of putting it, but smiled valiantly. "Publishing magazines full of slander about George Washington and this new kind of stubby-ended poetry." "It's very different from Tennyson," said Winona. "The other one's a man," went on Sharon. "You remember when you was worried because he wouldn't settle down to anything? Well, you watch him from now on. He hasn't got the book knowledge, but he's got a fine outdoors education, and that's the kind we need most. Don't you see that fine look in his eye? Afraid of nothing, knowing how to do most anything? His is the kind makes us a great country. Outdoor boys from the little towns and farms. They're the real folks. I'm awful proud of him, though I ain't wanting that to get out on me. I've been watching him since he was in short pants. He's dependable, knows how. Say, I'm glad he took to the outdoors and didn't want to dress up every day and be a clerk in a store or a bank or some place like that. Wasn't it good?" "Wasn't it?" said Winona. bravely. "We need this kind in war, and we'll need it even more when the war is over, when he comes back." "When he comes back," echoed Winona. And then, with an irrelevance she could not control, "I'm going to a dance with him tonight." Her own eyes were dancing strangely as she declared it. "Good thing," said Sharon. He looked her over shrewdly. "Seems to me you're looking younger than you ought to," he said. Winona pouted consciously, for the first time in her hitherto honest life. "You're looking almighty girlish," asked Sharon with almost a leer, and Winona suffered a fearful apprehension that her ribs were menaced by his alert thumb. She positively could not be nudged in public. She must draw the line somewhere, even if she had led him on by pouting. She stepped quickly to the door of the elite bootery. "He'll come back all right," said Sharon. "Say, did I ever tell you how he got me to shooting a good round of golf? I tried it first with the wooden bludgeons and couldn't ever make the little round lawns under 7 or 8. Party snickering their fool heads off at me. So I says I can never make the bludgeons hit right. I don't seem to do more than harass the ball into 'em. So he says try an iron all the way. So I tried the iron utensils, and now I get on the lawn every time in good shape, I can tell you. Party soon begun to snicker sour all at once. I want you to know, it ain't anything for me to make that course in 98 or," Sharon's conscience called aloud, "or 110 or 15 or thereabouts in round numbers." "I'm so glad," said Winona. "I give him all the credit." And, he turned after starting on, "He'll come back. He'll come back to us." Winona drew a fortifying breath and plunged into the elite bootery. She was perhaps more tight-lipped than usual, but to the not-too-acute observer this would have betokened mere business-like determination instead of the panic it was. She walked grimly to a long bench, seated herself, and placed her right foot firmly upon a pedestal, full in the gaze of a clerk who was far too young, she instantly perceived, for negotiations of this delicacy. "I wish to purchase," she began through slightly relaxed lips, "a pair of satin dancing slippers like those in your window, high-heeled, one strap, and possibly with those jeweled buckles." She here paused for another breath, then continued tremendously, "Something in a shade to go with these." With dainty brazenness, the small hand at her knee obeyed an amazing command from her disordered brain, and raised the neat brown skirt of Winona a full 2 inches, to reveal a slim ankle between which and an ogling world there gleamed but the thinnest veneer of tan silk. Winona waited, breathless. She had tortured herself with the possible consequences of this adventure. She had even conceived a clerk of forbidding aspect who would now austerely reply, "Woman, how dare you come in here and talk that way? You who have never worn anything but black cotton stockings, or Leal at the worst, and whose most daring footwear has been a neat Oxford tie with low heels, such as respectable women wear. Full well you know that a love for the sort of finery you now describe and reveal is why girls go wrong, and yet you come shamelessly in here. No, it is too much. You forget yourself. Leave the place at once." Sometimes this improvisation had concluded with a homily in kinder words, in which she would be entreated to go forth and try to be a better woman. And sometimes, but not often, she had decided that a shoe clerk, no matter his age, would take her request as a mere incident in the day's trade. Other women wore such things, and perforce must buy them in a public manner. She'd steeled her nerve to the ordeal, and now she flushed with a fine new confidence, for the clerk merely said, "Certainly, madam," In the later shops of Newbern, they briefly called you Madam, and with a kind of weary professional politeness fell to the work of equipping her. A joyous relief succeeded her panic. She not only declared a moment later that her instep was far too high, but fitted at last in a slipper of suitable shade, she raised her skirt again as she posed before a mirror that reached the floor. Winona was coming on. Had come. Late that afternoon, while the last bit of chiffon was being tacked to a dancing frock, which her mother had been told to make as fancy as she pleased, Winona hastily scribbled in her journal, "Am I of a gay disposition? Too gay, too volatile? No matter. It's an agreeable defect where one retains discretion sufficient for its regulation. This very night I am one of a party avowedly formed for pleasure, something my reflective mind would once have viewed with disapprobation. But again, no matter. Perhaps I have been too analytical, too introspective. Perhaps the war has confused my sense of spiritual values. War is such a mistake." It was a flushed and sparkling Winona who later fluttered down the dull old stairs of the respectable Penniman home at the call of the waiting Wilbur Cowan. Her dark hair was still plainly, though rather effectively, drawn about her small head. She had definitely rebuffed the suggestion of her mother that it be marcelled, but her wisp of a frock of bronze gossamer was revolutionary in the extreme. Mrs. Penniman had at last been fancy in her dressmaking for her child, and now stood by to exclaim at her handiwork. Winona, with surprising aplomb, bore the scrutiny of the family while she pulled long white gloves along her bare arms. A feathered fan dangled from one of them. "Now, I guess you believe me," said Mrs. Penniman. "Haven't I always said what a few little touches would do for you?" Proudly, she adjusted a filmy flounce to a better line. "And such lovely, lovely slippers." The slippers were indeed to be observed by one and all. The short dancing frock was in that year. Wilbur Cowan was appreciative. "Some kid," he cried. "An Eiffel!" Winona pouted for the second time that day, instead of rebuking him for these low phrases of the street. Only Judge Penniman cavilled. "Well, I'd like to know what we're coming to," he grumbled. "The idea of a mere chit like her going out to a place that's no better than a saloon, even if you do guzzle your drinks at a table, and in a dug-out dress." Winona, instead of feeling rebuked, was gratified to be called a mere chit. She pouted at the invalid. "Poor father," she loftily murmured, and stood while her mother threw the evening cloak about her acceptable shoulders. It was true that at the La Bohème alcoholic stimulant would be served to those who desired it, but this was not compulsory, and the place was in no sense a common saloon. Her father was old-fashioned, as he'd shown himself to be about the lawless new dance steps that Wilbur had been teaching her. He had declared that if people performed such antics in public without music, they'd mighty soon find themselves in the lockup, and Winona had not even shuddered. Now, as he continued to grumble at this degeneracy, she gracefully tapped his arm with her fan. She'd read of this device being effectively employed by certain conquerors of men, and coolly she tried it upon her father. She performed a trifle gracefully, and it seemed of value audacious and yet nothing to be misunderstood by a really clean-minded man. She tapped the judge again as they left, with a minor variation of the technique. The judge little knew that he but served as a dummy at target practice. The car in which Wilbur conveyed his guest to the scene of revelry was not of an elegance commensurate with Winona's. It was a mongrel of many makes, small, battered, and of a complaining habit. He had acquired it as a gift from one who considered that he bestowed trash, and had transformed it into a thing of noisy life, knowing, as a mother knows of her infant, what each of its squeaks and rattles implied. It was distressing, in truth, to look upon, but it went. Indeed, the proud owner had won a race with it from a too outspoken critic who drove a much superior car. It was Wilbur Cowan who first in Newbern discovered that you could speed up a car by dropping a few mothballs into the gasoline tank. He called his car the Can, but unreasonably was not too cordial to others using the name. The Can bore the pair to a fretful halt under the newest electric lights on River Street. The La Boheme, read the dazzling sign. And Winona passed into her new life. She was feeling strangely young as she relinquished her cloak to a uniformed maid. She stood amid exotic splendor and was no longer herself, but some regal creature in the Sunday supplement of a great city paper. She'd always wanted to be a girl, but had not known how. And now, at 35, how easy it seemed. She preceded Wilbur to a table for two, impressive with crystal and damask, and was seated by an obsequious foreigner who brought to the act a manner that had never before in Newbern distinguished this service, when it had been performed at all. Other tables about them were already filled with Newbern's elect, thrilled as was Winona, concealing it as ably as she, with the town's new distinction. Hardly had food been ordered when a hidden orchestra blared, and the oblong polished space of which their own table formed part of the border was thronged with dancing couples. Winona glowingly surrendered to the evil spell. Wilbur merely looked an invitation, and she was dancing as one who'd always danced. She tapped him with her fan as he led her back to the table where their first course had arrived. She trifled daintily with strange food, composing a sentence for her journal. The whole scene was of a gaiety hitherto unparalleled in the annals of our little town. There was more food, interspersed with more dancing. Later, Winona, after many sidewise perkings of her brown head, discovered Merle and Patricia Whipple at a neighboring table. She nodded and smiled effusively to them. Patricia returned her greeting gaily. Merle removed a shining cigarette holder of remarkable length and bowed, but did not smile. He seemed to be aloof and gloomy. "He's got a lot on his mind," said Wilbur, studying his brother respectfully. Merle's plenteous hair, like his cigarette holder, was longer than is commonly worn by his sex, and marked by a certain not infelicitous disorder. He had trouble with the luxuriant lock of it that persistently fell across his pale brow. With a weary, world-worn gesture, he absently brushed this back into place from moment to moment. His thick eyeglasses were suspended by a narrow ribbon of black satin. His collar was low, and his loosely tied cravat was flowing of line. "Out of condition," said Wilbur expertly. "Looks pasty." "But very, very distinguished," supplemented Winona. Patricia Whipple now came to their table with something like a dance step, though the music was stilled. She'd been away from Newbern for 2 years. "Europe and Washington," she hurriedly explained as Wilbur held a chair for her, "and glad to get back. But I'm off again. Nurse. Begin the course next week in New York, learning how to soothe the bed of pain. I know I'm a rattlepate, but that's what I'm going to do. All of us mad about the war." Wilbur studied her as he had studied Merle. She was in better condition, he thought. She came only to his shoulder as he stood to seat her, but she was no longer bony. Her bones were neatly submerged. Her hair was still rusty, the stain being deeper than he remembered, and the freckles were but piquant memories. Here and there one shone faintly, like the few faint stars showing widely apart through cloud crevices on a murky night. Her nose, though no longer precisely trivial, would never be the Whipple nose. Its lines were now irrevocably set in a design far less noble. Her gown was shining, of an elusive shade that made Wilbur think of ripe fruits. Chiefly apricots, he decided. She was unquestionably what she had confessed herself to be, a rattle-pate. She rattled now, with a little waiting, half-tremulous smile to mark her pauses, as if she knew people would weigh and find her wanting, but hoped for judgments tempered with mercy. Mad about the war? I should think so. Grandpa Gideon mad, and Harvey D. That dear thing's going to do something at Washington for $1 a year. You'd think it was the only honest money he'd ever earned if you heard Merle talk about bankers sucking the lifeblood of the people. Juliana taking charge of something, and Mother Ella mad about knitting. Always tangled in yarn. She'll be found strangled in her own work someday. And Uncle Sharon mad about the war, and 50 times madder about Merle. Do you see Merle's picture in that New York paper yesterday? All hair and eyeglasses, and leaning one temple on the 2 first fingers of the right hand. And guess what it said? Young millionaire socialist who denounces country's entrance into war. Watch him. He's trying to look like the picture now. Uncle Sharon read the millionaire socialist and barked like a mad dog. He says, yes, he'd be a millionaire socialist if he was going to be any kind. And if he was going to be a burglar, he'd have to be one of these dress suit burglars you always read about. Of course, he's awfully severe on Merle for not going to fight, but how could he be with his bad eyes? He couldn't see to shoot at people, poor thing. And besides, he's too clever to be wasted like a common soldier. He starts people to thinking, worthwhile people. He says so himself. Mixed up with all sorts of clever things with the most wonderful names. Garment workers and poet radicals and vorticists and new artists and everything like that who are working to lift us up so nobody will own anything and everybody can have what he wants. Of course, I don't understand everything they say, but it sounds good, so sympathetic, don't you think? She'd paused often with a little smile that implored pity for her rattle-patedness. Now it prolonged itself as the orchestra became wildly alive. Winona had but half listened to Patricia's chatter. She'd been staring instead at the girl's hair, staring and wondering lawlessly. She'd seen advertisements. Might her own hair be like that? Like tarnished gold, she put it. Of course, you had to keep putting the stuff on at the roots as it grew out, but would her color blend with that shade? Patricia's skin had the warm fairness of new milk, but Winona was dusky, perhaps a deeper tint of auburn. She was recalled from this perilous musing by Rapp Sr., who came pressing his handkerchief to a brow damp from the last dance. He bowed to Winona. "May I have this pleasure?" he said. Winona rose like a woman of the world. "We're on the map at last," said Rapp Sr., referring to Newbern's newest big-town feature. "I know I'm on the map at last," said Winona, coyly, and tapped the arm of Rapp Sr. with her feathered trifle of a fan. "Dance," said Wilbur to Patricia. "Thanks a heap. Merle won't. He says how can he dance when thinking of free Russia? But did you see those stunning Russian dancers? It doesn't keep them from dancing, does it? Poor old Merle is balmy. Mice in his wainscoting." They danced, and Patricia was still the rattle-pate. "You're going over," Uncle Sharon told us. "Merle says you're a victim of mob reaction. What does that mean?" "No matter. Pretty soon he said you'd be only a private." Grandpa Gideon looked as if he'd bitten into a lemon. "He says, I believe privates form a very important arm of the service." Just like that. He's not so keen on Merle, but he won't admit it. With him, it's once a Whipple, always a Whipple. When he saw Merle's picture, leaning the beautiful head on the 2 long fingers and the hair kind of scrambly, he just said, "Ah, you young scamp of a socialist," as if he were saying, "Oh, fie on you." Merle can talk the whole bunch down when he gets to shooting on all 6. Sounds good, but I've no doubt it's just wise twaddle. What a stunning dancer you are! Ask me quick again so I won't have to go back to free Russia. I'll promise to nurse you when you get wounded over there. I'll have learned to do everything by that time. Wouldn't it be funny if you were brought in some day with a lot of wounds, and I'd say, 'Why, dear me, that's someone I know. You must let me nurse him back to health,' and of course they would. Anyway, the family's keen about my going. They think I ought to do my bit, especially as Merle can't because of his eyes. Be sure you ask me again." He asked her again, and yet again. He liked dancing with her. Sometimes when she talked, her eyes were like green flames. But she talked of nothing long, and the flames would die, and her little waiting smile come entreating consideration for her infirmities. "Now you be sure to come straight to me directly you're wounded," she again cautioned him, as they parted. He shook hands warmly with her. He liked the girl, but he hoped there would be other nurses at hand if this thing occurred. That is, if it proved to be anything serious. "Anyway, I hope I'll see you," he said. "I guess home faces will be scarce over there." She looked him over approvingly. "Be a good soldier," she said. Again they shook hands. Then she fluttered off under the gloomy charge of Merle, who'd remained austerely aloof from a night's gaiety. Wilbur had had but a few words with him, for Patricia claimed his time. "You seem a lot older than I do now," he said, and Merle, brushing back the errant lock, had replied, "Poor chap, you're a victim of the mob reaction. Of course I'm older now. I'm face to face with age-long problems that you've never divined the existence of. It does age one." "I suppose so," agreed Wilbur. He felt shamed, apologetic for his course. Still, he would have some plain fighting, Wall Street or no Wall Street. He wrested a chattering Winona from Mrs. Henrietta Plunkett at the door of a ladies' cloakroom. Mrs. Plunkett was Newburn's ablest exponent of the cause of woman, and she'd been disquieted this night at observing signs of an unaccustomed frivolity in one of her hitherto staunchest disciples. "I can't think what has come over you," she'd complained to Winona. "You seem like a different girl." "I am a different girl," boasted Winona. "You do look different. Your gown is wonderfully becoming. And what lovely slippers." Mrs. Plunkett inspected the aged debutante with kindly eyes. "But remember, my dear, we mustn't let frivolities like this divert our attention from the cause. A bit more of the good fight, and we shall have come into our own." "All this wonderful mad evening, I have forgotten the cause," confessed Winona. "Mercy," said Mrs. Plunkett. "Forgotten the cause? One hardly does that, does one, without a reason?" "I have reasons enough," said Winona, thinking of the new dancing slippers and the frock. "Surely, my dear, you who are so free and independent are not thinking of marriage." Winona had not been thinking of marriage, but now she did. "Well," she began, "of course Mercy! Not really? Why, Winona Penniman, would you barter your independence for a union that must be demeaning, at least politically, until our cause is won?" "Well, of course," Winona again faltered, tapping one minute toe of a dancing slipper on the floor. "Do you actually wish," continued Henrietta Plunkett, rising to the foothills of her platform manner, "to become a parasite, a man's bond-slave, his creature? Do you wish to be his toy, his plaything?" "I do," said Winona low and fervently, as if she had spoken the words under far more solemn auspices. "Mercy me! Winona Penniman!" And Wilbur Cowan had then come to bear her off to her room, that echoed with strange broken music and light voices and the rhythmic scuffing of feet on a floor, and the privacy of her journal. "I seem," she wrote, "to have flung wisdom and prudence to the winds. Though well I know the fading nature of all sublunary enjoyments, yet when I retire shortly, it will be but to protract the fierce pleasure of this night by recollection. Full well I know that Morpheus will wave his ebon wand in vain." Morpheus did just that. Long after Winona had protracted the fierce enjoyment of a night to a vanishing point, she lay wakeful, revolving her now fixed determination to take the nursing course that Patricia Whipple would take, and go far overseas, where she could do a woman's work, or, as she phrased it again and again, be a girl of some use in a vexed world. In the morning she learned for the first time that Wilbur was to go to war in company with a common prize fighter. It chilled her for the moment, but she sought to make the best of it. "I hope," she told Wilbur, "that war will make a better man of your friend." "What do you mean, a better man?" he quickly wanted to know. "Let me tell you, Spike's a pretty good man right now for his weight. You ought to see him in action once. Don't let anyone fool you about that boy. What do you expect at 133? A heavyweight?" After he'd gone, late that afternoon, after she had said a solemn farewell to him in the little room of a little house in the side yard, Winona became reckless. She picked up and scanned with shrewd eyes the photograph of Spike that had been left. "To my friend Kid Cowan, from his friend Eddie. Spike. Brennan, 133 pounds, ringside." She studied without wincing the crouched figure of Hostile Eye, even though the costume was not such as she would have selected for a young man. "After all, he's only a boy," she murmured. She studied again the intent face. "And he looks as if he had an abundance of pepper." She hoped she would be there to nurse them both if anything happened. She had told Wilbur this, but he'd not been encouraging. He seemed to believe that nothing would happen to either of them. "Of course we'll be shot at," he admitted, "but like as not they'll miss us." Winona sighed and replaced the photograph. Now they would be a couple of heads clustered with other heads at a car window. Smiling small-town boys going lightly out to their ordeal. She must hurry and be over. Wilbur, with his wicker suitcase, paused last to say goodbye to Frank the dog. Frank was now a very old dog, having reached a stage of yapping senility, where he found his sole comfort in following the sun about the house and dozing in it, sometimes noisily dreaming of past adventures. These had been exclusively of a sentimental character, for Frank had never been the fighting dog his first owner had promised he would be. He was an arch-sentimentalist and had followed a career of determined motherhood, bringing into the world litter after litter of puppies, exhibiting all the strains then current in Newbern. He'd surveyed each new family with pride, families revealing tinges of setter, Airedale, Newfoundland, Pointer, Collie, with the hopeful air of saying that a dog never knew what he could do until he tried. Now he could only dream of past conquests, and merely complained when his master roused him. "I hope you'll be here when I get back, and I hope I'll be here too," said his master, and went on, sauntering up to the station a bit later, as nonchalantly as ever Dave Cowan himself had gone there to begin a long journey on the 6:58. Spike Brennan lounged against the baggage truck. Spike's only token of departure was a small bundle covered with that day's advance. They waited in silence until the dingy way train rattled in. Then Sharon Whipple appeared from the freight room of the station. He affected to be impatient with the railway company because of a delayed shipment, which he took no trouble to specify definitely, and he affected to be surprised at the sight of Wilbur and Spike. "Hello! I thought you two boys went on the noon train," he lied carelessly. "Well, long as you're here, you might as well take these, in case you get short." He pressed a bill into the hand of each. "Goodbye, and good luck. I had to come down about that shipment. Should have been here last Monday. It beats time what these railroads do with stuff nowadays. 5 days between here and Buffalo." He continued to grumble as the train moved on, even as the two waved to him from a platform. 100 berries, breathed Spike, examining his bill. "Say, he sheds it easy, don't he?" They watched him where he stood facing the train. He seemed to have quit grumbling. His face was still. "Well, kid, here we go. Now it's up to the guy who examines us. You'll breeze through, not a nick in you. Me, well, they're fussy about teeth, I'm told, and of course I had to have a swift poke in the mush that dented my beak. They may try to put the smother on me." "Cheer up, you'll make the grade," said Wilbur. Through the night he sat cramped and wakeful in the seat of a crowded day coach, while Spike beside him slept noisily, perhaps owing to the dented beak. His head back, he looked out and up to a bow moon that raced madly with the train, and to far pale stars that were still. He wondered if anyone out there noted the big new adventure down here. This ends chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 17. Wilbur Cowan's fear that his brother might untimely stop the war proved baseless. The war went on despite the New Dawn's monthly exposure of its motive and sinister aims, despite its masterly paraphrase of a celebrated document declaring that this government had been conceived in chicanery and dedicated to the industrial slavery of the masses. Not even the new social democracy of Russia sufficed to inspire any noticeable resistance. The common people of the United States had refused to follow the example of their brothers of Russia and destroy a tyranny equally hateful, though the New Dawn again and again set forth the advantages to accrue from such action. War prevailed. As the Reverend Mallet said, it gathered the vine of the earth and cast it into the great wine-press of the wrath of God. But the little cluster of intellectuals on the staff of a New Dawn persevered. Monthly it isolated the causative bacteria of unrest to set the results before those who could profit would they but read. Merle, the modernist, at the forefront of what was known as all the new movements, tirelessly applied the new psychology to the mind of the common man and proved him a creature of mean submissions. He spoke of our ranks and our brave comrades of Russia, but a selective draft had its way and an army went forward. In New Bern, which Merle frequented between issues of the magazine, he received perhaps less appreciation than was his due. Sharon Whipple was blindly disparaging. Even Gideon was becoming less attentive when the modernist expounded the new freedom. Gideon was still puzzled. He quoted as to war, "The sign of a mad world, God bless us out of it." But he was beginning to wonder if perhaps this newest Whipple had not, with all his education, missed something that other Whipples had learned. Harvey D. had once or twice spoken with frank impatience of a New Dawn's gospel, and one Kate Brophy, cook at the Whipple New Place, said of its apostle that he was a soft piece of furniture. Merle was sensitive to these little winds of captiousness. He was now convinced that New Bern would never be a cultural center. There was a spirit of intolerance abroad. Sharon Whipple, becoming less and less restrained as the months went on, spoke of a staff of a New Dawn in Merle's hearing. He called it a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. Merle smiled tolerantly and called Sharon a besotted reactionary, warning him further that such as he could never stem the tide of revolution now gathering for its full sweep. Sharon retorted that it hadn't swept anything yet. "Perhaps not yet, on the surface," said Merle, "but now we shall show our teeth." Sharon fell to a low sort of wit in his retort. "Better not show your teeth to the government," he warned. "If you do, you want to have the address of a good dentist handy." And after another month, when the Magazine of Light urged resistance to the draft, it became apparent not only that the New Dawn would not stop the war, but that the war would incredibly stop the New Dawn. The despoilers of America actually plotted to destroy it, to smother its message, to adjust new shackles about the limbs of labor. Sharon Whipple was the first of the privileged class to say something had got to be done by the family, unless they wanted to have the police do it. Gideon was the second. These two despoilers of the people summoned Harvey D. from Washington, and the conspiracy against spiritual and industrial liberty ripened late one night in the library of the Whipple New Place. It was agreed that the last number of the New Dawn went pretty far, farther than any Whipple ought to go. But it was not felt that the time had come for extreme measures. It was believed that the newest Whipple should merely be reasoned with. To this end they began to reason among themselves, and were presently wrangling. It developed that Sharon's idea of reasoning lacked subtlety. It developed that Gideon and Harvey D. reasoned themselves into sheer bewilderment in an effort to find reasons that would commend themselves to Merle, so that this first meeting of the conspirators was about to break up fruitlessly, when Sharon Whipple was inspired to a suggestion that repelled yet pricked the other two until they desperately yielded to it. This was that none other than Dave Cowan be called into consultation. "He'll know more about his own son than we do," urged Sharon. Harvey D.'s feeling of true fatherhood was irritated by this way of putting it, but in the end he succumbed. He felt that his son was now far removed from the sphere of Dave Cowan, yet the man might retain some influence over the boy that would be of benefit to all concerned. "He's in town," said Sharon. "He's a world romper, but he's here now. I heard him today in the post office telling someone how many stars there are in the sky, or something like that." The following afternoon, Dave Cowan, busy at the typesetting machine of the Newbern Advance, daily and weekly, was again begged to meet a few Whipples in the dingy little office of the First National. The office was unchanged. It had kept through the years since Dave had last illumined its gloom an air of subdued, moneyed discretion. Nor had the Whipples changed much. Harvey D. was still neat-faced and careful of attire, still solicitous of many little things. Gideon, gaunt and dour, was still erect. His hair was white now, but the brows shot their questioning glance straight. Sharon was as he had been, round-chested, plump, perhaps a trifle readier to point the ends of the grizzled brows in choleric amaze. The Whipple nose on all three still jutted forward boldly. It was a nose never to compromise with time. Dave Cowan, at first glance, was much the same, even after he'd concealed beneath the table that half of him which was never quite so scrupulously arrayed as the other. But a second glance revealed that the yellow hair was less abundant. It was now cunningly conserved from ear to ear, above a forehead that had heightened. The face was thinner and etched with new lines about the orator's mouth, but the eyes shone with the same light as of old, and the same willingness to shed its beams through shadowed places, such as First National banks. He no longer accepted the cigar, to preserve in the upper left-hand waistcoat pocket with the fountain pen, the pencil, and the toothbrush. He craved rather permission to fill and light the calabash pipe. This was a mere bit of form, for he was soon talking so continuously that the pipe was no longer a going concern. Delay was occasioned at the beginning of the interview. It proved to be difficult to convey to Dave exactly why he had been summoned. It appeared that he did not expect a consultation, rather a lecture by Dave Cowan upon life in its larger aspects. The Whipples, strangely, were all not a little embarrassed in his presence, and the mere mention of his son caused him to be informative for 10 minutes before any of them dared to confine the flow of his discourse within narrower banks. He dealt volubly with the doctrines espoused by Merle, whereas they wished to be told how to deal with Merle. As he talked, he consulted from time to time a sheaf of clippings brought from a pocket. "A joke," began Dave. "All this socialistic talk. Get this from their platform. They demand that the country and its wealth be redeemed from the control of private interests and turned over to the people to be administered for the equal benefit of all. See what they mean? Going to have a law that a short man can reach as high as a tall man. Good joke, yes? Here again. The Socialist Party desires the workers of America to take the economic and political power from the capitalistic class. Going to pull themselves off the ground by their bootstraps, yes? Have a law to make the weak strong and the strong weak. Reads good, don't it? And here's the prize joke. One big union. Socialist Party does not interfere in the internal affairs of labor unions, but supports them in all their struggles. In order, however, that such struggles might attain the maximum of efficiency, the Socialists favor the closest organic cooperation of all unions as one organized working body. Get that? Lovely, ain't it? And when we're all in one big union, who are we going to strike against? Against ourselves, of course, like we do now. Bricklayers striking against shoemakers, and both striking against carpenters, and all of them striking against the honest farmer, and the farmer striking back because every one of them wants all he can get for his labor and wants to pay as little as he has to for the other fellow's labor. One big union, my eye. Socialists are jokes. You never saw two of them yet that could agree on anything for 10 minutes, except that they want something for nothing. The speaker paused impressively. His listeners stirred with relief, but the tide of his speech again washed in upon them. "They lack," said he, pointing the calabash pipe at Gideon Whipple, sitting patiently across the table from him. "They lack the third eye of wisdom." He paused again, but only as if to await applause. There was no intimation that he had done. "Dear me," murmured Gideon politely. The other Whipples made little sounds of amazement and approval. "You want to know what the third eye of wisdom is?" continued Dave, as one who'd read their secret thought. "Well, it's the simple gift of being able to look at facts as they are instead of twisting them about as they ain't. The most of us savages, uneducated people, simples and that sort, got this third eye of wisdom without knowing it. We follow the main current without knowing or asking why. But professors and philosophers and preachers and teachers and all holy rollers like socialists ain't got it. They want to reduce the whole blamed cosmos to a system, and she won't reduce. I forget now just how many billion cells in your body." He pointed the pipe at Sharon Whipple, who stirred uneasily. "But no matter." Sharon looked relieved. "Anyway, we fought our way up to be a fish with lungs, and then we fought on till we got legs, and here we are. And the only way we got here was by competition, some of us always beating others. Holy rollers like socialists would have us back to one cell and keep us there with equal rewards for all. But she don't work that way. The pot's still a-boiling, and competition is the eternal fire under it. Look at all these imaginary utopias they write about. Good stories, too, about a man waking up 3,000 years hence and finding everything lovely. But every one of them, and I've read all, picture a society that's froze into some certain condition, static. Nothing is. She won't freeze. They can spray the fire of competition with speeches all they like, but they can't put it out. Because why? Well, because this life thing is going on, and competition is the only way it can get on. Call it nature if you want to. Nature built stardust out of nothing, and built us out of stardust, but she ain't through. She's still building. Old evolution is still evoluting, and her only tool is competition, the same under the earth and on the earth, the same out in the sky as in these states. Of course, there's bound to be flaws and injustice in any scheme of government because of the same competition you can't get away from any more than the planets can. There's flaws in evolution itself, only these holy rollers don't see it because they haven't got the third eye of wisdom. They can't see that the shoemaker is always going to want all he can get for a pair of shoes and always going to pay as little as he can for a suit of clothes. Socialism or no socialism. What would their one big union be? Take these unions that are striking now all over the country. They think they're striking against something they call capital. Well, they ain't. They're striking against each other. Railroad men striking against bricklayers, shoemakers striking against farmers, machinists striking against cabinet makers, printers striking against all of them. And the fools don't know it. Think they're striking against some common enemy, when all the time they're hitting against each other. Oh, she's a grand bit of cunning, this old evolution. This is all very interesting, Mr. Cowan. Harvey D. had become uneasy in his chair, and had twice risen to put straight a photograph of the Whipple block that hung on the opposite wall. But what we would like to get at— I know. Dave silenced him with a wave of the calabash. You want to know what it's all about, what it's coming to, what we're here for. Well, I can tell you a little. There used to be a catch in it that bothered me, but I figured her out. Old evolution is producing an organism that will find the right balance and perpetuate itself eternally. It's trying every way it knows to get these cells of protoplasm into some form that will change without dying. Simple enough, only it takes time. Think how long it took to get us this far out of something you can't see without glasses. But forget about time. Our time don't mean anything out there in the real world. Say, we've been produced in 1 second from nothing. Well, think what we'll become in another 10 seconds. We'll have our balance by that time. This protoplasm does what it's told to do. That's how it made eyes for us to see, and ears to hear, and brains to think with. So by that time we'll be really living. We'll have a form that's plastic. It can change round to meet any change of environment, so we won't have to die if it gets too cold or too hot. We want to live. We all want to live. By that time we'll be able to go on living. Of course, we won't be looking much like we are now. Pretty clumsy machines so far. I suppose for one thing we'll be getting our nourishment straight from the elements instead of taking it through plants and animals. We'll be as superior to what we are now as he is to a hop toad. The speaker indicated Sharon Whipple with the calabash. Sharon wriggled self-consciously. And pretty soon people will forget that anyone ever died. They won't believe it when they read it in old books. They won't understand it. This time is coming, as near as I can figure it, in 750,000 years. That is in round numbers. It might be an odd 100,000 years more or less. Of course, I can't be precise in such a matter. Of course not, murmured Harvey D. sympathetically. But what we were wanting to get at— Of course, resumed the lecturer, I know there's still a catch in it. You say, what does it mean after that? Well, I'll be honest with you. I haven't been able to figure it out much farther. We'll go on and on till this earth dries up, and then we'll move to another, or build one, I can't tell which. And all the time we're moving around something, but I don't know what or why. I only know it's been going on forever, this life thing, and we're a little speck in the current, and it will keep going on forever. But you can bet this. It will always go on by competition. There won't ever be any utopia like these holy rollers can lay out for you in 5 minutes. I've been watching union labor long enough to know that. But she's a grand scheme. I'm glad I got this little look at it. I wouldn't change it in any detail, not if you come to me with full power. I couldn't think of any better way than competition, not if I took a lifetime to it. It's a sporty proposition." The speaker beamed modestly upon his hearers. Gideon was quick to clutch the moment's pause. "What about this boy Merle?" he demanded, before Dave could resume. "Oh, him," said Dave. "Him and his holy rolling? Is that all you want to know? Why didn't you say so? That's easy. You've raised him to be a house cat, so shut off his cream." "A house cat?" echoed Harvey D., shocked. "No education," resumed Dave. "No savvy about the world. Set him down in Spokane with $3 in his jeans and needing to go to Atlanta. Would he know how? Would he know a simple thing like how to get there and ride all the way in varnished cars?" "Is it possible?" murmured Harvey D. The Whipples had been dazed by the cosmic torrent, but here was something specific, and it was astounding. They regarded the speaker with awe. They wanted to be told how one could perform the feat, but dreaded to incur a too wordy exposition. "Not practical enough, I dare say," ventured Harvey D. "You said it," replied Dave. "That's why he's took this scarlet rash of socialism and holy rolling that's going the rounds. Of course there are plenty that are holy rollers through and through, but not this boy. It's only a skin disease with him. I know him. Shut off his cream." "I said the same," declared Sharon Whipple, feeling firm ground beneath his feet for the first time. "You said right," approved Dave. "It would be a shock to him," said Harvey D. "He's bound up in the magazine. What would he say? What would he do?" "Something pretty," explained Dave. "Something pretty and high-sounding. Like as not, he'd cast you off." "Cast me off?" Harvey D. was startled. "Tell you you're no longer a father of his. Don't I know that, boy? He'll half mean it, too, but only half. The other half will be showing off to himself and to you people. He likes to be noticed." Sharon Whipple now spoke. "I always said he wouldn't be a socialist if he couldn't be a millionaire socialist." "You got him," declared Dave. "I shall hate to adopt extreme measures," protested Harvey D. "He's always been so sensitive. But we must consider his welfare. In a time like this, he might be sent to prison for things printed in that magazine." "Trust him," said Dave. "He wouldn't like it in prison. He might get close enough to it to be photographed with the cell door back of him, but not in front of him." "He'll tell us we're suppressing free speech," said Harvey D. "Well, you will, won't you?" said Dave. "We ain't so fussy about free speech here as they are in that free Russia that he writes about, but we're beginning to take notice. Naturally, it's a poor time for free speech when the government's got a boil on the back of its neck and is feeling irritable. Besides, no one ever did believe in free speech, and no government on earth ever allowed it. Free speakers have always had to use judgment. Up to now, we've let 'em be free-speakinger than any other country has. But now they better watch out until the boat quits rocking. They attack the machinery and try to take it apart, and then cry when they're smacked. Maybe they might get this boy the other side of a cell door. Wouldn't hurt him any." "Of course," protested Harvey D., "we can hardly expect you to have a father's feeling for him." "Well, I have," retorted Dave. "I got just as much father's feeling for him as you have. But you people are small-towners, and I've been about the world. I know the times, and I know that boy. I'm telling you what's best for him. No more cream. If it had been that other boy of mine you took, and he was believing what this one thinks he believes, I'd be telling you something different." "Always said he had the gumption," declared Sharon Whipple. "He's got the third eye," said Dave Cowan. "We want to thank you for this talk," interposed Gideon Whipple. "Much of what you have said is very, very interesting. I think my son will now know what course to pursue." "Don't mention it," said Dave graciously. "Always glad to oblige." The consultation seemed about to end, but even at the door of the little room Dave paused to acquaint them with other interesting facts about life. He informed them that we are all brothers of the earth, being composed of carbon and a few other elements, and grow from it as do the trees, that we are but super vegetables. He further instructed them as to the constitution of a balanced diet: protein for building, starches or sugar for energy, and fats for heating and also for their vitamin content. The Whipples, it is to be feared, were now inattentive. They appeared to listen, but they were merely surveying with acute interest the now revealed lower half of Dave Cowan. The trousers were frayed, the shoes were but wraiths of shoes. The speaker, quite unconscious of this scrutiny, concluded by returning briefly to the problems of human association. "We'll have socialism when every man is like every other man. So far, nature hasn't made even two alike. Anyway, most of us got the third eye of wisdom too wide open to take any stock in it. We may like it when we read it in a book, but we wouldn't submit to it. We're too inquiring. If a god leaned out of a cloud of fire and spoke to us today, we'd put the spectroscope on his cloud, get a moving picture of him, and take his voice on a phonograph record, and we wouldn't believe him if he talked against experience." Dave surveyed the obscure small-towners with a last tolerant smile and withdrew. "My," said Gideon, which for him was strong speech. "Talks like an atheist," said Sharon. "Mustn't judge him harshly," warned Harvey D. So it came that Merle Dalton Whipple, born Cowan, was rather peremptorily summoned to meet these older Whipples at another conference. It was politely termed a conference by Harvey D., though Sharon warmly urged a simpler description of the meeting, declaring that Merle should be told he was to come home and behave himself. Harvey D. and Gideon, however, agreed upon the more tactful summons. They discussed indeed the propriety of admitting Sharon to the conference. Each felt that he might heedlessly offend the young intellectual by putting things with a bluntness for which he had often been conspicuous. Yet they agreed at last that he might be present, for each secretly distrusted his own firmness in the presence of one with so strong an appeal as their boy. They admonished Sharon to be gentle, but each hoped that if a need rose he would cease to be gentle. Merle obeyed the call, and in the library of the Whipple New Place, where once he'd chosen to bear the name of the house, he listened with shocked amazement while Harvey D., with much worried straightening of pictures, rugs, and chairs, told him why Whipple money could no longer meet the monthly deficit of a new dawn. The most cogent reason that Harvey D. could advance at first was that there were too many Liberty bonds to be bought. Merle, with his world-weary gesture, swept the impeding lock from his pale brow and set pained eyes upon his father by adoption. He was unable to believe this monstrous assertion. He stared his incredulity. Harvey D. winced. He felt that he had struck some defenseless child a cruel blow. Gideon shot the second gun in this unhuman warfare. "My boy, it won't do. Harvey's glossing it a bit when he says the money's needed for bonds. You deserve the truth. We're not going to finance any longer a magazine that is against all our traditions and all our sincerest beliefs." "Ah, I see," said Merle. His tone was grim. Then he broke into a dry, bitter laugh. "The interests prevail." "Looks like it," said Sharon, and he too laughed dryly. "If you would only try to get our point of view," broke in Harvey D. "We feel—" He was superbly silenced by Merle, who in his best New Dawn manner exposed the real truth. The dollar trembled on its throne, the fat bourgeoisie. He spared a withering glance for Sharon, who was the only fat Whipple in the world, would resort to brutal force to silence those who saw the truth and were brave enough to speak it out. It's the age-old story, he went on, again sweeping the lock of hair from before his flashing glance. Privilege throttles truth where it can. I should have expected nothing else. I've long known there was no soil here that would nourish our ideals. I couldn't long hope for sympathy from mere exploiters of labor. But the die is cast. God helping me, I must follow the light. The last was purely rhetorical, for no one on the staff of A New Dawn believed that God helped anyone. Indeed, it was rather felt that God was on the side of privilege. But the speaker glowed as he achieved his period. "If you would only try to get our point of view," again suggested Harvey D., as he straightened the reading from Homer. "I cannot turn aside." "Meaning?" inquired Sharon Whipple. "Meaning that we cannot accept another dollar of tainted money for our great work," said Merle crisply. "Oh," said Sharon, "but that's what your pa just told you. You accepted it till he shut off on you." "Against my better judgment and with many misgivings," returned the Apostle of Light. "Now we can go to the bitter end with no false sense of obligation." "But your magazine will have to stop, I fear," interposed Gideon gently. Merle smiled wanly, shaking his head the while as one who contradicts from superior knowledge. "You little know us," he retorted, when the full effect of the silent, head-shaking smile had been had. "The people are at last roused. Money will pour in upon us. Money is the last detail we need think of. Our movement is solidly grounded. We have at our back," he glanced defiantly at each of the three Whipples, "an awakened proletariat." "My," said Gideon. "You're out of the current here," explained Merle kindly. "You don't suspect how close we are to revolution. Yet that glorious rising of our comrades in Russia might have warned you. But your class, of course, never is warned." "Dear me," broke in Harvey D., "you don't mean to say that conditions are as bad here as they were in Russia?" "Worse. 1,000 times worse," replied Merle. "We have here an autocracy more hateful, more hideous in its injustices than ever the Romanovs dreamed of. And how much longer do you think these serfs of ours will suffer it? I tell you they're roused this instant. They await only a word." "Are you going to speak it?" demanded Sharon. Now, soothed Harvey D., as Merle turned heatedly upon Sharon, who thus escaped blasting. "I'm not here to be baited," protested Merle. "Of course not, my boy," said the distressed Harvey D. Merle faced the latter. "I need not say that this decision of yours, this abrupt withdrawal of your cooperation, must make a profound difference in our relations. I feel the cause too deeply for it to be otherwise. You understand?" "He's casting you off," said Sharon, "like the other one said he would." "Shh!" It was Gideon. "I shall stay no longer to listen to mere buffoonery." And for the last time that night, Merle swept back the ever-falling lock. He paused at the door. "The old spirit of intolerance," he said. "You are the sort who wouldn't accept truth in France in 1789 or in Russia the other day." And so he left them. "My!" exclaimed Gideon forcefully. "Dear me!" exclaimed Harvey D. "Shucks!" exclaimed Sharon. "But the boy is goaded to desperation," protested Harvey D. "Listen," urged Sharon. "Remember what his own father said? He's only half goaded. The other half is showing off to himself and us. That man knew his own flesh and blood. And listen again. You sit tight if you want to get him back to reason." "Brother, I think you're right," said Gideon. "Dear me," said Harvey D. He straightened an etched cathedral, and then with a brush from the hearth swept cigar ashes deeper into the rug about the chair of Sharon. "Dear me," he sighed again. Early the following morning, Merle Whipple halted before the show window of Newburn's chief establishment purveying ready-made clothing for men. He was about to undergo a novel experience, and one that would have profoundly shocked his New York tailors. There were suits in the window, fitted to forms with glove-like accuracy. He studied these disapprovingly, then entered the shop. "I want," he told the salesman, "something in a rough, coarse, common-looking suit, something such as a day laborer might wear." The salesman was momentarily puzzled, yet seemed to see light. "Yes, sir. Right this way, sir." And he led his customer back between the lines of tables piled high with garments. He halted and spanned the chest of the customer with a tape measure. From halfway down a stack of coats, he pulled one of the proper size. "Here's a snappy thing, sir. Fitted in at the back, belted. Cuffs on the trousers. Neat check." But the customer waved it aside impatiently. No, I want something common. Coarse cloth, roughly made, no style. It mustn't fit too well." The salesman deliberated sympathetically. "I see. Masquerade, sir?" The customer again manifested impatience. No, a suit such as a day laborer might wear. A factory worker, one of the poorer class." The salesman heightened his manifestation of sympathy. "Well, sir," he deliberated, tapping his brow with a pencil, scanning the long line of garments. "I'm afraid we're not stocked with what you wish. Best go to a costumer, sir, and rent one for the night, perhaps." The customer firmly pushed back a pendant lock of hair and became impressive. "I tell you, it is not for a masquerade or any foolishness of that sort. I wish a plain, roughly made, common-looking suit of clothes, not too well-fitting, the sort of things working people wear. Don't you understand?" "But certainly, sir, I understand perfectly. This coat here is what the working people are buying. Sold a dozen suits myself this week to some of the mill workers. Very natty, sir, and only $65. If you look closely at the workers about town, you'll see the same suits. Right dressy, you'll notice. I'm afraid the other sort of thing is going a little out of style. In fact, I don't believe you'll be able to find a suit such as you describe. They're not being made. Workers are buying this sort of garment." He picked up the snappy belted coat and fondled its nap affectionately. "Of course, for a fancy dress party. No. I tell you it isn't a masquerade." The salesman seemed at a loss for further suggestions. The customer's eye lighted upon a pile of coats farther down the line. "What are those?" "Those? Corduroy, sir. Splendid garments. Suitable for the woods, camping, hunting, fishing. We're well stocked with hunting equipment. Will you look at them?" "I suppose so," said the customer, desperately. Late that afternoon, the three older Whipples, on the piazza of the Whipple new place, painfully discussed the scene of the previous evening. It was felt by two of them that some tragic event impended. Sharon alone was cheerful. From time to time he admonished the other two to sit tight. "He'll tell you ain't any longer a father of his, or a grandfather either. But sit tight." He'd said this when Merle appeared before them as a car drew up to the door. There was an immediate sensation from which even Sharon was not immune, for Merle was garbed in corduroy, and the bagging trousers were stuffed into the tops of heavy, high-laced boots. The coat was belted but loose-fitting. The exposed shirt was of brown flannel, and the gray felt hat was low-crowned and broad of brim. The hat was firmly set on the wearer's head, and about his neck was a wreath of color, a knotted handkerchief of flaming scarlet. The three men stared at him in silent stupefaction. He seemed about to pass them on his way to the waiting car, but then paused and confronted them, his head back. He laughed his bitter laugh. "Does it seem strange to see me in the dress of a common working man?" he demanded. "Dress of a what?" demanded Sharon Whipple. The other ignored this. "You've consigned me to the ranks," he continued, chiefly to Harvey D. "I must work with my hands for the simple fare that my comrades are able to gain with their own toil. I must dress as one of them. It's absurdly simple." "My!" exclaimed Gideon. Harvey D. was suffering profoundly, but all at once his eyes flashed with alarm. "Haven't those boots nails in them?" he suddenly demanded. "I dare say they have." "And you've been going across the hardwood floors?" demanded Harvey D. again. "This is too absurd," said Merle grimly. Harvey D. hesitated, then smiled, his alarm vanishing. "Of course I was absurd," he admitted contritely. "I know you must have kept on the rugs." "Uh-oh." Again came the dry, bitter laugh of Merle. "Say," broke in Sharon, "you want to take a good long look at the next working man you see?" Merle swept him with a glance of scorn. He stepped into the waiting car. "I could no longer brook this spirit of intolerance, but I'm taking nothing except the clothes I'm wearing," he reminded Harvey D. "I go to my comrades bare-handed." He adjusted the knot of crimson at his white throat. "But they will not be bare-handed long, remember that." Nathan Marwick started the car along the driveway. Merle was seen to order a halt. "Of course, for a time at least, I shall keep the New York apartment. My address will be the same." The car went on. "Did that father know his own flesh and blood, I ask you?" demanded Sharon. Dear me, sighed Harvey D. "Poor young thing," said Gideon. Merle, on his way to the train, thought of his hat. He'd not been able to feel confidence in that hat. There was a trimness about it, an assertive glamour, an air of success that should not stamp one of the oppressed. He'd gone to the purchase of it with vague notions that a laboring man, at least while actually laboring, wears a square cap of paper which he's made himself. So he was crowned in all cartoons. But of course, this paper thing would not do for street wear, and the hat he now wore was the least wealth-suggesting he'd been able to find. He now decided that a cap would be better. He seemed to remember that the toiling masses wore a lot of caps. This ends Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 18. A week later, one of the New York evening papers printed an inspiring view of Merle Dalton Whipple in what was said to be the rough garb of the working man. He staunchly fronted the world in a corduroy suit and high-laced boots, a handkerchief knotted at his throat above a flannel shirt, and a somewhat proletarian cap set upon his well-posed head. The caption ran, "Young millionaire socialist leaves life of luxury to be simple toiler." A copy of this enterprising sheet, addressed in an unknown hand, arrived at the Whipple new place to further distress the bereft family. Only Sharon Whipple was not distressed. He remarked that the toiler was not so simple as some people might think, and he urged that an inquiry be set on foot to discover the precise nature of the toil now being engaged in by this recruit to the ranks of labor. He added that he himself would be glad to pay $90 a month and board to any toiler worth his salt, because Juliana was now his only reliable helper, and it did seem as if she would never learn to run a tractor, she having no gift for machinery. If Merle Whipple was bent on toil, why should he not come to the home farm, where plenty of it could be had for the asking? Both Harvey D. and Gideon rebuked him for this levity, reminding him that he did not take into account the extreme sensitiveness of Merle. Sharon merely said, "Maybe so, maybe not." There came another issue of A New Dawn. It was a live issue and contained a piece by the associate editor entitled "This Unpopular War," in which it was clearly shown that this war was unpopular. It was unpopular with everyone the writer had questioned. No one wanted it. Everyone condemned it, even those actually engaged in it at Washington. The marvel was that an army could continue to go forward with existing public sentiment as the New Dawn revealed it. But a better day was said to be dawning. The time was at hand when an end would be put to organized exploitation and murder, which was all that the world had thus far been able to evolve in the way of a government. In a foreword to the readers of A New Dawn, however, a faintly ominous note was sounded. It appeared that the interests had heinously conspired to suppress the magazine because of its loyalty to the ideals of free thought and free speech. In short, its life was menaced. Support was withdrawn by those who had suddenly perceived that the New Dawn meant the death of privilege, that this flowering of mature and seasoned personalities threatened the supremacy of the old order of industrial slavery. The mature and seasoned personalities had sounded the prelude to the revolution, which here bloodily, there peaceably, and beginning with Russia would sweep the earth. Capital, affrighted, had drawn back. It was therefore now necessary that the readers of A New Dawn bear their own burden, if they would send in money in such sums as they could spare, and it was felt that these would flow in abundantly upon a hint. The magazine would continue, and the revolution be a matter of days. It was better, after all, that the cause should no longer look to capital for favors. Contributors were to sign on the dotted line. There were no more New Dawns. The forces of privilege had momentarily prevailed, or the proletariat had been insufficiently roused to its plight. The New Dawn stopped, and in consequence the war went on. For a time, at least, America must continue in that spiritual darkness which the New Dawn had sought to illumine. Later, it became known in New Bern that the staff of A New Dawn would now deliver its message by word of mouth. Specifically, Merle Whipple was said to be addressing throngs of despairing toilers not only in New York, but in places as remote as Chicago. Sharon Whipple now called him a crimson rambler. Meanwhile, news of the other Cowan twin trickled into New Bern through letters from Winona Penniman, a nurse with the forces overseas. During her months of training in New York, the epistolary style of Winona had maintained its old leisurely elegance. But early in the year of 1918, it suffered severely under the strain of active service and became blunt to the point of crudeness. The morale of her nice phrases had been shattered seemingly beyond restoration. "Damn this war," began one letter to her mother. "We had influenza aboard coming over, and 3 nurses died and were buried at sea. Also, one of our convoy foundered in a storm. I saw men clinging to the wreck as she went down. Can it be that I once lived in that funny little town where they make a fuss about dead people? Flowers and a casket and a clergyman and careful burial. With us, it's something to get out of the way at once. And life has always been this, and I never knew it, even if we did take the papers at home. Ha ha! Yes, I can laugh, even in the face of it. Life is real, life is earnest. How that line comes back to me with new force." A succeeding letter from a base hospital somewhere in France spelled in full certain words that had never before polluted Winona's pen. Brazenly she abandoned the seemly reticence of dashes. Damn all the war, she wrote, and again, war is surely more hellish than hell could be. Mercy! Can the child be using such words in actual talk? Demanded Mrs. Penniman of the judge, to whom she read the letter. More'n likely, declared the judge. War makes 'em forget their home training. Wouldn't surprise me if she went from bad to worse. It's just a life of profligacy she's leading. You can't tell me. Nonsense, snapped the mother. And whom do you think I had a nice little visit with 2 days ago? He was on his way up to the front again, and it was our Wilbur. He's been in hot fighting 3 times already, but so far unscathed. But oh, how old he looks, and so severe and grim and muddy. He says he's the worst scared man in the whole army, bar none. He thought at first he would get over his fright, but each time he goes in he hates worse and worse to be shot at, and will positively never come to like it. He says the only way he can get over being frightened is to go on until he becomes very, very angry, and then he can forget it for a time. You can tell by his face that it would be easy to anger him. But do not think he's cowardly, even if habitually frightened, because I also talked with his captain, who's an outspoken man, and he tells me that Wilbur is a regular fighting so-and-so. These were his very words. They're army slang and mean that he's a brave soldier. A young man, Mr. Edward Brennan from Newbern, a sort of athlete, came over with him, and they've been constantly together. I did not see this Mr. Brennan, but I hear that he too is gallantly great, and also a regular fighting so-and-so, as these rough men put it in their slang. Wilbur spoke of Merle's writing about the war and about America's being rotten to the core because of capital that people want to keep from the working man, and he says he now sees that Merle must have been misled, as he puts it in his crude, forceful way. This man's country has come to stay. He says that is what he always says to himself when he has to go over the top, while he is still scared and before he grows angry. This man's country has come to stay. He says this big American army would laugh at many of Merle's speeches about America and the war. He says the country is greater than any magazine, even the best. Now my rest hour is over, and I must go in where they are doing terrible things to these poor men. For a week I've been on my feet 18 hours out of each 24. I have just time for another tiny cigarette before going into that awful smell. Mercy! Cried the amazed mother. There you are, retorted the judge. Let her go into the army, and she takes up smoking. War leads to dissipation. Ask anyone. I must send her some, declared Mrs. Penniman, or I wonder if she rolls her own. Yes, and pretty soon we'll have the whole house stenched up worse than what Dave Cowan's pipe does it, grumbled the judge. The idea of a girl of her years taking up cigarettes. A good thing the country's going dry. Them that smoke usually drink. High time the girl had some fun, returned his wife placidly. Needn't be shameless about it, grumbled the judge. A good woman has to draw the line somewhere. The unbending moralist later protested that Wynona's letter should not be read to her friends, but Mrs. Penniman proved stubborn. She softened no word of Wynona's strong language, and she portrayed something like a guilty pride in revealing that her child was now a hopeless tobacco addict. A month later, Wynona further harassed the judge. I think only about life and death, read Mrs. Penniman, and I'm thinking now that the real plan of things is something greater than either of them. It's not rounded out by our dying in the right faith. Somehow it must go on and on, always in struggle and defeat. I used to think, of course, that our religious faith was the only true one, but now I must tell you I don't know what I am. My Lord, groaned the horrified judge, the girl's an atheist. That's what people are when they don't know what they are. First swearing, then smoking cigarettes, now forsaking her religion. Mark my words, she's coming home an abandoned woman." "Stuff," said Mrs. Penniman crisply. "She's having a great experience. Listen, you should see them die here in all faiths, Jews, Catholics, Protestants, and very, very many who've never enjoyed the consolation of any religious teachings whatsoever. But they all die alike, and you may think me dreadful for saying it, but I know their reward will be equal. I don't know if I will come out of it myself, but I don't think about that because it seems unimportant. The scheme, you remember Dave Cowan always talking about the scheme. The scheme is so big that dying doesn't matter one bit if you die trying for something. I couldn't argue about this, but I know it, and these wonderful boys must know it when they go smiling straight into death. They know it without anyone ever having told them. Sometimes I get to thinking of my own little set beliefs about a hereafter, those I used to hold, and they seem funny to me." "There," the judge waved triumphantly. "Now she's making fun of the church. That's what comes of getting in with that fast army set." Mrs. Penniman ignored this. "Patricia Whipple feels the same way I do about these matters. More intensely if that were possible. I had a long talk with her yesterday. She's been doing a wonderful work in our section. She's one of us that can stand anything, any sort of horrible operation and never faint, as some of the nurses have done. She is apparently at such times a thing of steel, a machine, but she feels intensely when it's over, and she lets down. You wouldn't know her. Thin and drawn, but can work 20 hours at a stretch and be ready for 20 more next day. She's on her way up to a first aid station, which I myself would not be equal to. It's terrible enough at this base hospital. For one who's been brought up as she has, gently nurtured, looked after every moment, she's amazing. And as I say, she feels as I do about life and death and the absurd little compartments into which we used to pack religion. She says she expects never to get back home because the world is coming to an end. You would not be surprised at her thinking this if you could see what she has to face. She's a different girl. We are both different. We won't ever be the same again." "What did I tell you?" demanded the judge. "The war increases in violence. Dreadful sights, dreadful smells. I am so glad Merle's eyes kept him out of it. He would have been ill-fitted for this turmoil. Wilbur was the one for it. I saw him a few minutes the other day on his way to some place I mustn't write down. He said, 'Do you know what I wish?' I said, 'No, what do you wish?' He said, 'I wish I was back in the front yard, squirting water on the lawn and flower beds, where no one would be shooting at me, and it was 6 o'clock, and it was going to be fried chicken for supper, and one of those deep dish apple pies without any bottom to it, that you turn upside down and pour maple syrup on. That's what I wish.'" "Always thinking of his stomach," muttered the judge. "But he has gone on, and I can't feel distressed, even though I know it's probable he will never come back. I know it won't make any difference in the real plan, and that it's only important that he keep on being a fighting so-and-so, as they say in the army. It's not that I'm callous, but I've come to get a larger view of death. Mere death. I said goodbye to him for probably the last time, with as little feeling as I would have said goodbye to father on departing for a 3 days trip to the city." "Naturally she'd forget her parents," said the judge. "That's what it leads to." Late in June of that year, the shattered remains of a small town somewhere in France, long peaceful with the peace of death, became noisy with a strange new life. Two opposing and frenzied lines of traffic clashed along the road that led through it and became a noisy jumble in the little square at its center. a disordered mass of camions, artillery, heavy supply wagons, field kitchens, ambulances, with motorcycles at its edges like excited terriers, lending a staccato vivacity to its uproar. Artillery and soldiers went forward, supply wagons, empty, and ambulances, not empty, poured back in unending succession, and only the marching men, gaunt shapes in the dust, were silent. They came from a road to the south, an undulating double line of silent men in dust-grayed khaki, bent under a burden of field equipment, stepping swiftly along the narrow stone-paved street, heads down, unheeding the jagged ruin of small shops and dwellings that flanked the way. Reaching the square, they turned to cross a makeshift bridge, beside one of the stone that had spanned the little river, but now lay broken in its shallow bed. Beyond this stream, they followed a white road that wound gently up a sere hill between rows of blasted poplars. At the top of the rise, two shining lines of helmets undulated rhythmically below the view. At moments, the undulations would cease and the lines dissolve. The opposing streams of traffic would merge in a tangle beyond extrication until a halt enabled each to go its way. A sun-shot mist of fine dust softened all lines until from a little distance the figures of men and horses and vehicles were but twisting yellowish phantoms, strangely troubled, strangely roaring. At these times the lines of marching men, halted by some clumsy clashing of war machines, instantly became mere huddles of fatigue by the wayside, falling to earth like rows of standing blocks sent over by a child's touch. Facing the square was a small stone church that had been mistreated. Its front was barred by tumbled masonry, but a well-placed shell had widely breached its side wall. Through this timbered opening could be seen rows of cots hovered over by nurses or white-clad surgeons. Their forms flashed with a subdued radiance far back in the shaded interior. Litter-bearers came and went. From the opening now issued a red-faced private, bulky with fat. One of his eyes was hidden from the public by a bandage, but the other surveyed the milling traffic with a humorous tolerance. Though propelling himself with crutches, he'd contrived to issue from the place with an air of careless sauntering. Tenderly he eased his bulk to a flat stone, aforetime set in the church's facade, and dropped a crutch at either side. He now readjusted his hat, for the bandage going up over his shock of reddish hair had affected its fit. Next he placed an inquiring but entirely respectful palm over the bandaged eye. "Never was such a hell of a good eye anyhow," he observed, and winked the unhidden eye in testimony of his wit. Then he plucked from back of an ear a half-smoked cigarette, relighted this, and leered humorously at the spreading tangle before him. "Naughty, naughtykins," he called to a driver of 4 mules who'd risen finally to an emergency demanding sheer language. "First chance I had to get a good look at the war, what with one thing and another," he amiably explained to a sergeant of infantry who was passing. Neither of his sallies evoked a response, but he was not rebuffed. He wished to engage in badinage, but he was one who could entertain himself if need be. He looked about for other diversion. To the opening in the church wall came a nurse. She walked with short, uncertain steps and leaned against the ragged edge of the wall, with one arm along its stone for support. Her face was white and drawn, and for a moment she closed her eyes and breathed deeply of the dust-laden air. The fat private on the stone, a score of feet away, studied her approvingly. She was slight of form, and her hair beneath the cap was of gold, a little tarnished. He waited for her eyes to open, then hailed her genially as he waved at a tangle of camions and ambulances now blocking the bridge. Worse than Fair Week back home on Main Street. Hey, sister? But she did not hear him, for a battered young second lieutenant with one arm in a sling had joined her from the dusk of a church. "Done up, nurse?" he demanded. "Only for a second. We just finished something pretty fierce." She pointed back of her, but without looking. "Why not sit down on that stone?" He indicated a fallen slab at her feet. She looked at it with frank longing, but smiled a refusal. "Dassin'," she said. "I'd be asleep in no time." "Cheer up. We'll soon finish this man's job." The girl looked at him with eyes already freshened. "No, it won't ever be finished. It's going on forever. Nothing but war and that inside." Again she pointed back without turning her head. "Another jam." The second lieutenant waved toward the makeshift bridge. The girl watched the muddle of wheeled things and stiffened with indignation. "That's why it'll last so long," she said, "because these officers of ours can't learn anything. Look at that muddle, while men are dying on beyond. You'd think they were a lot of schoolboys. Haven't they been told to keep one road for their up traffic and another road for their down traffic? But they wouldn't do it because it was the British who told them. But the British had found out, hadn't they? Catch them having a senseless mix-up like that. But our men won't listen. They won't even listen to me. I've told one general, and 6 or 7 colonels only this morning. Told the general to keep certain roads for troops and wagons going to the front and other roads of traffic coming back to camps and depots, and all he could say was that he hoped to God there wouldn't be another war until the women could staff it." "Hooray! Hooray!" squeaked the listening private in a subdued falsetto not meant to be overheard. Then he turned to stare up the street of broken shop fronts. One of these diverted his attention from a nurse. Above its door protruded a bush, its leaves long since withered. He knew this for the sign of a wine shop, and with much effort regained his feet to hobble toward it. He went far enough to note that the bush broke its promise of refreshment, for back of it was but dry desolation. "Na pooh," he murmured in his best French, and turned to measure the distance back to his stone seat. To this he again sauntered carelessly, as a gentleman walking abroad over his estate. The second lieutenant was leaving the nurse by the extemporized portal of the church, though she seemed not to have done with exposing the incompetence of certain staff officers. She still leaned wearily against the wall, vocal with irritation. "Bawl 'em out, sister. I think anything you think," called the private. Then, from his stone seat, he turned to survey the double line of marching men that issued from the street into the square. They came now to a shuffling halt at a word of command relayed from some place beyond the bridge, where a new jumble of traffic could be dimly discerned. The lines fell apart, and the men sank to earth in the shade of the broken buildings across the square. The private waved them a careless hand, with the mild interest of one who's been permanently dissevered from their activities. One of them slouched over, gave the private a new cigarette, and slouched back to his resting mates. In the act of lighting the cigarette, the fat private noted that another of these reclining figures had risen and was staring fixedly either at him or at something beyond him. He turned and perceived that the nurse and not himself must be the object of this regard. The risen private came on a dozen paces, halted hesitatingly, and stared once more. The nurse, who had drooped again after the departure of the second lieutenant, now drew a long breath, threw up her shoulders, and half turned as if to re-enter the church. The hesitating private, beholding the new angle of her face thus revealed to him, darted swiftly forward with a cry that was formless but eloquent. The nurse stayed motionless, but with eyes widened upon the approaching figure. The advancing private had risen wearily, and his first steps towards the church had been tired, dragging steps. But for the later distance he became agile and swift, running as one refreshed. The fat private on the stone observed the little play. The couple stood at last, tensely, face to face. The watcher beheld the girl's eyes rest with wild wonder upon the newcomer, eyes that were steady, questioning green flames. He saw her form stiffen, her shoulders go back, her arms rise, her clenched hands spread apart in a gesture that was something of fear, but all of allure. The newcomer's own hands widened to meet hers. The girl's wrists writhed into his tightened grasp. Her own hands clasped his arms and crept slowly, tightly along the dusty sleeves of his blouse. Still, her eyes were eyes of wild wonder, searching his face. They had not spoken, but now the hands of each clutched the shoulders of the other for the briefest of seconds. Then came a swift enveloping maneuver, and the girl was held in a close embrace. The watching private studied the mechanics of this engagement with an expert eye. He saw the girl's arms run to tighten about the soldier's neck. He saw her face lift. The soldier's helmet obscured much of what ensued, and the watcher called softly, "Hats off in front!" Then, fastidiously dusting the back of one hand, he kissed it audibly. Behind him, across the square, a score of recumbent privates were roused to emulation. Dusting the backs of their hands, they kissed them both tenderly and audibly. The two by the church were oblivious of this applause. Their arms still held each other. Neither had spoken. The girl's face was set in wonder, in shining unbelief, yet a little persuaded. They were apart the reach of their arms. "As you were," ordered the fat private in low tones, and with a little rush they became as they were. Again the girl's arms ran to tighten about the soldier's neck. The watcher noticed their earnest constrictions. "I bet that lad never reads his dice wrong," he murmured admiringly. "Oh, lady, will you watch him June her?" He here became annoyed to observe that his cigarette had been burning wastefully. He snapped off its long ash and drew tremendously upon it. The two were still close, but now they talked. He heard sounds of amazement, of dismay from the girl. "Put a comether on her before she knew it," explained the private to himself. There followed swift, broken murmurs, incoherent annoyingly to the listener. But the soldier's arms had not relaxed, and the arms of the girl were visibly compressed about his neck. Then they fell half apart once more. The watcher saw that the girl was weeping, convulsed with long, dry, shuddering sobs. "As you were," he again commanded, and the order was almost instantly obeyed. Presently they talked again, quick, short speech, provokingly blurred to the private's ears. "Louder," he commanded. "We can't hear at the back of the hall." The muffled talk went on, one hand of the girl ceaselessly patting the shoulder where it had rested. Now a real command came. The line of men rose, its head by the bridge coming up first. The pair by the church drew apart, blended again momentarily. The soldier sped back to his place, leaving the girl erect, head up, her shining eyes upon him. He did not look back. The line was marking time. The fat private saw his moment. He reached for his crutches and laboriously came to his feet. Hands belled before his mouth, he trumpeted ringingly abroad, Let the war go on. An officer, approaching from the bridge, seemed suddenly to be stricken with blindness, deafness, and a curious facial paralysis. Once more the column undulated over the tawny crest of the hill. Her nurse stood watching, long after her soldier had become indistinguishable in the swinging grayish-brown mass. "Hey, nurse!" the fat private, again seated, called to her. To his dismay, she came to stand beside him, refreshed, radiant. "What do you think of the war?" he asked. He was embarrassed by her nearness. He had proposed badinage at a suitable distance. "This war is nothing," said the girl. "No?" The private was entertained. "Nothing. A bore, of course, but it will end in a minute." "Sure it will," agreed the private. "Don't let no one tell you different." "I should think not. This man's war won't bother me any more." "Not any more?" demanded the private with insinuating emphasis. "Not any more." The private felt emboldened. "Say, sister," he grinned up at her, "that boy changed your view a lot, didn't he?" "You mean to say you were here?" She flashed him a look of annoyance. "Was I here? Sister, we was all here. The whole works was here." She reflected, the upper lip drawn down. "Who cares?" she retorted. She turned away, then paused, debating with herself. You needn't let it go any farther, but I've got to tell someone. It was a surprise. I was never so bumped in my whole life." The private grinned again. "Lady, that lad just naturally put a comether on you." She considered this, then shook her head. "No, it was more like we must have put one on each other. It was fierce." "Happy days," cheered the private. She lighted him with the effulgence of a knowing smile. "Thanks a lot," she said. The war went on. In her next letter, Winona Penniman wrote, "We moved up to a station nearer the front last Tuesday. I spent a night with Patricia Whipple. The child has come through it all wonderfully so far. A month ago she was down and out. Now she can't get enough work to do. Says the war bores her stiff. She means to stick it through, but all her talk is of going home. By the way, she told me she had a little visit with Wilbur Cowan the other day. She says she never saw him looking better." This ends Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 19. 2 lines of helmeted men went over the crest of the hill. Private Cowan was no longer conscious of aching feet and leaden legs, or of the burden that bowed his shoulders. There was a pounding in his ears, and in his mind a verse of scripture that had lingered inexplicably there since their last billet at Cambrai. His corporal, late a theological student, had read and expounded bits of the Bible to such as would listen. Forsaking beaten paths, he had one day explored Revelations. He had explained the giving unto 7 angels of 7 golden vials of the wrath of God, but later came upon a verse that gave him pause. "And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. It seemed that everything in Revelations had a hidden meaning, and the expert found this obscure. There had been artless speculation among the listeners. A private with dice had professed to solve the riddle of the number 7, and had even alleged that 12 might be easier to throw if one kept repeating the verse. But this by his fellows was held to be rank superstition. No really acceptable exposition had been offered of the woman clothed with the sun, and under her feet the moon, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. Wilbur Cowan, marching up the hill, now sounded the words to himself. They went with that pounding in his ears. At last he knew what they meant. A great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, and under her feet the moon. Over and over he chanted the words. So much was plain to him. But how had it come about? They had looked, then enveloped each other, not thinking, blindly groping. They'd been out of themselves, not on guard, not held by 1,000 bands of old habit that back in Newbern would have restrained them. Lacking these, they'd rushed to that wild contact like two charged clouds, and everything was changed by that moment's surrender to some force beyond their relaxed wills. Something between them had not been, now it was. Something compelling, something that had, for its victory, needed only that they confront each other, not considering, not resisting, biddable. In his arms she had cried, "But how did we know? How did we know?" He had found no answer. Holding her fiercely as he did, it seemed enough that they did know. He had surrendered but could not reason, was even incurious. At last she had said, "But if it shouldn't be true, if it's only because we're both worn down and saw someone from home, suppose it's mere—" She'd broken off to thump his shoulder in reassurance, to cling more abjectly. It was then she had wept, shakingly, in a vast impatience with herself for trying to reason. "It's true. It is true. It's true. It's true," she told him with piteous vehemence, then wilted again to his support, one hand stroking his dusty cheek. When the command had come down the line, she seemed about to fall, but braced herself with new strength from some hidden source. When he released her, she stood erect, regarding him with something of a twisted, humorous quirk about her lips that for an instant brought her back to him as the little girl of long ago. Not until then had he been able to picture her as Patricia Whipple. Then he saw. Her smile became surer. "You've gone and spoiled the whole war for me," she called to him. The war, too, had been spoiled for Private Cowan. He was unable to keep his mind on it. Of the Second Battle of the Marne he was to remember little worth telling. 2 nights later they came to rest in the woods back of Saint-Eugène, in the little valley of the Surmelin, that gateway to Paris from the farthest point of the second German drive. It was a valley shining with the gold of little wheat fields, crimson specked with poppies. It recalled to Private Cowan merely the farmland rolling away from that old house of red brick where he had gone one day with Sharon Whipple. Yesterday it might have been. Even the winding creek, though the French called theirs a river, was like the other creek, its course marked by a tangle of shrubs and small growths, and the sides of the valley were flanked familiarly with stony ridges sparsely covered with second-growth timber. Newbern, he kept thinking, would lie 4 miles beyond that longest ridge, and down that yellow road Sharon Whipple might soon be driving his creaking, weathered buggy and the gaunt roan. The buggy would sag to one side, and Sharon would be sitting slaunch-wise, as he called it. Over the ridge, at Newbern's edge, would be the bony little girl who was so funny and willful. They moved forward to the south bank of the Marne. Beyond that 50-yard stream lay the enemy, reported now to be stacking up drive impediments. The reports bored Private Cowan. He wished they would hurry the thing through. He had other matters in hand. A woman clothed with the sun, and under her feet the moon, and upon her head a crown of... He could not make the crown of stars seem right. She was crowned with a nurse's cap, rusty hair showing beneath, and below this her wan, wistful, eager face, the eyes half shutting in vain attempts to reason. The face would be drawn by some inner torment, then its tortured lines melt to a smile of sure conviction. But she was clothed with the sun, and the moon was under her feet. So much he could make seem true. The dark of a certain night fell on the waiting regiment. Crickets sounded their note. A few silent birds winged furtively overhead. Rolling kitchens brought up the one hot meal of a day, to be taken to the front by carrying parties. Company commanders made a last reconnaissance of their positions. For Private Cowan, it was a moment of double waiting. Waiting for battle was now secondary. In a tiny slit trench on the forward edge of a railway embankment, Private Brennan remarked upon the locomotion of the foreign frog. "Will you look at him walk," said Spike, "just like an animal. Don't they ever learn to hop like regular gorfs?" Said Private Cowan, "I suppose you saw that girl back there the other day." "Me and the regiment," said Spike, and chewed gum discreetly. "She's a girl from back home. Funny, I'd never taken much notice of her before." "You took a plenty back there. You've raised your average awful high. I'll say it." "I hardly knew what I was doing." "Didn't you? We did." "Since then, sometimes I forget what we're here for." "Don't worry, kid. You'll be told." It's funny how things happen that you never expected, but afterward you see it was natural as anything. At midnight the quiet sky split redly asunder. German guns began to feel away to Paris. The earth rocked in a gentle rhythm under a rain of shells. Shrapnel and gas lent vivacity to the assault. Guns to their utmost reach swept the little valley like a Titan sickle. Private Cowan nestled his cheek against the earthen side of his little slit trench and tried to remember what she had worn that last night in Newbern. Something glistening, warm in color like ripe fruit, and a rusty braid bound her head. She had watched, doubtfully, to see if people were not impatient at her talk. A rattle-pate, old Sharon called her. She was something else now, some curious sort of woman. Older, not afraid. She wouldn't care any more if people were impatient. At 4 o'clock of that morning, the bombardment of the front line gave way to a rolling barrage. Close behind this, hugging it, as the men said, came gray waves of the enemy. It was quieter after the barrage had passed, only the tack-tack of machine guns and the clash of meeting bayonets. "Gonna have some rough stuff," said Private Brennan. For a long time then Private Cowan was so engrossed with the routine of his present loose trade that the name of Whipples seemed to have no room in his mind. For 4 hours he held a cold rifle and thought. Now the gun was hot, its bayonet wet, and he thought not at all. When it was over, he was one of 52 men left of his company that had numbered 251. But his own uniform would still be clean of wound chevrons. 2 divisions of German shock troops had broken against a regiment of American fighting men. "I don't like fighting any more," said Private Cowan. "Pushed them across the crick," said Private Brennan. "Now we chase 'em." So they joined the chase and fought again at Jalgon, where it rained for 3 days and nights, and Private Cowan considered his life in danger because he caught cold. It might develop into pneumonia. He didn't want to get sick and die. Not now. It had not of late occurred to him that he would be in any danger save from sickness. But he threw off the menacing cold and was fit for the big battle at Fismes, stubbornly pronounced Fism by Private Brennan, after repeated corrections. Private Cowan thought now, when not actually engaged at his loose trade, of his brother. He wished the boy could have been with him. He would have learned something. He would have learned that you feel differently about a country if once you fight for it. His country had been only a name. He had merely ached to fight. Now he hated fighting. Words could never tell how he loathed it. But his country had become more than a name. He would fight again for that. He wished Merle could have had this new feeling about his country. It was before Feme, being out where he had no call to be, and after winning a finished fight with a strangely staring, spectacled foe, that he stumbled across the inert form of Private Brennan, who must also have gone where he had no call to go. He leaned over him. Spike's mask was broken, but half adjusted. He shouldered the burden, grunting as he did so, angered by the weight of it. He was irritated, too, by men who were firing at him, but his greater resentment was for Spike's unreasonable mass. "You son of a gun! Hog fat! Overweight, that's what you are! You'll never make 133 again, not you! Gee gosh, a light heavyweight, that's what you are!" He complained to the unhearing Spike all the way back to a dressing station, though twice refusing help to carry his load. "Mustard gas," said the surgeon. He was back there when Spike on a stretcher came violently to life. "What a dark night," said Spike, between two of the spasms that wrenched him. "Can't see your hand before your face." "Say, you're hog fat," grumbled Private Cowan. "You weigh a ton." "It's dark, but it feels light. It's warm." Private Cowan leaned to shield the sun from Spike's garbled face. "Sure it's dark," said he. "Can't see your hand before your face." Spike was holding up a hand, thumb and fingers widely spread, moving it before his sightless eyes. "You got to go back. You're too fat to be up here." He rested his hand on Spike's forehead, but withdrew it quickly when Spike winced. He went on with the war, and the war went on. "You would never guess," wrote Winona, "who was brought to this base hospital last week. It was the Mr. Brennan I wrote you of, Mr. Edward Brennan, the friend of Wilbur's who went with him from Newbern. He's blind from gas, poor thing. Our head surgeon knew him. It seems he's one of the prettiest lightweights the head surgeon ever saw in action. A two-handed fighter with a good right and a good left. These are terms used in the sport of boxing. Of course, he knows he's blind, but at first he thought he was only in the dark. Wilbur had told him of me. The most curious misunderstanding. He's positive he once saw me at home. Says I am the prettiest thing he ever looked at, and don't I remember coming into the post office one day in a white dress and white shoes and a blue parasol, and getting some mail, and going out to a motor where some people waited for me? The foolish thing insists I have blue eyes and light brown hair. And I was smiling when I looked at him in passing. Not smiling at him, of course, but from something the people in the car had said. And I had one glove off and carried the other with the blue sunshade. And I think he means a girl from Rochester that visited the Hendricks, those mill people, summer before last. She was pretty enough in a girlish way, but not at all my type. But I can't convince Edward it was not I he saw. I've given up trying. What harm in letting him think so? He says, anyway, he would know I am beautiful, because he can feel it even if I come into the room. Did you ever hear such talk? But I am looking a lot better, in spite of all I've been through. I had a week in Paris last month and bought some clothes, a real Paris dress and things. You would not know me in the new outfit. The skirt is of rather a daring shortness, but such is the mode now, and I'm told it becomes me. Poor Edward. He's so patient, except for spells when he seems to go mad with realizing his plight. He is still a man. His expression is forceful. He doesn't smoke and warns me against it, though the few cigarettes I allow myself are a precious relief. But I've promised him to give up the habit when the war is over. He's a strong man, but helpless. He still believes I am the pretty thing he saw in the post office. The skirt is pleated, light summer stuff, and falls in a straight line. Of course I have the shoes and stockings to go with it. "There!" exploded the judge. "Taking up with prize fighters, traipsing around in a regular French dress, looking like something she's not supposed to be." "Lysander!" rebuked his wife hotly. "He tells me lots about Wilbur," continued the letter. "He hints that the boy is in love, but will say nothing definite. Men are so close-mouthed. I hope our boy doesn't marry some little French anybody. His face is not exactly pleasant to look upon for the time being, but he has a very winning personality." "Who's she mean that for?" demanded the judge truculently. "The Cowan boy?" This ends chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 20. On a day late in June of 1919, Wilbur Cowan dropped off the noon train that paused at New Bern Center. He carried the wicker suitcase he'd taken away and wore the same clothes. He had the casual, incurious look of one who had been for a little trip down the line. No one about the station heeded him, nor did he notice anyone he knew. There was a new assemblage of station loafers, and none of these recognized him. Suitcase in hand, his soft hat pulled well down, he walked quickly round the crowd and took a roundabout way through quiet streets to the Penniman place. The town to his eye had shrunk. Buildings were not so high as he remembered them, wide spaces narrower, streets shorter, less thronged. On his way he met old Mr. Dodwell, muffled about the throat, though the day was hot, walking feebly, planting a stout cane before him. Mr. Dodwell passed blinking eyes over him, went on, then turned to call back. "Ain't that Wilbur Cowan? How d'ye do, Wilbur? Ain't you been away?" "For a little while," answered Wilbur, "though I hadn't seen you for some time. Hot as blazes, ain't it?" He came to the Penniman place at the rear. The vegetable garden, lying between the red barn and the white house, was as he had known it, uncared for, sad, discouraged. The judge's health could be no better. On bare earth at the corner of the woodshed, Frank, the dog, slumbered fitfully in the shade. He merely grumbled, rising to change his posture when greeted. Feebly he sniffed the newcomer. It could be seen that his memory was stirred, but his eyes told him nothing. He had a complaining air of saying one met so many people. It was beyond one to place them all. He whimpered when his ears were rubbed, seeming to recall a familiar touch. Then with a deep sigh he fell asleep once more. His master took up the suitcase and gained, without further encounters, the little room in the side-yard house. Yet he did not linger here. He kept seeing a small, barefoot boy who rummaged in a treasure box labeled cake. This boy made him uncomfortable. He went round to the front of the other house. On the porch, behind the morning glory vine, Judge Penniman in his wicker chair languidly fanned himself, studying a thermometer held in his other hand. He glanced up sharply. "Well, come back, did you?" "Yes, sir," said Wilbur, and sat on the top step to fan himself with his hat. "Warm, isn't it?" The judge brightened. "Warm? Warm ain't any name for it. We've been having a hot spell nobody remembers the like of, man nor boy, for 20 years. Why, day before yesterday? Say, I wish you'd been here. Talk about suffering. I was having one of my bad days, and the least little thing I do, I'd be panting like a tuckered hound. Say, how was the war?" "Oh, so-so," answered the returned private. "You tell it well. Seems to me if I'd been off sky-hooting round in foreign lands. Say, how about them French women? Pretty bold lot, I guess, if you can believe all you—" The parrot in its cage at the end of the porch climbed to a perch with beak and claw. "Flapdoodle, flapdoodle, flapdoodle," it screeched. The judge glared murderously at it. "Wilbur Cowan, you bad, bad, bad child, not to let us know." Mrs. Penniman threw back the screen door and rushed to embrace him. "You regular fighting so-and-so," she sobbed. "Where'd you get that talk?" he demanded. Mrs. Penniman wiped her eyes with a dish towel suspended from one arm. "Oh, we heard all about you." She was warm and shed gracious aromas. The returned one sniffed these. "It's chops," he said, and hot biscuits. "And radishes from the garden, and buttermilk, and clover honey, and raspberries, and let me see." "Let's go," said the soldier. "Then you can tell us all about that war," said the invalid, as with groans he raised his bulk from the wicker chair. "What war?" asked Wilbur. He spent the afternoon in the little room, where he would glance up to find the small barefoot boy staring at him in wonder, and out in the Penniman front yard where the summer flowers bloomed. These surroundings presented every assurance of safety, yet his restless, wide-sweeping gaze was full of caution, especially after the aeroplane went over. At the first ominous note of its droning, he'd broken for cover. After that, in spite of himself, he would be glancing uneasily at the plumber place across the road. This was fronted by a hedge of cypress, ideal machine gun cover. But not once during the long afternoon was he shot at. He brought out and repaired the lawn mower, oiled its rusty parts, and ran it gaily over the grass. At supper time, when Dave Cowan came, he was wetting the shorn sward with spray from a hose. "Back?" said Dave, peering as at a bit of the far cosmos flung in his way. "Back," said his son. They shook hands. "You haven't changed any," said Wilbur, scanning Dave's placid face under the straw hat, and following the lines of his spare figure down to the vestiges of a once noble pair of shoes. "You only been away 2 years," said Dave. "I wouldn't change much in that time. That's the way of the mind, though. We always forget how slowly evolution works its wonders. Anyhow, you know what they say in our trade. When a printer dies, he turns into a white mule. I'm no white mule yet. You've changed, though." "I didn't know it. Face harder, about 10 years older. Kinda set and sour looking. Ever laugh any more?" "Of course I laugh." "You don't look it. Never forget how to laugh. It's a lifesaver. Laugh even at wars and killings. Human life in each of us isn't much. It's like that stream you're spreading over the ground. The drops fall back to earth, but the main stream is constant. That's all the life force cares about, the main stream. Doesn't care about the drops. A few more or less, here and there, make no difference." "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. Dave Cowan scanned the front of the house. The judge was not in sight. He went softly to lean against the parrot's cage, and in low, wheedling tones uttered words to it. "Flapdoodle, flapdoodle, flapdoodle," screeched the parrot in return, and laughed harshly. The bird was a master of sarcastic inflection. Dave came back looking pleased and proud. "Almost human," he declared. "Kept back a few million years by accident. Our little feathered brother." He gestured toward the house. "Old Flapdoodle, in there. He's a rabid red these days. Got tired of being a patriot. Worked hard for a year trying to prove that Fehlhaber was a German spy, flapping his curtain at night to the German Foreign Office. but no one paid any attention to him except a few other flapdoodles. So then he began to read your brother's precious words, and now he's a violent comrade. Fact! Expecting any day that the workers will take things over and he'll come into money. Money the interests have kept him out of. He kind of licks his chops when he talks about it. Never heard him talk about his wife's share, though. Say, that brother of yours is making a plumb fool of himself. He didn't understand. No, and he doesn't yet. Where is he now? Oh, Dave circled a weary hand to the zenith. Off somewhere, holy rolling. Gets his name in the papers. Young poet radical that abandoned life of luxury to starve with toiling comrades. Say, do you know what a toiling comrade gets per day now? No matter. Your brother hasn't toiled any. Makes red-hot speeches. That Whipple bunch reared at last and shut off his magazine money, so he said he couldn't take another cent writing from the anguished sweat of serfs. But it ain't his hands he toils with, and he ain't a real one either. Plenty of real ones in his bunch that would stand the gaff, but not him. He's a shine. Of course they're useful, these Reds. Keep things stirred up. Human yeast cakes. Only they get to thinking they're the dough, too. That brother of yours knows all the lines. Says 'em hot, too. But that's only so he'll get more notice. Say, tell us about the war. It was an awful big one, said his son. Soon after a novel breakfast the following morning, in that it was late and leisurely, and he ate from a chair at a table, he heard the squealing brakes of a motor car and saw one brought to a difficult stop at the Penniman gate. Sharon Whipple, the driver, turned to look back at the machine indignantly, as if it had misbehaved. Wilbur Cowan met him at the gate. It became Sharon's pretense that he was not hugging the boy, merely feeling the muscles in his shoulders and back to see if he were as good a lightweight as ever. He pounded and thumped and punched, and even made as if to wrestle with the returned soldier, laughing awkwardly through it. But his florid face had paled with the excitement. I knew you'd come back. Old Sammy Dodwell happened to mention he'd seen you. Said he hadn't noticed you before for most a month, he thought. But I knew you was coming all right. Time and time again I told people you would. Told everyone that. I bet you had some narrow escapes, didn't you now? Wilbur Cowan considered. Well, I had a pretty bad cold in the Argonne. I want to know, said Sharon, much concerned. He pranced heavy-footedly before the other, thumping his chest. Well, I bet you threw it off. A hard cold ain't any joke. But look here, come on for a ride. They entered the car and Sharon drove. But he continued to bubble with questions, to turn his head and gesture with one hand or the other. The passenger applied imaginary brakes as they missed a motor truck. Better let me take that, he suggested, and they changed seats. Out to the home farm, directed Sharon. You ain't altered a mite, he went on. Little more peaked, mebbe. Kind of more mature or judgmatical or whatever you call it. Well, go on. Tell about the war. But there proved to be little to tell, and Sharon gradually wearied from the effort of evoking this little. Yes, there had been fights. Big ones, lots of noise, you bet. The food was all right. The Germans were good fighters. No, he had not been wounded. Yes, that was strange. The French were good fighters. The British were good fighters. They were all good fighters. But didn't you have any close mix-ups at all? Persisted Sharon. Oh, now and then. Sometimes you couldn't get out of it. Well, my shining stars, can't you tell a fellow? Oh, it wasn't much. You'd be out at night, maybe, and you'd meet one, and you'd trade a few punches, and then you'd tangle. And you'd leave him there, eh? Oh, sometimes. Who did win the war, anyway? Sharon was a little irritated by this reticence. The other grinned. The British say they won it, and the last I heard the French said it was God Almighty. Take your choice. Of course, you did hear other gossip going around. You know how things get started." Sharon grunted. "I should think as much. Great prunes and apricots. I should think there would have been talk going around. Anyway, it was you boys that stopped the fight. I guess they'd admit that much. Small towners like you that was ready to fight for their country. Dear me, suz, I should think as much." On the crest of a hill overlooking a wide sweep of valley farmland, the driver stopped the car in shade and scanned the fields of grain where the green was already fading. "There's the home farm," said Sharon. "Hi mighty. Some change since my granddad came in here and fit the engines and catamounts off it. I wonder what he'd say if he could hear what I'm paying for farm help right now. And hard to get at that. I don't know how I've managed. See that mower going down there in the South 40? Well, the best man I've had for 2 years is cutting that patch of Timothy. Who do you guess? It's my girl, Juliana. She not only took charge for me, but she jumped in herself and did 2 men's work. Funny girl, that one. So quiet all these years, never saying much, never letting out. But she let out when the men went. I guess lots have been like her. You can see a woman doing anything nowadays. Why, they got a woman burglar over to the county seat the other night. And I just read the speech of a silly softy of a congressman telling why they shouldn't have the vote. Hell. Excuse me for cursing so. Unconsciously, Wilbur had been following with his eyes the course of the willow-bordered creek. He half expected to hear the crisp little tacking of machine guns from its shelter, and he uneasily scanned the wood at his left. It was the valley of the Surmelin, and yonder was the Marne. "I keep thinking I'll be shot at," he explained. "You won't be. Safe as a church here, just like being in God's pocket. Say, don't that house look good to you?" He cocked a thumb toward the dwelling of the home farm in a flat space beyond the creek. It was the house of dull red brick, broad, low, square-fronted, with many windows, the house in a green setting to which they'd gone so many years before. Heat waves made it shimmer. "Yes, it looks good," conceded Wilbur. "Then listen, young man. You're to live there. It'll be your headquarters. You're going to manage the 4 other farms from there and give me a chance to be 73 years old next Tuesday without a thing on my mind. You ain't a farmer, but you're educated. You can learn anything after you've seen it done, and farming is mostly common sense and machinery nowadays. So that's where you'll be, understand? No burnt dubbing round doing this and that, printing office one day, garage the next, and nothing much the next. You're going to settle down and take up your future, see?" "Well, if you think I can." "I do. You're an enlightened young man. What I can't tell you, Juliana can. I got a dozen tractors out of commission right now. Couldn't get anyone to put 'em in shape. None of them dissipated noblemen round the mansion garage would look at a common tractor. You'll start on them. You're fixed. Don't tell me no." "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. "You done your bit in the fighting war. Now you'll serve in a peaceful one. I don't know what the good Lord intends to come out of all this rumpus, but I do know the world's going to need food. We'll raise it." "Yes, sir." Sharon glanced shrewdly at him sidewise. "You're a better Whipple than anyone else of your name ever got to be." He didn't understand. He was misled or something. "Or something," echoed Sharon. "Listen, there's one little job you got to do before you hole up out here. You heard about him, of course. The worry he's been to poor Harvey and the rest. Well, he's down there in New York still acting squeamishy. I want you should go down there and put the fear of God into him." "I understand he's mixed up with a lot of Reds down there." "Red? Him? Humph." Sharon here named an equally well-known primary color. Not red. Wilbur protested. "You don't get 'em," persisted the old man. "Listen now. He cast off the family like your father said he would. Couldn't accept another cent of Whipple money. Gonna work with his bare hands. Dressed up for it like a hunter in one of these powder advertisements. All he needed was a shotgun and a setter dog with his tail up. And everybody in the house worried he'd starve to death. Of course, no one thought he'd work. That was one of his threats they didn't take seriously. But they promised to sit tight, each and all, and bring him to time the sooner. Well, he didn't come to time. We learned he was getting money from someplace. He still had it. So I begun to get my suspicions up. Last night, I got the bunch together. Gid and Harvey D and Ella and Juliana, and I taxed them with duplicity. And every last one of them was guilty as paint. Every gosh last one. Everyone's sending him fat checks unbeknownst to the others. Even Juliana. I never did suspect her. I did it because it's all a romance to him, says she. I wanted him to go his way, whatever it was, and find it bright. What do you think of that from a girl of 48 or so that can tinker a mowing machine as good as you can? I ask you. Of course, I'd suspected the rest. Set of mushheads. Maybe they didn't look shamed when I exposed them. Each one had pictured the poor boy down there alone, undergoing hardship with his toiling workers, or whatever you call them, and of course I'd thought so myself. "How much did you send him?" demanded Wilbur, suddenly. "Not half as much as the others," returned Sharon in indignant triumph. "If they'd just set tight like they promised, and let me do the little I done—" "You were going to sit tight too, weren't you?" "Well, of course that was different. Of course I was willing to shell out a few dollars now and then if he was going to be up against it for a square meal. After all, he was Whipple by name. Of course, he ain't got Whipple stuff in him. That young man's talk always did have kind of a nutty flavor. You come right down to it, he ain't the Whipple in hide nor hair. Why, say, he ain't even 2 7/500% Whipple." Sharon had cunningly gone away from his own failure to sit tight. He was proving flexible-minded here, as on the links. They were silent, looking out over the spread of home farm. The red house still shimmered in the heat waves. The tall trees about it hung motionless. The click of the reaper in the South 40 sounded like a distant locust. "Put the fear of God into him," said Sharon at last. "Let him know them checks have gosh all truly stopped." "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. "Now drive on and we'll look the house over. The last tenant let it run down, but I'll fix it right for you. Why, like as not, you'll be having a missus and young ones of your own there some day." "I might. You can't tell. Well, I wish there was going to be Whipple stock. Ours is running down. I don't look for any prize winners from your brother. He'll likely marry that widow or something that wants to save America like Russia has been. And Juliana, I guess she wasn't ever frivolous enough for marriage. And that Pat, she'll pick out one of them boys with a head like a seal that knows all the new dances and what fork to use. Trust her. Not that she didn't show Whipple stuff over there. But she's a rattle-pate in peacetime." "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. He left the train at the Grand Central Station in New York early the following evening. He had the address of Merle's apartment on Lower Fifth Avenue and made his way there on foot through streets crowded with the war's backwash. Men in uniform were plentiful, and he was many times hailed by them. Though out of uniform himself, they seemed to identify him with ease. Something in his walk, the slant of his shoulders, and the lean, browned, watchful face, the eyes set for wider horizons than a mere street, served to mark him as one of them. The apartment of Merle proved to be in the first block above Washington Square. While he scanned doors for the number, he was seized and turned about by a playful creature in uniform. "Well, buckowen, you old son of a gun!" "Gee, gosh, Stevie, how's the boy?" They shook hands, moving to the curb where they could talk. "What's the idea?" demanded ex-Private Cowan. "Why this dead part of town for so many of the boys?" Servicemen were constantly sauntering by them, or chatting in little groups at the curb. "She's dead right now," Steve told him, "but she'll wake up pronto. Listen, Buck, we got the tip. A lot of them fur-faced boys that hurl the merry bombs are going to pull off a red flag sachet up the avenue. Get it? Going to set America free." "I get it," said Wilbur. "Dirty work at the crossroads," added Steve. "Say, Steve, hold it for 20 minutes, can't you? I got to see a man down here. Be good, don't hurt anyone till I get back." "Do my best," said Steve, "but they're down there in the square now, stacking up drive impediments and such, red banners and so forth, tuning up to warble the hymn to free Russia. Hurry if you want to join out with us." "I'll do that little thing, Steve. See you again." He passed on, making a way through the jostling throng of soldiers and civilians. "Just my luck," he muttered. "I hope the kid isn't in." Never before had he thought of his brother as the kid. He passed presently through swinging glass doors, and in a hallway was told by a profusely buttoned youth in spectacles that Mr. Whipple was out. It was not known when he would be in. His movements were uncertain. "He might be in, or he might be out," said the boy. He was back in the street, edging through the crowd, his head up, searching for the eager face of Steve Kennedy, late his sergeant. Halfway up the next block he found him pausing to roll a cigarette. Steve was a scant 5 feet, and he was telling a private who was a scant 6 feet that there would be dirty work at the crossroads when the fur faces started. "We're too far away," suggested Wilbur. "If they start from the square, they'll be mussed up before they get here. You can't expect people farther down to save 'em just for you. Where's your tactics, Steve?" They worked slowly back down the avenue. It was 9 o'clock now, and the street was fairly free of vehicles. The night was clear, and the street lights brought alert, lean profiles into sharp relief. Faces of men in uniform sauntering carelessly or chatting in little groups at the curb. A few unseeing policemen, also sauntering carelessly, were to be observed. "Heard a fur-face speak last night," said Steve. "It's a long story, mates, but it seems this is one rotten government and everybody knows it but a few cops. If someone would only call off the cops and let the fur-faces run it, we might have a regular country." From the square, singing was now heard. "Oh boy," murmured the tall private dreamily, "am I glad I'm here." Stretching a long neck to peer toward the square, he called in warm, urgent tones, "Oh, come on, you Reds, come on, Red." They came on. Out from the square issued a valiant double line of marchers, men and women, their voices raised in the Internationale. At their head, bearing aloft a scarlet banner of protest, strode a commanding figure in corduroys, head up, his feet stepping a martial pace. "I choose that, General," said the tall private, and licked his lips. "Not if I get him first," shouted Steve, and sprang from the walk into the roadway. But ex-Private Cowan was ahead of them both. He had not waited for speech. A crowd from each side of the avenue had surged into the roadway to greet the procession. The banner-bearer was seen to hesitate, to lose step, but was urged from the rear by other banner-bearers. He came on again. Once more he stepped martially. The Internationale swelled in volume. The crowd, instead of opening away, condensed more solidly about the advance. There were jeers and shoving. The heads of the line again wavered. Wilbur Cowan had jostled away toward this leader. He lost no time in going into action. But the pushing crowd impaired his aim, and it was only a glancing blow that met the jaw of the corduroy standard-bearer. The standard toppled forward from his grasp, and its late bearer turned quickly aside. As he turned, Wilbur Cowan reached forward to close a hand about the corduroy collar. Then he pulled. The standard-bearer came back easily to a sitting posture on the asphalt. The crowd was close in, noisily depriving other bearers of their standards. The Internationale had become blurred and discordant like a bad phonograph record. The parade still came to break and flow about the obstruction. Wilbur Cowan jerked his prize up and whirled him about. He contemplated further atrocities. But the pallid face of his brother was now revealed to him. "Look out there," he warned the crowd, and a way was opened. He drew back on the corduroy collar, then sent it forward with a mighty shove. His captive shot through the opening, fell again to the pavement, but was up and off before those nearest him could devise further entertainment. Among other accomplishments, Merle had been noted in college for his swiftness of foot. He ran well, heading for the north, skillfully avoiding those on the outskirts of the crowd who would have tackled him. Wilbur Cowan watched him out of sight, beyond the area of combat. Then he worked his own way from it and stood to watch the further disintegration of the now leaderless parade. The tumult died, the crowd melted away. Policemen became officious. From areas up and down the avenue forms emerged furtively, walked discreetly to corners and scurried down side streets. Here and there a crimson banner flecked the asphalt. Steve and the tall private issued from the last scrimmage, breathing hard. "Nothing to it," said the tall private. "Only I skunned my knuckles." "I was aiming a wallop at that general," complained Steve, "but something blew him right out of my hand. Come on up to Madison Avenue. I heard they was going to save America up there, too." "Can't," said Wilbur. "Got to see a man." "Well, so long, Buck." He waved to them as they joined the northward moving crowd. "Gee gosh," he said. "No, sir. Mr. Whipple hasn't come in yet. He just sent word he wouldn't be back at all tonight," said the spectacled hall boy. But his manner was so little ingenuous that once again the hand of Wilbur Cowan closed itself eloquently about the collar of a jacket. "Get into that elevator and let me out at his floor." "You let me alone," said the hall boy. "I was going to—" He knocked a third time before he could hear a faint call. He opened the door. Beyond the dim entrance hall, the light fell upon his brother seated at a desk, frowning intently at work before him. The visible half of him was no longer in corduroy. It was encased in a smoking jacket of velvet, and his neck was conventionally clad in collar and cravat. The latter had been hastily tied. "Why, Wilbur, old man!" cried Merle in pleased surprise. He half rose from the desk, revealing that below the waist he was still corduroy, or proletarian. Along his left jaw was a contusion, as from a glancing blow. He was still breathing harder than most men do who spend quiet evenings at desks. Wilbur advanced into the room, but paused before reaching the desk. It was an invitingly furnished room of cushioned couches, paintings, tapestries, soft chairs, warmly toned rugs. The desk at which Merle toiled was ornate and shining. Ex-Private Cowan felt a sudden revulsion. He was back, knee-deep in trench bilge, tortured in all his being, looking at death from behind a sandbag. Vividly he recalled why he had endured that torture. "You're all out of condition," he announced in even tones to Merle. "A little sprint like that shouldn't get your wind." Merle's look of sunny welcome faded to one of chagrin. He fell back in his chair. He was annoyed. "You saw that disgraceful outbreak, then?" "I was in luck tonight." "Did you see that drunken rowdy strike at me, and then try to get me down where he and those other brutes could kick me?" Wilbur's stare was cool. He was feeling the icy muck about his numbed legs. "I was the one that struck at you. Too many elbows in the way, and I flubbed it." He noted his brother start and stiffen in his chair. "And I didn't try to get you down. When I saw it was you, I got you up and shot you out where you could run, if you wanted to. And I wasn't drunk, and I'm not a rowdy." Merle gazed with horror upon the apparently uncontrite fratricide. Twice he essayed to speak before he found the words. "Do you think that was a brave thing to do?" "No, but useful. I've been brave a lot of times where it didn't do as much good as that." "Useful," breathed Merle scathingly. "Useful to brutalize a lot of brave souls who merely sought—" He broke off with a new sense of outrage. "And not a policeman there to do his duty," he finished resentfully. Wilbur Cowan sat in the carven chair near a corner of the beautiful desk, hitching it forward to rest his arms on the desk's top. He was newly appraising this white-faced brother. "Whining," he suddenly snapped. "Get up and boast that you're outlaws, going to keel the government off its pins. Then you get the gaff, and the first thing you do is whine for help from that same government. You say it's rotten, but you expect it to watch over you while you knock it down. If you're going to be an outlaw, take an outlaw's chance. Don't squeal when you get caught. You say the rules are rotten, then you fall back on them. What kind of sportsmanship is that?" Wearily, but with a tolerant smile, Merle pushed back the fallen lock with one white hand. "What could you understand of all this?" he asked gently. "We merely claim the right of free speech, and use it to tell other people to upset the government. That crowd tonight did what you tell your people to do, went against the rules, but you can't take your own medicine. Fine bunch of spoiled children you are. Been spoiled by too easy a government at that." He broke off to study Merle again. "You're pasty. Out of condition," he repeated, inconsequently. Again his brother's intolerant smile. "You have all the cant of the reactionary," he retorted, again gently. "It's the spirit of intolerance one finds everywhere. You can't expect one of my—" He hesitated, showing a little impatience. "I've been too long where they are thinking," he said. "Aren't you people intolerant? You want to break all the rules, and those same rules have made us a pretty good big country." "Ah, yes, a big country. Big. We can always boast of our size, can't we? I dare say you believe its bigness is a sign of our merit." Merle had recovered his poise. He was at home in satire. "Besides, I've broken no rules, as you call them." "Oh, I'll bet you haven't. You'd be careful not to. I see that much. But you try to get smaller children to. I'd have more patience with you if you'd taken a chance yourself." "Patience with me? You?" Merle relished this. His laugh was sincere. "You would have more patience with me." But his irony went for little with the man still at the front. "Sure, if only you'd smashed a few rules yourself. Take that girl and her partner they arrested the other day. They don't whine. They're behind the bars but still cussing the government. You've got to respect fighters like that Liebknecht the Germans killed, and that Rosa what's-her-name. They were game. But you people, you try to put on all their airs without taking their chances. That's why you make me so tired, always keeping your martyr's halo polished and handy, where you can slip it out of a pocket when you get just what you've been asking for." "You're not too subtle, are you? But then one could hardly expect subtlety." Merle was again almost annoyed. "Subtle be jiggered. Do you think you people are subtle? About as subtle as a ton of bricks. All your talk in that magazine about this being a land of the dollar, no ideals, no spirituality, a land of money grubbers, all that other stuff. Say, I want to tell you, this is the least money grubbing land there is. You people would know that if you had any subtlety. Maybe you did know it. We went into that scrap for an ideal, and we're the only country that did. France might have gone for an ideal, but France had to fight anyway. England? Do you think England went in only to save poor little Belgium? She herself was the next dish on the bill of fare. But we went in out of general damn foolishness. For an ideal. This country you said didn't have any. We don't care about money, less than any of those people. Watch a Frenchman count his coppers, or an Englishman that carries his in a change purse and talks about pounds but really thinks in shillings. We carry our money loose and throw it away. If this country had been what your sniveling little magazine called it, we'd never have gone into that fight. You're not even subtle enough to know that much. We knew it would cost like hell, but we knew it was a great thing to do. Not another nation on earth would have gone in for that reason. That's the trouble with you poor little shut-ins. You decide the country hasn't any ideals because someone runs a stockyard out in Chicago or a foundry in Pittsburgh. God help you people if you'd had your way about the war. The Germans would be taking that nonsense out of you by this time. And to think you had me kind of ashamed when I went over. I thought you knew something then. He concluded on a note almost plaintive. Merle had grown visibly impatient. My dear fellow, really, your point of view is interesting enough, even if all too common. You are true to type, but so crude a type. So crude. Sure, I'm crude. The country itself is crude, I guess. But it takes a crude country to have ideals. Ideals with guts. Your type isn't crude, I suppose, but it hasn't any ideals either. No ideals. No ideals. Ah, but that's the best thing you've said. He laughed masterfully, waving aside the monstrous accusation. Well, maybe it is the best thing I've said. You haven't any ideals that would get any action out of you. You might tear down a house, but you'd never build one. No two of you could agree on a plan. Every one of you is too conceited about himself. If you had the guts to upset the government tomorrow, you'd be fighting among yourselves before night, and you'd have a chief or a king over you the next day, just as surely as they got one in Russia. It'll take them 100 years over there to get back to as good a government as we have right now. You folks haven't any ideals except to show yourselves off. That's my private opinion. The way you used to tell me I didn't have any form in golf. You people are all gesture. You can get up on a platform and take perfect practice swings at a government, but you can't hit the ball. You used to take bully practice swings at golf, but you couldn't hit the ball because you didn't have any ideal. You were a good shadow golfer, like a shadow boxer that can hit dandy blows when he's hitting at nothing. Shadow stuff, shadow ideals, shadow thinkers. That's what you people are. Spoiled children pretending you're deep thinkers. Merle turned wearily to a sheaf of papers at his hand. You'll see one day, he said quietly, and it won't be a far day. Nothing now, not even the brute force of your type, can retard the sweep of the revolution. The wave is shaping, the crest is formed. 6 months from now, a year at most. He gestured with a hand ominously. Wilbur briefly considered this prophecy. Oh, I know things look exciting here, but why wouldn't they after the turnover they've had? And I know there's grafting and profiteering and high prices and rotten spots in the government, but why not? That's another trouble with you people. You seem to think that some form of government will be perfect. You seem to expect a perfect government from imperfect human beings. Ah, broke in Merle, I recognize that. That's some of the dear old Dave Cowan talk. Well, don't turn it down just on that account. Sometimes he isn't so crazy. He sees through you people. He knows you would take all you could get in this world just as quick as the rest of us. He knows that much. Merle waved it aside. 6 months from now, a year at the most, a thrill of freedom has run through the people. Wilbur had relaxed in his chair. He spoke more lightly, scanning the face of his brother with veiled curiosity. By the way, speaking of revolutions, there's been a kind of a one at Newbern, kind of a family revolution. A little one, but plenty of kick in it. They want you to come back and be a good boy. That's really what I came down here to say for them. Will you come back with me? Merle drew himself up, injured. Go back? Back to what? when my work is here, my heart, my life. I've let you talk because you're my brother, and you are so naively honest in your talk about our wonderful country and its idealism and the contemptible defects of a few of us who have a long vision. But I've let you talk, and now I must tell you that I am with this cause to the end. I can't expect your sympathy or the sympathy of my people back there, but I must go my own way without it, fight my own battle." He was interrupted in a tone he did not like. "Sympathy from the folks back there? Say, what do you mean, sympathy? Did I tell you what this revolution back there was all about? Did I tell you that they've shut down on you?" "You didn't. I still don't get your meaning." "You cast them off, didn't you?" "Oh," a white hand deprecated this. "That's Sharon Whipple talk, his famous brand of horse humor. Surely you won't say he's too subtle." "Well, anyway, you said you couldn't accept anything more from them when you left. You were going to work with your hands and so forth. You weren't going to take any more of their tainted money." "I've no doubt dear old Sharon would put it as delicately as that." "Well, did you work with your hands? Have you had to be a toiler?" "Oh, naturally I had resources. But might I ask," Merle said with chill dignity, "may I inquire just what relation this might have—" "You won't have resources any longer." "Eh?" Merle this time did not wave. He stared stonily at his informant. That was the revolution. They called each other down and found that every last one of them had been sending you money, each thinking he was the only one, and no one wanting you to starve. Even your dear old Sharon Whipple kicked in every month. No wonder I didn't find you in a tenement." "Preposterous," expostulated Merle. "Wasn't it? Anyway, they all got mad at each other, and then they all got mad at you. Then they swore an oath or something." He paused impressively. "No more checks." "Preposterous," Merle again murmured. "But kind of plausible, wasn't it? Sharon wasn't any madder than the others when they found each other out. Mrs. Harvey D is the only one they think they can't trust now. They're going to watch that woman's funds. Say, anything she gets through the lines to you won't keep you from toiling." "Poor Mother Ella," murmured Merle, his gaze remotely upon the woman. "She has always been so fond of me." "They're all fond of you, for that matter. I think they're fonder of you than if you'd been born there. But still, they're rank Bolsheviks right now. They confiscated your estates." "I didn't need you to tell me they're fond of me," retorted Merle with recovered spirit. He sighed. "They must have missed me horribly this last year." There was contrition in his tone. "I suppose I should have taken time to think of that, but you'll never know how my work here has engrossed me. I suppose one always does sacrifice to ideals. Still, I owed them something. I should have remembered that." He closed on a note of regret. "Well, you better go back with me. They'll be mighty glad to see you." "We can make that 11:48 if we hurry," he said. "I'll have to change a few things." He bustled cheerily into a bedroom. As he moved about there, he whistled the Marseillaise. 10 minutes later, he emerged with bag, hat, and stick. The last item of corduroy had vanished from his apparel. He was quietly dressed as an exploiter of the masses or a mechanic. He set the back on the desk, and going to a window, peered from behind the curtain into the street. "Some of those rowdies are still prowling about," he said, "but there are cabs directly across the street." He pulled the soft hat well down over his brow. Wilbur had sat motionless in his chair while the dressing went on. He got up now. "Listen," he said, "if you hear back home of my telling people you're a dangerous radical, don't be worried. Even the Cowans have some family pride. And don't worry about the prowling rowdies out there. I'll get you across the street to a cab. Give me the bag." As they crossed the street, Merle, at his brother's elbow, somewhat jauntily whistled, with fair accuracy, not the Marseillaise, but an innocent popular ballad. Nor did he step aside for a torn strip of red cloth lying in their way. This ends chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 21. The next morning, Wilbur found the Penniman household in turmoil. The spirit of an outraged Judge Penniman pervaded it darkly, and his wife wept as she flurried noisily about the kitchen. Neither of them would regard him until he enforced their notice. The judge, indignantly fanning himself in the wicker porch chair, put him off with vague black mutters about Winona. The girl had gone from bad to worse, but his skirts were clean. The mother was the one to blame. He talked all he could. Then Wilbur, in the disordered kitchen, put himself squarely in the way of a teary mother. He commanded details. The distraught woman, hair tumbling from beneath a cap, sat rakishly to one side, vigorously stirred yellow dough in an earthen mixing dish. "Stop this nonsense," he gruffly ordered. Mrs. Penniman abandoned the long spoon and made a pitiful effort to dry her eyes with an insufficient apron. "Winona," she sobbed. "Telegram. Coming home tomorrow. Nothing cooked up. Trying to make chocolate cake." "Why take it so hard? You knew the blow had to fall sometime." Mrs. Penniman broke down again. "It's not a joke," she sobbed. Then, with terrific effort, Married." "Winona Penniman married?" The stricken mother opened swimming eyes at him, nodding hopelessly. "Why, the little son of a gun," said Wilbur admiringly. "I didn't think she'd be so reckless." "I'm so glad," whimpered the mother. She seized the spoon and the bowl. Judge Penniman hovered at the open door of the kitchen. "I told her what would happen," he stormed. "She'll listen to me next time. Always the way in this house." Mrs. Penniman relapsed. "We don't know the party. Don't know him from Adam. She don't even sign her right name." Wilbur left the house of mourning and went out to the barn, where all that day he worked at the can, fretting it at last into a decent activity. Dave Cowan that night became gay and tasteless on hearing the news. He did what he could to fan the judge's resentment. He said it was probably, knowing Winona's ways, that she had wed a dissolute French nobleman, impoverished of all but his title. He hoped for the best, but he'd always known that the girl was a light-minded baggage. He wondered how she could ever justify her course to Matthew Arnold if the need rose. He said the old house would now be turned into a saloon, or salon, as the French call it. He wished to be told if the right to be addressed as Madame la Marquise could compensate the child for those things of simple but enduring worth she cast aside. He somewhat cheered Mrs. Penniman, but left the judge puffing with scorn. Wilbur Cowan met the noon train next day. The can rattled far too much for its size, but it went. Then from the train issued Winona, bedecked in alien gauds and furbelows, her keen little face radiant under a Paris trifle of brown velvet, her small feet active under a skirt whose scant length would once have appalled her, in brown suede pumps and stockings notoriously of silken texture. Her quick eyes darting along the platform to where Wilbur stood, she rushed to embrace him. "Where's the other one?" he demanded. Astoundingly, she tripped back to the still emptying car and led forward none other than Edward Spike Brennan. He was in the uniform of a private, and his eyes were hidden by dark glasses. Wilbur fell upon him. Spike's left arm went up expertly to guard his face from the rush, but came down when he recognized his assailant. Wilbur turned again to Winona. "But where's he?" he asked. "Where's the main squeeze?" Winona looked proudly at Spike Brennan. "I'm him," said Spike. "He's him," said Winona, and laid an arm protectingly across his shoulder. "You wild little son of a gun!" He stared incredulously at the bride, then kissed her. "You should say, he's he, not he's him," he told her. "Lay off that stuff," ordered Winona. "You come on home to trouble," directed Wilbur. He guided Spike to the car. "It's like one of these dreams," said Spike above the rattle of the can. "How a pretty thing like her could look twice at me." Winona held up a gloved hand to engage the driver's eye. Then she winked. "Say," said Spike, "this is some car. When I get into one nowadays, I like to hear it go. I've been in some lately you could hardly tell you moved." The front of the house was vacant when the can labored to the gate, though the curtain of a second-floor front might have been seen to move. Winona led her husband up the graveled walk. "It's lovely," she told him, "this home of mine and yours. Here you go between borders all in bloom, phlox and peonies, and there are pansies and some early dahlias, and there's a yellow rosebush out." "Smells beautiful," said Spike. He sniffed the air on each side. "Sit here," said Winona, nor in the flush of the moment was she conscious of the enormity of what she did. She put Spike into a chair that had for a score of years been sacred to the person of her invalid father. Then she turned to greet her mother. Mrs. Penniman, arrayed in fancy dressmaking, was still damp-eyed but joyous. "Your son, Mother," said Winona. "Don't try to get up, Spike." Mrs. Penniman bent over to kiss him. Spike's left went up accurately. "He's so nervous," explained Winona, "ever since that French general sneaked up and kissed him on both cheeks when he pinned that medal on him." "Mercy!" exclaimed Mrs. Penniman. "For distinguished service beyond the line of duty," added the young wife casually. "I was so happy when I got your wire," sputtered her mother. "Of course, I was flustered just at first. So sudden and all." "In the army we do things suddenly," said Winona. Heavy steps sounded within, and the judge paused at the open door. He was arrayed as for the Sabbath, a portentous figure in frock coat and gray trousers. A heavy scent of mothballs had preceded him. "What's the new one I get?" asked Spike, sniffing curiously. Winona pecked at her father's marbled cheeks, then led him to the chair. "Father, this is my husband." "How do you do, sir?" began the judge heavily. Spike's left forearm shielded his face, while his right hand went to meet the judge's. "It's all right, Spike. No one else is going to kiss you." "Spike?" queried the judge uncertainly. "It's a sort of nickname for him," explained Winona. She drew her mother through the doorway, and they became murmurous in the parlor beyond. "This here is a peach of a chair," said Spike. The judge started painfully. Until this moment he had not detected the outrage. "Wouldn't you prefer this nice hammock?" he politely urged. "No thanks," replied Spike firmly. "This chair kind of fits my frame." Wilbur Cowan, standing farther along the porch, winked at Spike before he remembered. "Say, ain't you French?" demanded the judge with a sudden qualm. He'd taken no stock in that fool talk of Dave Cowan's about a French nobleman. Still, you never could tell. He thought it as well to be dressed for it should he be required to meet even impoverished nobility. "Hell no," said Spike. "Irish." He moved uneasily in the chair. "Excuse me," he added. "Oh," said the judge. regretting the superior comfort of his linen suit. He eyed the chair with covetous glance. "Well, I hope everything's all for the best," he said doubtfully. "How beautiful it smells," said Spike, sniffing away from the mothballs toward the rose bush. "Everything's beautiful, and this peach of a chair and all. What gets me, how a beautiful girl like she is could ever take a second look at me." The judge regarded him sharply, with a new attention to the hidden eyes. "Say, are you blind?" he asked. "Blind as a bat. Can't see my hand before my face." The horrified judge stalked to the door. "You hear that?" he called in. But only the parrot heeded him. "Flap-doodle, flap-doodle, flap-doodle," it screeched. Winona and her mother came to the door. They'd been absent for a brief cry. "What she could ever see in me," Spike was repeating. "A pretty girl like that." "Pretty girl, pretty girl, pretty girl, ha 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 ha," screamed the parrot. Its concluding laugh was evil with irony. Winona sped to the cage, regarding her old pet with dismay. She glanced back at Spike. "Smart birdie, all right," called Spike. "He knows her." "Pretty girl, again came the derisive guffaw. Never had Polly's sarcasm been so biting. Winona turned a murderous glance from it and looked uneasily back at her man. "Dinner's on," called Mrs. Penniman. "I'm having one of my bad days," groaned the judge. "Don't feel as if I could eat a mouthful." But he was merely ensuring that he could be the first to leave the table plausibly. He intended that the apparent misunderstanding about the wicker chair should have been but a thing of the moment, quickly past and forgotten. "Why, what's the trouble with you, father?" asked Winona in the tone of one actually seeking information. The judge shot her a hurt look. It was no way to address an invalid of his standing. "Ciao, Spike," said Wilbur, and would have guided him, but Winona was lightly before him. Dave Cowan followed them from the little house. "Present me to His Highness," said he, after kneeling to kiss the hand of Winona. The mid-afternoon hours beheld Spike Brennan again strangely occupying the wicker porch chair. He even wielded the judge's very own palm leaf fan as he sat silent, sniffing at intervals towards the yellow rose. Once he was seen to be moving his hand with outspread fingers before his face. Winona had maneuvered her father from the chair, nor had she the grace to veil her subterfuge after she lured him to the back of the house. She merely again had wished to know what, in plain terms, his ailment was. What, for that matter, had been the trouble with him for 20 years. The judge fell speechless with dismay. "You eat well, and you sleep well, and you're well nourished," went on the daughter, remorseless all at once. "Little you know," began the judge at last. "But I shall know, father. Remember, I've learned things. I'm going to take you in hand. I may even have to be severe with you, but all for your own good." She spoke with icy conviction. There was a new cold gleam in her prying eyes. The judge suffered genuinely. "I should think you had learned things," he protested miserably. "For one thing, miss, that skirt ain't a respectable garment." Winona slid one foot toward him. "Pooh! Don't be silly." Never before had Winona poohed her father. "Cigarette fiend, too," accused the judge. "My husband got me to stop." "Strong drink," added the judge. "Pooh!" again breathed Winona. "A little nip of something when you're done up." "You talking that way," admonished the twice-poohed parent. "You that was always so—" "I'm not it any longer." She did a dance step toward the front door, but called back to him. "Spike set his heart on that chair. You'll have to find something else for yourself." 'Twon't always be so, retorted the judge, stung beyond reason at the careless finality of her last words. You wait. Wait till the revolution sweeps you high and mighty people out of your places. Wait till the workers take over their rights. You wait. But Winona had not waited. She'd gone to confer on Wilbur Cowan a few precious drops of that which had caused her father to put upon her the stigma of alcoholic intemperance. It's real genuine dandelion wine, she told him. One of the nurses got it for me when we left the boat in Boston. Her own mother made it, and she gave me the recipe, and it isn't a bit of trouble. I'm going after dandelions tomorrow, Spike and I. Of course, we'll have to be secret about it. In the sacred precincts of the Penniman parlor, Wilbur Cowan raised the wine glass to his lips and tasted doubtingly. After a second considering sip, he announced, They can't arrest you for that. Winona looked a little relieved, but more than a little disappointed. I thought it had a kick, she mourned. Here's to you and him, anyway. Didn't I always tell you he was one good little man? He's all of that, said Winona, and tossed off her own glass of what she sincerely hoped was not a permitted beverage. You've come on, said Wilbur. I haven't started, said Winona. Later that afternoon, Winona sat in her own room in close consultation with Juliana Whipple. Miss Whipple, driving her own car as no other Whipple could have driven it, had hastened to felicitate the bride. Tall, gaunt, a little stooped now, her weathered face aglow, she had ascended the steps to greet the couple. Spike's tenancy of a chair had been made doubly secure by Winona on the step at his feet. Juliana embraced Winona and took one of Spike's knotted hands to press warmly between both her own. Then Winona had dragged her to privacy, and their talk had now come to a point. It's that parrot, exploded Winona desperately. I never used to notice, but you know, that senseless gabble. Pretty girl, and then the thing laughs like a fiend. It would be all right if he wouldn't laugh. You might think he meant it. And poor Spike is so sensitive. He gets things you wouldn't think he'd get. That awful bird might set him to thinking. Now he believes I'm pretty. In spite of everything I've said to him, he believes it. Well, I'm not going to have that bird putting any other notion into his mind, not if I have to. She broke off, but murder was in her tone. I see, said Miss Whipple. You are right, of course. Only you are pretty, Winona. I never used to think about it, I mean. But you've changed. You needn't be afraid of any parrot. Winona patted the hand of Miss Whipple, an able hand suggesting that of Spike in its texture and solidity. That's ever so nice of you, but I know all about myself. Spike's eyes are gone, but that bird is going too. Why not let me take the poor old thing, said Juliana. It can say pretty girl to me and laugh its head off if it wants. She hung a moment on this, searching Winona's face with clear eyes. I have no blind husband, she finished. You're a dear, said Winona. I'm so glad for you, said Juliana. I must guard him in so many ways, confided Winona. He's happy now. He's forgotten for the moment, but sometimes it comes back on him terribly. What he is, you know. I've seen him over there lose control, want to kill himself. He says he can't help such times. It will seem to him that someone has shut him in a dark room and he must break down its walls, break out into the light. He would try to break the walls down like a caged beast. It wasn't pretty. And I'm his eyes and all his life, and no old bird is ever going to set him thinking I'm not perfectly beautiful. That's the plain truth. I may lie about it myself to him pretty soon. I might as well. He only thinks I'm being flirty when I deny it. Oh, I know I've changed. Sometimes it seems to me now as if I used to be, well, almost prudish. My dear, he knows better than you do, much better, how beautiful you are. But you're right about the bird. I'll take him gladly." She reflected a moment. "There's a fine place for the cage in my room, on my hope chest." "You dear," said Winona. "Of course I couldn't have killed it." Downstairs, 10 minutes later, Winona, the light of filial devotion in her eyes, was explaining to her father that she was giving the parrot away because she'd noticed that it annoyed him. The judge beamed gratitude. "Why, it's right thoughtful of you, Winona. It does annoy me, kind of. That miserable Dave Cowan's taught it some new rigmarole. No meaning to it, but bothersome when you want to be quiet." Even in the days of her white innocence, Winona Penniman had not been above doing a thing for one reason while advancing another, less personal. She'd always been a strange girl. Juliana took leave of Spike. "You have a lovely wife," she told him. "It isn't going to be too hard for you this life." "Watch us," said Winona. "I'll make his life more beautiful than I am." Her hand fluttered to his shoulder. "Oh, me? I'll be all right," said Spike. "And thank you for this wonderful bird," said Juliana. She lifted the cage from its table and went slowly toward the gate. The parrot divined that dirty work was afoot, but it had led a peaceful life, and its repertoire comprised no call of alarm. "Pretty girl! Pretty girl! Pretty girl!" it shrieked. Then followed its harshest laugh of scorn. Juliana did not quicken her pace to the car. She finished the little journey in all dignity and placed her burden in the tonneau. "Pretty girl! Pretty girl!" screamed the dismayed bird. The laugh was long and eloquent of derision. Dave Cowan reached the Penniman gate, pausing a moment to watch the car leave. Juliana shot him one swift glance while the parrot laughed. "Who was that live-looking old girl?" he demanded as he came up the steps. "Oh," he said when Winona told him. He glanced sympathetically after the car. A block away it had slowed to turn a corner. The parrot's ironic laughter came back to them. "Yes, I remember her," said Dave, musingly. He was glad to recall that he had once shown the woman a little attention. This ends Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 22. Of all humans cumbering the earth, Dave Cowan thought farmers the most pitiable. To this tireless winged bird of passage, farming was not a loose trade, and the news that his son was pledged to agrarian pursuits shocked him. To be mewed up for life on a few acres of land. "It was the land tricked us first," admonished Dave. "There we were, footloose and free, and some fool went and planted a patch of ground. Then he stayed like a fool to see what would happen. Pretty soon he fenced the patch to keep out prehistoric animals. First thing he knew, he was fond of it. Of course he had to stay there, he couldn't take it off with him. That's how man was tricked. Most he could ever hope after that was to be a small towner. You may think you can own land and still be free, but you can't. Before you know it, you have that home feeling. Never owned a foot of it. That's all that saved me." Dave frowned at his son hopefully, as one saved might regard one who still might be. "I'm not owning any land," suggested his son. "No, but it's tricky stuff. You get round it, working at it, nursing it. Pretty soon you'll want to own some. Then you're dished. It's the first step that counts." After that, you may crave to get out and see places, but you can't. You have to plant the hay and the corn. You to fool around those Whipple farms, I don't care if it's a big job with big money. It's playing with fire. Pretty soon, you'll be as tight fixed to a patch of soil as any yap that ever blew out the gas in a city hotel. You'll stick there and raise hogs en masse for free people that can take a trip when they happen to feel like it. Dave had but lately learned en masse and was glad to find a use for it. He spoke with the untroubled detachment of one saved, who could return at will to the glad life of nomady. You, with the good loose trades, you know, do you want to take root in this hole like a willow branch that someone shoves into the ground? Don't you ever want to move on and on and on? His son at the time had denied stoutly that he felt this urge. Now, after a week of his new work, he would have been less positive. It was a Sunday afternoon, and he sprawled face down on the farther shaded slope of West Hill, confessing a lively fear that he might take root like the willow. Late in that first week, the old cry had begun to ring in his ears. Where do we go from here? Bringing the cold perception that he would not go anywhere from here. Through all his early years in New Bern, he'd not once felt the wander bidding. Never, as Dave Cowan put it, had he been itchy-footed for the road. Then, with the war, he'd crept up to look over the top of the world, and now, unaccountably, in the midst of work he'd looked forward to with real pleasure, his whole body was tingling for new horizons. It seemed to be so with a dozen of the boys he'd come back with. Some of these were writing to him, wanting him to come here, to come there, to go on and on with them to inviting places they knew, and on again from there. Mining in South America, lumbering in the Northwest, ranching in the Southwest. One of his mates would be a sailor, and one would be with a circus. Something within him beyond reason goaded him to be up and off. He felt his hold slipping. His mind floated in an ecstasy of relaxation. His first days at the home farm had been good enough. Sharon Whipple had told him a modern farmer must first be a mechanic, and he was already that, and no one had shot at him. But the novelty of approaching good machine-gun cover without apprehension had worn off. "Ain't getting cold feet, are you?" asked Sharon one day, observing him hang idly above an abused tractor with a far-off look in his eyes. "Nothing like that," he'd protested, almost too warmly. "No, sir, I'll slog on right here." Now, for the first time in all their years of association, he saw an immense gulf between himself and Sharon Whipple. Sharon was an old man, turning to look back as he went down a narrow way into a hidden valley. But he, Wilbur Cowan, was climbing a long slope into new light. How could they touch? How could this old man hold him to become another old man on the same soil, when he could be up and off, a happy world romper like his father before him? "Funny, funny, funny," he said aloud, and lazily rolled over to stare into blue space. Probably it was quite as funny out there. The people like himself on those other worlds would be the sport of confusing impulses, in the long run obeying some deeper instinct whose source was in the parent stardust, wandering or taking root in their own strange soils. But why not wander when the object of it all was so obscure, so apparently trivial? Enough others would submit to rule from the hidden source, take root like the willow. Mate. That was another chain upon them. Women held them back from wandering. That was how they were tricked into the deadly home feeling his father warned him of. "Funny, funny, funny," he said again. From an inner pocket he drew a sheet of notepaper, worn almost through at the fold, stained with the ooze of trenches and his own sweat. It had come deviously to him in the front line a month after his meeting with Patricia Whipple. In that time the strange verse had still run in his mind. A crown of stars, and under her feet the moon. The tumult of fighting had seemed to fix it there. He'd rested on the memory of her and become fearless of death. But the time had changed so tremendously. He could hardly recall the verse, hardly recall that he'd faced death or the strange girl. "Wilbur, dear," he read, "I am still holding you. Are you me? What do you guess? Do you guess we were a couple of homesick ninnies, tired and weak and too combustible? Or do you guess it meant something about us finding each other out all in 1 second, like a flash of something? Do you guess we were frazzled up to the limit and not braced to hold back or anything the way civilized people do? I mean, will we be the same back home? If we will be, how funny. We shall have to find out, shan't we? But let's be sporty and give the thing a chance to be true if it can. That's fair enough, isn't it? What I mean, let's not shatter its morale by some pokey chance meeting with a lot of people around whom it is none of their business what you and I do or don't do. That would be fierce, would it not? So much might depend. Anyway, here's what. The first night I am home, your intelligence department must find out the day, because I'm not going to write to you again if I never see you. I feel so unmaidenly. I shall be at our stile leading out to West Hill. You remember it, above the place where those splendid gypsies camped when we were such a funny little boy and girl. The first night, as soon as I can sneak out from my proud family, you come there. We'll know. Funny, funny, funny. The whole game, he said. He lost himself in a lazy wonder if it could be true. He didn't know. Once she had persisted terribly in his eyes. Now she'd faded. Her figure before the broken church was blurred. Sharon Whipple found him the next afternoon, teaching 2 new men the use and abuse of a tractor, and plainly bored by his task. Sharon seized the moment to talk pungently about the good old times when a farmhand didn't have to know how to disable a tractor or anything much, and would work 14 hours a day for $30 a month and his keep. He named the wage of the 2 pupils in a tone of disgruntled awe that piqued them pleasantly, but did not otherwise impress. When they had gone their expensive ways, he turned to Wilbur. "Did you get over to that Dry Fork place today?" "No. Too busy here with these high binders." He spoke wearily, above a ripening suspicion that he would not much longer be annoyed in this manner. A new letter had that morning come from the intending adventurer into South America. "I'll bet you've had a time with this new help," said Sharon. "I've put 3 men at work over on that clearing, though. I'll get over there myself with you tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Next day after. That girl of ours gets in tomorrow noon. Have to be there, of course." "Of course." "She trotted a smart mile over there. Everybody says so. Family tickled to death about her. Me, too, of course." "Of course." "Rattle-pate, though." "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. When the old man had gone, he looked out over the yellowing fields with a frank distaste for the level immensity. Suddenly there rang in his ears the harsh singing of many men. "Where do we go from here, boys? Where do we go from here?" Old Sharon was rooted in the soil, dying there. But he was still free. He could wire Leech Belding he was starting, and start. About 8 o'clock the following night, he parked the can beside the Ridge Road, and for the first time in his proud career of ownership, cursed its infirmities. It was competent, but no car for a tryst one might not wish to advertise. When its clamor had been stilled, he waited some moments, feeling that a startled countryside must rush to the spot. Yet no one came. So at last he went furtively through the thin grove and about clumps of hazel brush, feeling his way, stepping softly, crouching low, until he could make out the stile where it broke the lines of the fence. The night was clear and the stile was cleanly outlined by starlight. Beyond the fence was a shadowed mass, first a clump of trees, the outbuildings of the Whipple new place, the house itself. There were lights at the back, and once voices came to him, then the thin shatter of glass on stone, followed by laughs from two dissonant throats. He stood under a tall pine, listening, but no other sound came. After a while he sat at the foot of the tree. Crickets chirped and a bat circled through the night. The scent of the pine from its day-long baking was sharp in his nostrils. His back tired against the tree, and he eased himself to the cooled grass, face down, his hands crossed under his chin. He could look up now and see the stile against stars. He waited. He had expected to wait. The little night sounds that composed the night silence, his own stillness, his intent watching, put him back to nights when silence was ominous. Once he found he'd stopped breathing to listen to the breathing of the men on each side of him. He was waiting for the word, and felt for a rifle. He had to rise to shake off this oppression. On his feet he laughed softly, being again in Newbern on a fool's mission. He lay down, hands under his chin, but again the silent watching beset him with the old oppression. He must be still and strain his eyes ahead. Presently the word would come, or he would feel the touch of a groping foe. He half dozed at last from the memory of that other endless fatigue. He came to himself with a start, and raised his head to scan the stile. The darkness had thickened, but the two posts at the ends of the fence were still outlined. He watched and waited. After a long time the east began to lighten. A deepening glow rimmed West Hill, picking out in silver the trees along its edge. If she meant to come, she must come soon, he thought. But the rising moon distinctly showed the bare stile. She'd written a long time ago. She was notoriously a rattle-pate. Of course she would have forgotten. Then for a moment his straining eyes were puzzled. His gaze had not shifted even for an instant, yet the post at the left of the stile had unaccountably thickened. He considered it a trick of the advancing moonshine, and looked more intently. It was motionless, like the other post, yet it had thickened. Then he saw it was taller, but still it did not move. It could be no one. Mildly curious, he crept forward to make the post seem right in this confusing new glamour. But it broadened as he neared it, and still was taller than its neighbor, its lines not so sharp. He rose to his feet with a dry laugh at his own credulity, taking some slow steps forward, expecting each stride to resolve the post to its true dimensions. He was within a dozen feet of it before he saw it could not be a post. Anyway, not the same post. His scalp crept into minute wrinkles at the back of his head. He knew the feeling. Fear. But, as in other times, he could not make his feet go back. 2 other steps, and he saw she must be there. She'd not stirred, but the rising light caught her wan face in a pale glint of eyes. All at once his fear was greater than any he'd known in battle. His feet dragged protestingly, but he forced them on. He wanted her to speak or move to break that tension of fear. But not until he reached out stiffening fingers to touch her did she stir. Then she gave a little whispered cry, and all at once it was no longer moonlight for him, but full day. A girl in nurse's cap and a faded, much laundered dress of light blue stood before a battered church beside a timbered breach in its gray stone wall. He was holding her. The song was coming to him, harsh and full-throated from many men. Where do we go from here, boys? Where do we go from here? We don't go anywhere from here, he heard himself say in anger. They were the only words he'd spoken. The girl was shaking as she'd shaken back at that church, uttering little shapeless cries from a throat that by turns fluttered and tightened. One clenched hand was fiercely thumping his shoulder. They were on strange land, as if they had the crust of the moon itself beneath their feet. They seemed to know it had been true. They were sitting on a log in shadow. He rose and stepped into the light, facing his watch to the moon, now gone so high it had paled from gold to silver. He went to her again. Do you know it's nearly 1? It must be that. I suppose so. Shouldn't you be going? She leaned forward, shoulders drooping, a huddled bit of black in the loose cloak she wore. He waited. At length she drew her shoulders up with a quick intake of breath. She held this a moment, her chin lifted. There, now I've decided, she said. What? I'm not going back. No? Not going through any more fuss. I'm too tired. It seemed as if I'd never get here, never get out of that dreadful place, never get out of Paris, never get out of Brest, never get off the boat, never get home. I'm too tired for any more never gets. I'm not going to have talking and planning and arguments and tearful relatives forever and a day more. See if I do. I'm here, and I'm not going to break it again. I'm not going back. He reached down to pat her hand with a humoring air. Where will you go? That's up to you. But what can I? I'm going where you go. I tell you I'm too tired to have any talk. He sat down beside her. Yes, you're a tired child, he told her. She detected the humoring inflection. None of that. I'm tired, but I'm stubborn. I'm not going back. I'm supposed to be sleeping soundly in my little bed. In the morning, before I'm supposed to be up, I'll issue a communique from any old place, or tell him face to face. I won't mind but a little bit after everything's over. It's telling what's going to be and listening to talk about it that I won't have. I'm not up to it. Now you talk. You're tired. Are you too tired to know your own mind? No, just too tired to argue with it, fight it. And I'm free, white, and 21, and I've read about the self-determination of small peoples. Say, aren't you afraid? Don't be silly. Of course I'm afraid. What is that about perfect love casting out fear? Don't believe it. I'm scared to death. Truly. Go back till tomorrow. I won't. I've gone over all that. All right. Shove off. He led her to the ambushed can, whose blemishes became all too apparent in the merciless light of the moon. What a lot of wound chevrons it has, she exclaimed. Well, I didn't expect anything like this. I could have got... It looks like a permanent casualty. Will it go? It goes for me. You're sure you didn't think it's better to... On your way, she gaily ordered. but her voice caught, and she clung to him a moment before entering the car. "No, I'm not weakening. Don't you think it. But let me rest a second." She was in the car, again wearily gay. The can hideously broke the quiet. "Home, James," she commanded. Dawn found the car at rest on the verge of a hill with a wide sweeping view over and beyond the county seat of New Bern County. Patricia slept within the fold of his arm. At least half of the slow 40 miles she slept against his shoulder in spite of the car's resounding progress over a country road. Once in the darkness she'd wakened long enough to tell him not to go away. The rising sun lighted the town of Halton below them and sent level rays across a wide expanse of farmland beyond it, flat meadows and rolling upland. White mist shrouded the winding trail of a creek. It was the kind of landscape he'd viewed yesterday with a rising distaste. Land that had tricked people from their right to wander, to go places on a train when they would. He brought his eyes back from the treacherous vista and turned them down to the face of the sleeping girl. A pale scarf was wound about her head, and he could see but little beyond it but the tip of her nose, a few scattered, minute freckles on one cheek. She was limp, one bare hand falling inertly over the edge of the seat between them. He looked out again at the checkerboard of farms. He too had been tricked. "But what a fine trick," he said aloud. "No wonder it works." He dozed himself presently, nodding till his forward-pitching head would waken him. Afterward he heard Spike saying, "So dark you can't see a hand before your face." He came awake. His head was on Patricia's shoulder, her arm supporting him. "You must have gone to sleep and let the car stop," she told him. He stared sleepily, believing it. "But I want my breakfast," she reminded him. He sat up, winking the sleep from his eyes, shaking it from his head. "Of course," he said. He looked again out over the land to which an old device had inveigled him. A breeze had come with the dawn, stirring the grain fields into long ripples. At the roadside was the tossing silver of birch leaves. "This is one whale of a day for us two, isn't it?" he demanded. "You said it," she told him. "Breakfast and a license and—" "You know it," she declared. "Still afraid?" "More than ever. It's a wonder and a wild desire, but it scares me stiff. You're so strange." "You know, it isn't too late." She began to thump him with a clenched fist up between his shoulders. "Carry on," she ordered. "There isn't a slacker in the whole car." A few hours later, in the dining room of the Whipple new place, Gideon, Harvey D., and Merle Whipple were breakfasting. To them entered Sharon Whipple from his earlier breakfast, ruddy, fresh-shaven, bubbling. "On my way to the home farm," he explained, "but I had to drop in for a look at the girl by daylight. She seemed too peaked last night." "Pat's still sleeping," said her father over his egg cup. "That's good. I guess a rest was all she needed. Beats all, girls nowadays seem to be made of wire rope. You take that one." A telephone bell rang in the hall beyond, and Merle Whipple went to it. "Hello? Hello? Whipple new place? Merle Whipple speaking." He listened, standing in the doorway, to turn a puzzled face to the group about the table. "Hello? Who? Who?" His bewilderment was apparent. "But it's Pat talking," he said, "over long distance." "Calling from her room upstairs to fool you," warned Sharon. "Don't I know her flummydiddles?" But the look of bewilderment on Merle's face had become a look of pure fright. He raised a hand sternly to Sharon. "Once more," he called, hoarsely, and again listened with widening eyes. He lifted his face to the group, the receiver still at his ear. She says, good heaven. She says, I've gone AWOL, and now I'm safe and married. I'm married to Wilbur Cowan. He uttered his brother's name in the tone of a shocked true Whipple. Good heaven, echoed Harvey D. I'm blessed, said Gideon. I snum to goodness, said the dazed Sharon. But darn skeezicks. Merle still listened. Again he raised a now potent hand. She says she doesn't know how she came to do it except that he put a comether on her. He hung up the receiver and fell into a chair before the table that held the telephone. Scissors and white aprons, said Sharon. Of all things you wouldn't expect. Merle stood before the group with a tragic face. It's hard, Father, but she says it's done. I suppose we'll have to make the best of it. Hereupon, Sharon Whipple's eyes began to blink rapidly. His jaw dropped, and he slid forward in his chair to writhe in a spasm of what might be weirdly silent laughter. His face was purple, convulsed, but no sound came from his moving lips. The others regarded him with alarm. Not a stroke, cried Harvey D., and ran to his side. As he sought to loosen Sharon's collar, the old man waved him off and became happily vocal. Oh, he gasped. That Merle boy has brightened my whole day. Merle frowned. Perhaps you may see something to laugh at, he said icily. Sharon controlled his seizure. Pointing his eyebrows severely, he cocked a presumably loaded thumb at Merle. Let me tell you, young man, the best this family can make of that marriage will be a darn good best. Could you think of a better best? Say now? Merle turned impatiently from the mocker. Blessed if I can. On the spur of the moment, said Gideon. Harvey D. looked almost sharply at the exigent Merle. Pat's 25 and knows her own mind better than we do, he said. I never knew it at all, said Gideon. It's almost a distinct relief, resumed Harvey D. As I think of it, I like it. He went to straighten the painting of an opened watermelon beside a copper kettle that hung above the sideboard. He's a fine young chap. He looked again at Merle, fixing knife and fork in adjuster alignment on his plate. I dare say we needed him in the family. Late the following afternoon, Sharon triumphantly brought his car to a stop before the gateway leading up to the red farmhouse. The front door proving unresponsive, he puffed about to the rear. He found a perturbed Patricia Cowan, in cap and apron, tidying the big kitchen. Her he greeted rapturously. This kitchen, began the new mistress. So he put a comother on you? Absolutely, when I wasn't looking. Put one on me too, said Sharon, years ago. This kitchen, began Patricia again, is an unsanitary outrage. It needs 1,000 things done to it. We'd never have put up with this in the army. That sink there, she pointed it out, must have something of a carbolic nature straight off. I know, Sharon was placating. I'm going to put everything right for you. You paint for all the woodwork, white. Sure thing, as white as you want it. And blue velour curtains for the big room. I always dreamed I'd have a house with blue velour curtains. Sure, anything you want, you order. And that fireplace in the big room. I burned some trash there this morning and it simply won't inhale. Never did, said Sharon. We'll run the chimney up higher. Anything else? Oh, lots. I've a long list somewhere. I bet you have. But it's a good old house. Don't build 'em like this any more. Not a nail in it, sound as a nut. Say, miss, did you know there was high old times in this house about 73 years ago? Fact. They thought I wasn't going to pull through. I was over 2 days old before it looked like I'd come round. Say, I learned to walk out in that side yard. That reminds me. Sharon hesitated in mild embarrassment. There's a place between them two wings. Make a bully place for a sunroom. Spoil the architecture, maybe, but who cares? Sunroom, big place to play around in. Playroom or anything like that. Patricia had been searching among a stack of newspapers, but she'd caught sunroom. Stunning, she said. We need another big place right now, or when my things get here. Sharon coughed. Need it more later, I guess. But Patricia had found her paper. Oh, here's something I put aside to ask you about. I want you to understand I'm going to be all the help I can here. This advertisement says, raise Belgian hares because meat is so high. Do you know, do people really make millions at it? And could I do the work? Sharon was shaking his head. You could if you didn't have something else to do. And I suppose they sell for money, though I never did hear tell of a Belgian hare millionaire. Heard of all other kinds, but not him. You look here, young woman, I hope there'll be other things not sold by the pound that'll keep you from rabbit raising. This family's depending a lot on you. Didn't you hear my speech about that fine sunroom? Will you please not bother me at a time like this, scolded Patricia. Now, out with you. He's outside somewhere. And can't you ever in the world for 5 minutes get mere Whipples out of your mind? She actively waved him on from the open door. Sharon passed through a grape arbor, turning beyond it to study the site of the sunroom. All in a moment he built and peopled it. How he hoped they would be coming along to play in there, at least 3 before he was too old to play with them. He saw them now. Saw them, moreover, upon the flimsiest of promises, all superbly gifted with the Whipple nose. Then he went hopefully off toward the stables. He came upon Wilbur Cowan inspecting a new reaper under one of the sheds. This time the old man feigned no pounding of the boy's back, made no pretense that he did not hug him. I'm so glad, so almighty glad, he said, as they stood apart. He did not speak with his wonted exuberance, saying the words very quietly. But Sharon had not to be noisy to sound sincere. Thanks, said Wilbur. Of course, I couldn't be sure how her people would... Stuff, said Sharon. All tickled to death but one near Whipple, and he's only annoyed. But you've been my boy. In my fool mind, I always had you for my boy, when you was little and when you went to war. You could have known that, and that was enough for you to know. Of course, I never did think of you and Pat. That was too gosh all perfect. Of course, I called her a rattle-pate, but she was my girl as much as you was my boy. The old eyes shone mistily upon Wilbur, then roved to the site of his dream before he continued. Me, I'm getting on, and on, right fast, too. But you and that fine girl, why, you two are a new morning in a new world, so fresh and young and proud of each other the way you are. He hesitated, his eyes coming back. Only thing I hope for now, before I get bedfast or something. Say, take a look at the space between them south wings. Stand over this way a mite. Sharon now built there with the warmest implications, a perfect sunroom. That'll be one grand place, he affirmed, of his work when all was done. Yes, it sounds good, replied Wilbur. Oh, a grand place. Big as outdoors, getting any sun there is. Great for winter, great for rainy days. Wistfully, he searched the other's face. You know, Buck, a grand place to play in, or anything like that. Yes, sir, said Wilbur. This ends Chapter 22 of The Wrong Twin. This concludes The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson.